Insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network, wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station, 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Tuesday to all of you. Nice to be with you. Appreciate you 10 a.m. this morning. My name is Sean Pendergast. His name is Seth Payne. Hello, Seth Payne.
Hey, Sean. How are you doing, man?
I'm doing good. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm reassessing and reevaluating everything about my existence as a Texans fan.
Okay.
And all of those things.
Okay.
Former member of the organization. Yeah.
Is this a good reevaluation or a bad reevaluation? Like, is this?
We'll find out now.
Okay.
We'll see. We'll see. I might be in the middle of an existential meltdown, so we'll see. We'll find out by the end of the week whether I'm even working this job anymore.
Okay. Well, don't say
this
that.
Yeah. No. This is the.
I don't need to break in a new partner. No.
Yeah, that would suck. No.
That would suck.
That would really, really suck. Yeah. It does feel like everything is at a point where nobody expected to be. Even if you didn't expect, maybe if you thought the expectations of the Texans were way too ambitious this offseason, I started to get nervous about how much praise was being heaped on the Texans by the national media. Even the super smart film watchers and everything, a lot of them were just kind of whistling past the graveyard when it came to some of the concerns that we've seen bubble and boil up.
Yeah.
And yeah, right now, this is probably the loudest I've heard the D'Amico Ryans criticism from the fan base.
Yeah.
People are starting to say, all right, D'Amico, what the heck is this now?
Well, and on the offensive side of the ball, I think we'll keep it over there because I think the defensive side of the ball, it's an interesting dynamic, because also in essence the architect of the defense. I know Matt Burke is the defensive coordinator.
Yeah.
We love Matt Burke. But DeMeco's the one with the play sheet out there. It's his defense. And if we're going to even just look at Sunday night, like that is the best offense in football this year. They flummoxed them for a large portion of that game. You know, the Lions' offense in that game was largely 3 big plays. You know, it was 2 big plays to Laporta and then a big catch and run by Jahmyr Gibbs. And other than that, the Lions had to work for everything they got in that game. So, yeah, like, I feel like we've been saying, like, I feel like I said this earlier in the year specific to one game, but I'll say it again because I think this is where you're going, is that DeMeco Ryans, the defensive coordinator, has been very, very good this year. This defense, I feel good about this defense, assuming full health. You know, this Kamari Lassiter concussion is the latest thing. Will Anderson's ankle is a thing. But when this defense is at full strength, I feel really good about it. The offensive side of the ball is a train wreck right now, you know, compared to what expectations are. And I think, for me, that's interesting. Yeah, because, the drumbeat about DeMeco Ryans, the head coach, I think it's a tough thing when you lean into positivity as much as he does because there's a balancing act. And every coach has a different approach. And if DeMeco's approach is to be positive with guys and encourage and uplift them and put them in position to do things they do well and et cetera, that's all well and good. But there have been times with DeMeco Ryans where it feels like the positivity like borders into, I don't want to say delusion, that's a little extreme, but like, for example, last year's removed from the first string running back position.
Right, it
took an injury to get Kenyon Green removed from left guard. Now people are going, what are we going to do about scoring touchdowns in the second half? You're right, Seth. Everybody's on Bobby Slowick. This is DeMeco Ryan's problem, this second half touchdown thing.
It's honestly, it's like the driving a 200 car that's got 250,000 miles on it that you love, and but you've got an emotional attachment to it, but at some point it's time to just swap it out for a new model.
Yeah.
And before I feel like DeMeco is a guy that looks at Kenyon Green and thinks like, oh yeah, he's got it in him.
Yeah.
And then I think the bigger, larger, overarching question is, okay, what if Bobby Slowick's not the guy?
Yeah.
And how long is DeMeco going to stand by him and see if it's going to work out? And hey, it's just a matter of him learning. And you're burning daylight while you're doing all that. The worst thing about it is, if you look at the NFL in general, the worst thing you can do is if you've got a bad quarterback and you stick it out with that quarterback year after year while you're paying him Trevor Lawrence type of money.
Bingo.
That's a tough one. The Texans, I don't think even the people who are extremely down on the Texans right now, for the most part, still understand that CJ Stroud is a really good quarterback. But, man, right now he's not playing like it. And a lot of it at least started out as not his fault. But now as it starts to happen week after week, where he's just getting pressured more than just about everybody else in the league. Disjointed, all right. Are you gonna start to ingrain some bad habits in CJ Stroud?
Yeah.
And is it because of DeMeco's undying faith and belief in various coaches or players that's going to end up doing it to him?
Yep. 5-Hour Energy fan line early in the show here. People are up with us. If you're up with us, check in on the 5-Hour Energy fan line. 5-Hour Energy, the official energy shot of Sports Radio 610 and football superfans. And the text is, at what point do we start to question CJ? I think Seth just did, I'll highlight the fact that CJ has not been the same guy over the last few weeks. I still think CJ's underperformance lately is way more a function of what's going on around him than it is himself, CJ Stroud. It's both, but I think it's more the environment.
Well, and I think the thing is, too, CJ's not a guy like Caleb Williams is a guy that's going to hold on to the ball too long. That's been part of his, that was one of the skepticisms about him in his scouting report. Yep. And he'll hold on to the ball forever and sometimes make the protection issues worse than they are. Whereas I don't think CJ is that guy. I think CJ is at a point right now where he's got to try to maneuver his way through a situation where he's got imperfect pass protection and make the right decisions on whether to make his reads low to high, like, hey, take the easy money, but then sometimes you got to know when to take the deep shot, but he can't trust that he's going to have the time to ever really make that decision. And I wonder, self included, will say, hey, get CJ out of the pocket, get him moving a little bit. If the protections are an issue, then there you go. And, yeah, that's great in theory, but teams can figure that out. So, yeah, they got him out of the pocket. They got him rolling on boots in that game in the first half to some success. But once defenses start to react and respond to that and see that, it's easy to take away some of the reads on boots.
Yeah.
It turns everything down to a half field. And when I think about that missed throw to Tank Dell, I wonder how much of that factored into it where, all right, we're running a boot. I'm going to take the easy money. I'm going to do the right thing and be a professional quarterback. And it's just that little bit of hesitation on, oh, yeah, but there's my buddy Tank Dell.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it ended up being 3 steps that he took before he planted and threw where the old CJ would have let it launch.
Yep.
And I'm saying the old CJ, I'm talking about a second-year quarterback right now.
Right. It is. It's wild.
And it all starts with just a distrust in exactly how much protection he's seeing and what he's going to see downfield.
Yeah, man. It's like you go back. I went back and watched some of the cut-ups of the games because we'll talk about this in the next segment because the fact of the matter is, they have the exact same record right now that they did this time last year. They've been 6-4 both seasons, and the feeling is so different right now than it was last year. I have a few reasons as to why. I was doing some diagnosing yesterday, but watching the cut-ups of the 3. Now, granted, it's 3 wins as opposed to the last few games, which have largely been losses, so it's going to look worse inherently. But where he's lit up the world. The Cincinnati game the following week where they won 30-27, where he was excellent in that game, and then the Arizona game, which actually he wasn't great. He threw 3 interceptions in Arizona territory in that game, but they won the game. And it is interesting, like just how much more decisive he looked in those games, how much cleaner the offense looked too. I mean, it's again things going on around him in that game. But I watched those games. I'm like, God, if they were getting this right now, just this, it's across those 3 games, they were an above average offensive team. They'd probably be 8-2 right now.
I think that the part of it too is, and I was thinking about this yesterday, was as much as it's easy to just crush Bobby Slowick right now, and I do deserve. There's criticism that's fair, I think, and there's valid questions to have about Bobby Slowick and exactly what he is as a coordinator. But as we're whining and complaining, as we tend to do, about the fact that the Texans haven't scored a touchdown in the second half in 4 games, Bobby did scheme a wide open Tank Dell. That's a touchdown there.
That was CJ.
The Green Bay game, CJ, if he had trusted his protection, would have had a touchdown to John Mechie if he had gone across and gotten to his last read on that play where he did have protection at the end of the game. Instead, he threw it to Tank Dell. Like these are CJ Stroud things, but that how much is Bobby Slowick and how much is the poor pass protection responsible for it? Percentage blame on any one of them. But all of it is adding up to a suboptimal CJ Stroud right now.
Wouldn't it be easier if you could just assign percentage blame? Like if there was some mechanism out there. You know me, I like everything quantified for myself, Seth. It'd be easy if we could just go, okay, good. Slowick is 63% to blame for this. This makes it easier.
And honestly, it'll be the least popular thing I do all year. Today I plan on going back and kind of watching some of the red zone opportunities because there have been in the last several games, there have been opportunities for touchdown where the play call was okay, the players let Slowick down.
Yeah.
That run on 2nd and 12 at Green Bay, I mean, that entire sequence there on that final drive, all right, we want to crush Bobby Slowick for his strategy or what have you. On that 2nd and 12 run, if Titus Howard had made his block, if Titus Howard had simply slowed down the defensive lineman that tackled Joe Mixon had a really reasonable chance for a touchdown on there because all he would have had to do was beat one defensive back at about the 3 or 4 yard line, which we've seen him do multiple times when he's just got to truck over one dude and he's got a nose for the end zone. So I can't 100% blame Bobby Slowick when it's the players who have let them down in the red zone as well.
Yeah. Titus messed up, huh?
Yeah, Titus. Well, he looked like he has this year. He looked like a big hulking dude that can pass protect but can't move all that
well. Dude, I
rewatched
that play where he stripped CJ of the ball on Sunday night probably 50 times yesterday. I'm like, why am I doing this to myself?
It's one of those. It gets worse and worse the more you watch it.
Dude, it's worse. Andre Ware nailed it.
Yeah.
Like, him trying to take the ball and run with it from CJ is ridiculous. He stopped blocking. Like, he just stopped.
Right, he had just stopped on there.
Just
Well, no, yeah, they
stopped.
all turned into spectators because he had run his guy around. He had run his guy around the pocket.
Yeah.
And in their minds, in these offensive linemen's mind, the Texans' offensive line, I feel like it's like they're union foreman or something.
Yeah.
And they're like, well, nope, after 3 seconds, we get a coffee break.
Time and a half.
Nope. That's it. That's not an argument. You're going to have to, look, we're going to have to take this up. You're going to need some concessions if you want me to block longer than 3 seconds.
It's infuriating. It's so bad. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. I just mentioned it. The Texans they're 6-4. Ross Tucker's going to join us top of the hour, so we'll talk to Ross at 7 o'clock today. Yeah, it's Tuesday, baby. But the Texans are 6-4. They were 6-4 this time last year. Why are the vibes so different right now? I've actually got a few reasons. I dug into it yesterday. I think I've nailed it down to 5 things. All right, so we've got that coming up next.
This is important work.
5. I'm telling you. And then
we're basically like cancer researchers.
Then I started in on curing cancer, is what I was
just
about to say.
We are just as important and vital to the community as MD Anderson.
To the Texans community, we are. And so
we probably employ more people.
We're going to do that coming up next. Hey, look, if you're frustrated with our team right now and you're looking to
for yourself. Try Vicks Vapor Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors. Use as directed. Vapor Stick for use ages 4 and up. Vapor Shower Max use for adults only.
Fog this morning, sunny 82 this afternoon.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Robert Half's recruiting professionals use their award-winning AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. Learn more at roberthalf.com/talent today.
Welcome to Staples.
Help! My family's in for the holidays and I need gift ideas.
That's why we're here. Staples has amazing deals on everything you need. Photo gifts, laptops, and gaming systems. Even custom holiday cards and shipping solutions to send gifts to the family that can't make it.
Perfect! Have anything for Uncle Frank? I love him, but the guy is never quiet.
Noise-canceling headphones. For you.
You get it.
Unwrap huge holiday savings at Staples. And right now at Staples, save up to $350 on select computers. Ends 11/16, in-store only.
When you're hiring, ZipRecruiter's technology makes finding qualified candidates for your job easy. What if the rest of the world was as easy as ZipRecruiter? Math problems wouldn't be so problematic.
Okay.
Getting Everest would be a...
For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
And Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway, exit Kirkwood, and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so the reality of the situation is this with the Texans. As angry as people are about the offense, I'm excited about the defense. There was a lot of good. Like you and I don't get to, for when it's primetime games, you and I don't get to really like sit back and kind of assess what happened,
Right, yeah, we're in on, we get a couple hours of sleep and we're in, and it's, when you guys listen to us on Monday morning, it's probably nice in some ways because it's kind of like, it's almost like we just finished watching the game anyway. Yeah. So it's more of an immediate gut reaction without much time to reflect.
Especially with the night games. I mean, it's literally, for me, it's a 3-hour turnaround from the post-game
that's what I mean.
show.
Yeah. I can tell after the bad games, though, you've been listening, you do the post-game show, and you've had 3 hours of callers who are also angry.
Right.
Kind of really fanning the flames of your emotion.
And some are good and some are really bad. Sorry.
Yeah. Well, a lot of them are drunk,
Yeah.
Yeah,
and some of them are just bad. So I know, after sitting back, there's a lot to like about that Detroit game. Obviously, the second half offense was not one of those things. But the fact of the matter is this: the Texans are going to make the playoffs. They're going to win the AFC South. They are, if things hold up, they're going to be in a very familiar spot. If things hold up. Now, hopefully they win some games here, and maybe they're more than the 4 seed. But if things hold up the way they are, they'll be the 4 seed. They'll host a playoff game, and then we'll see what happens. They have a 94% chance of making the postseason. So compared to where we were just 2 years ago, this is really good. It was bad a couple years.
It's also, this time last year, the Jaguars were about a 94% chance to make the playoffs.
That's a good point. Now, here's the thing, and I didn't even include this in my reasons I'm about to state here, but you're right. They were 6-4, the Texans, on a 3-game winning streak, and they were still, I think, 2 games back of the Jaguars. I think the Jaguars were 8-2, the Jaguars were 7-3, and so they're still behind the Jags in the division. And then the very next week, after they were 6-4, the Jags came here and beat the Texans, and so they eventually, we know how it worked out. The Jags choked, the Texans win the division. So you can't. You're right, Seth. You can't count on anything being 100%. But the same exact record this year as we had last year, and yet I feel like the vibes are way different. And some of it may have to do with you're on a 3-game winning streak last year, and this year you're 6-4 and you've lost a couple in a row. But I think it's been this way all year. Even when the Texans were 5-1, there was a lot of hand-wringing going on about how they got to 5-1. Signs that what's happening now could happen. I think the biggest reason, I sat under a tree yesterday and said, why is this happening, Seth? Why are the people negative right now about a team that has the exact same record that they were celebrating and feting last year?
What apple fell on your head? What happened? What wisdom was delivered unto you?
5 apples fell on my head, each representing a reason that the Texan fans are feeling. The biggest one is expectations, obviously. Last year, there were no expectations, right? The expectation was improvement. that you'd start to see signs. Like, I think they could have been 4-6 at this time last year, and if CJ Stroud was cooking and you saw the signs of the swarmy defense coming together, you'd have been like, all right, this is what a rebuild looks like. They've already won more games than they won all of last year, and we're halfway through the season. They were 6-4. This year, I think the bar was set, like, to this point in the season, I think we can say maybe unrealistically high to this point in the season.
Oh, no, I think especially that Lions game. Now, if you looked at it in a vacuum, if all of a sudden you just deposited that Lions game down in last year's season, and the Lions are who they are right now,
oh my God.
Then, yeah, we would have thought, my gosh, they slugged it out without Nico Collins, without Will Anderson.
Good
Look at
point.
what the defense did. Yeah, the offense has some issues, but hey, he's a young quarterback, baby.
Right.
And certainly they'll swap out some of these offensive linemen in the offseason.
Certainly.
Right?
Yes.
Right?
Certainly.
Certainly they'll do something to bolster their interior offensive line, certainly.
One would think.
Okay.
So that's number one. That's the obvious one. Number two, CJ Stroud. And last year, CJ was a total phenom, taking the league by storm. He was a couple weeks removed from throwing for 500 yards against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, last-second comeback. And this year, he hasn't been bad, but there's been no sign of him taking the leap. You know, he was getting a lot of benefit of the doubt of being a top-5 quarterback coming into the season this year. And he hasn't been a top-5 quarterback this year. It's not all been Bobby Slowick and the offensive line's fault.
Right, and I think the parallel you can draw in some ways is if you look at Pat Mahomes this year. If you want to feel better about it, all right, man, you know what? Pat Mahomes hasn't been himself either. And there's nobody that's going to question whether or not he's a great quarterback or whether, okay, even the people that would question his greatness would still say, right, yeah, but he's still a really good quarterback, okay? I'm not putting him up at Peyton's era there, but yeah, even those people would say this year is a little bit of an outlier.
Yeah, and I think CJ's going through some stuff here in year two. Number three, and we're going through reasons why the vibes on this year's 6-4 are different than last year's 6-4. I think some of it is like relationship stuff, you know, where like the first year in your relationship, like everything, like there's a honeymoon period, you know what I mean? Like any of the flaws get overlooked early on in a relationship.
Your partner's farts smell sweet.
Yeah,
you're like, oh, isn't that cute?
That's
she farted.
That's
I didn't
a little
even
extreme.
know she farted. Ah, it's cute.
But yeah, like she's
it
hot.
almost makes her prettier because
she's
now
hot.
I know she's not as perfect as I thought. But that's what makes life beautiful.
It helps you. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. So I think so now, you know, as we kind of talked about this in the open a little bit, like with D'Amico, like, okay, we've got a year and a half body of work now. Like, okay, is he a little overly loyal to players who he shouldn't be? You know, like the Dameon Pierce thing, the Kenyon Green thing, maybe coaches. I think the team's lack of a killer instinct is a big thing for me. Like that this team can't put other teams away when they've got them on the mat. Like these are things that are not like it's funny, haha, when it's happening early on in a rebuild. It's not as, you know, it's not as, it's more disturbing now a year and a half in that it's still happening.
It's disturbing, and it's, the second half meltdowns. That's why the Sunday night game was so frustrating. It's because on the scoreboard, they slugged it out with the Lions, when in reality, no, it really was all about the Lions in the second half.
Yes.
The Lions for the second straight week. And then the Jets last week, it was all about the Jets in the second half. Yeah. They just took it to you in the second half. And then you watch the Jets the next week go and get destroyed. And you realize, they're genuinely not a good football team. So 2 weeks in a row, you've really been handled in the second half. And yes, I give the defense a big break because they all gave the first three quarters. They kept coming up with answers to what for the Texans' issues offensively. CJ throws an interception. Fine, we'll get an interception.
Yeah.
Oh, you want to do it again? Yeah, let's play this game. Let's play this game.
Match it's overs. It was crazy. Reason number 4: the vibes being different on this year's 6-4 than last year's 6-4. The offensive line. And I'm not saying the offensive line was good last year. It wasn't. But last year, it was more like there were injuries on the offensive line, way more like sort of potluck each week. Like remember all the different permutations of O-line they trotted out there? Like, it was more of a unit where you're like, oh, these guys they're going out there and they're doing the best with what they've got out there, you know? Like
right.
And doing their best each week in a new system, too, by the way, that takes a year to learn, people say. So they're still in the first year, and they're doing it with shuffling all sorts of guys around, like just triage situations on the interior, that kind of stuff. George Fant at right tackle. This season, they've been healthy all year. Like, it's the same, other than Kenyon Green finally getting injured in week 9 or whatever. Like, it's a largely healthy group that is in year 2, quits on blocks, is letting CJ Stroud get killed, and they wear skinny jeans. At least a couple of them do, and they're not skinny.
Man, that Lions game was the biggest one yet, where you felt like, man, all right, this Lions defensive line are some blue-collar, hit you upside the head, I don't care, I'm a man. Like, going versus a bunch of college boys.
Yes.
Like, it felt like the Texans. It's like the Texans took a college all-star team and gave them a chance to play an NFL game.
Dude, that's what's so weird about this for me with the offensive line is that you're exactly right. You look at guys on both sides of the offense and defense, and especially in the trenches, you go, man, those are Dan Campbell guys right there. Those are guys. Right. Those are Dan Campbell guys from beginning to end. They're Dan Campbell guys out there. And you look at the Texans, and on the defense, you go, those are DeMeco Ryans guys out there. But DeMeco's not the defensive coordinator. He's the head coach. And I don't look at this offensive line and think for a minute that there's anything about this offensive line that is molded in the image of DeMeco Ryans.
It's they stick out like a sore thumb, and how non-swarm like they are.
Yes.
Just like, I mean, nobody would be proud of this child. You know, like when you bring your offensive line to family dinner, you're like, I hope they don't. Boy, they're gonna start in with their conspiracy theories, and it just. Thanksgiving's going to turn into a wreck because of the offensive line. They're going to be off. They're going to be like yelling at grandma about something she did in 1950. What an awful person she is. Grandma, you're a racist. You're a racist. So it's just going to be bad. You know, you can't bring this offensive line anywhere.
Yeah, and you just can't wait for Thanksgiving to be over, and it shouldn't be that way. Like,
right. I'm sitting down there and I find my Sunday dinner, with the Detroit Lions, and this is who we brought.
Right. Oh, I can't wait for this to be over. Oh, is Laramie and Titus going to do that thing? Are they just going to start making?
Offensive line is hitting on their brother's wife. Like, just all this, just completely. Yeah.
Why is Titus making armpit fart noises at the table?
Yeah. Like, oh, great. The offensive line brought a whoopee cushion to the wake. We got a funeral to go to, and the offensive line is putting a whoopee cushion down.
Wake. Yeah. So that's me, and this is just injury frustration. You know, like last year, the Texans, no team in the NFL had worse injury luck than the Texans last year. Mm-hmm. And so this isn't anything where I'm upset with the team itself or the coaching staff or the front office or the players. This is just a general frustration with this season for me, is that they had a lot of bad injury luck last year, and I don't feel like their injury luck has been great this year either. You know, like I feel like they've been hit with good players. I don't know how many games they've lost to starters. Like, the only position group that stays healthy is the damn offensive line, and they're the worst group on the team. But losing Nico Collins has been huge for this team. The big acquisition you make in the offseason, you lose Stephon Diggs to an ACL for the season. Yeah. Now Will is out. Kamari Lassiter is out again with a concussion. Joe Mixon missed a few games there in the interim with an ankle. So for me, I mean, I don't know number of game-wise if it's been as bad as it was last year. I mean, that offensive line last year was really banged up in 2023. But I feel like the injury gods have not been good to us this season.
The biggest thing where I come back to Bobby Slowick and how much is he doing to actually make things better is if you look at the Chiefs. So Pat Mahomes right now, 12 touchdowns, 9 interceptions, 2,200 yards passing. CJ Stroud right now, 12 touchdowns, 6 interceptions, 2,371 yards passing. They've got about an identical passer rating, all of that. And again, I'll give Pat Mahomes every excuse in the world. There's more to it than just Pat Mahomes. But when you watch the Chiefs, when you watch the Lions, even when they're not doing well offensively, the screens are still effective. They still figure out ways to get the running backs involved. They can still run the ball. All of these things when the quarterback isn't playing well, where with the Texans, their screen game is so ineffectual and so predictable. And the run game is, as we've said, I think they've improved in a lot of regards, but they can't run when they really need to run the ball.
Right.
When that's what the game demands, it's that you don't, or when they get down to the red zone, they can't really run when they need to run. They can stack up some big runs in the middle of the field, like with Joe Mixon. They got the touchdown in the first half last week down in the red zone. Great, but not consistently enough. And it's that's where I got so excited when Joe Mixon caught that screen and took it to the house, or almost took it to the house in that game, because, here's evidence that Bobby Sloak knows how to engineer some of these and ambush people with it.
Yeah.
Instead of it being, it's 3rd and 10, and they're in this formation, they're totally going to run a screen. And the defense, I'm so tired of watching opposing defenses basically standing there waiting for the screen receiver to catch the ball so they can make the tackle.
It's frustrating, man. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. We'll get to some headlines next. There are some Texans nuggets. No DeMeco Ryans yesterday. Everything was pushed back a day because they're playing on Monday instead of Sunday. So DeMeco will meet with the media today. So I'm sure you'll hear some of that on the drive with Stoerner and Hughley in the afternoon. Monday Night Football last night. We got a little bit of Astros news. Rockets win as well. In headlines coming up next.
You don't want to get stuck. You don't want to get stuck being exposed for not having planned properly in the off season, right? That works in.
For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan Limited Edition Fan Fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
All right, let's start with some Texan headlines. D'Amico Ryans will meet with the media today in advance of the Texans and the Cowboys. Monday Night Football next week, third straight primetime game for the Texans. News items: Mario Edwards activated from he is free and clear. He's paid his debt to the NFL Society, Seth.
So I expect him to be maybe just more functioning on his normal level when he comes back. Then Danico Autry, it took a couple games for him to get warmed up, but he hadn't really done much in training camp, and then obviously for the first 6 games of the season. Mario Edwards came in, I think was getting steadily better as he got comfortable in this scheme, and then he got popped for that suspension. So this is a defensive line that's been playing well. They get bolstered with another guy to rotate in, and it's a good thing.
It is a good thing. Yep, Mario Edwards back. They re-signed D'Angelo Ross to the practice squad. He cleared waivers, so he's back on the practice squad. I don't know if that's a sign about Kamari Lassiter and his concussion. That'll be a question D'Amico gets asked today and will not give an answer to. as to where Kamari Lassiter is with his.
Do you think we get
concussion.
a day-to-day, or do you think we get he's doing fine?
I think
he's in the protocol.
I think the protocol. I think they're a little more careful with how they.
Oh, that's
categorize how a guy's doing exactly. You know
the coaches basically want to take their hands completely off anybody who's in the concussion protocol. That's all. Like, hey, he's in the protocol. They tell us when he's not in the protocol.
Yeah,
anymore.
so I don't think we get anything. But I can tell you right now, like I'm very anxious to see what practice on Thursday looks like. Everything's pushed back a day. So just for those of you that follow it super close and go, okay, practice Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. No, this week it's practice Thursday, Friday, Saturday in advance of the Monday Night Football. So everything's pushed back a day.
My schedule's all screwed up, man.
Well, good luck this week because it's
the Thursday night game screwed me up completely. I've got so many things I've just lapsed on, like far more than in normal life.
Nice of the league
because my body clock is all screwed up. Yeah.
Nice of the league to chase it with 2 more primetime games after that for you after the Thursday.
Well, it was
night
nice.
Game.
It was I looked forward to these primetime games at the beginning of the season.
Yeah.
Now I'm kind of dreading them a little bit, Sean.
Kind of dreading the league's getting to see the good and the bad, man. Or I should say that the world is getting to see the good and the bad. Monday Night Football last night. The Dolphins beat the Rams 23-15. These are 2 teams that I think, relatively speaking, disappointments compared to what expectations might. I think these are 2 teams that a lot of people expected to be in the mix for the postseason at the beginning of the year.
Yeah.
Injuries, obviously, the injury to Tua in particular with the Dolphins was just a killer because they've got no good backup solution at quarterback, which is their fault. You could plan a little bit better, for a quarterback who's had a jillion concussions. The Dolphins are kind of the forgotten game on the Texans' remaining schedule. You know what I mean? Like you got this Dallas game coming up, which is big because it's Dallas and it's Monday night. You got all the division games. You got the Ravens and the Chiefs within 4 days of each other. That's still coming, by the way. You still got the Chiefs and the Ravens within 4 days of each other. And then right after the bye week, that Miami game is kind of sitting there lurking. And that makes me a little bit nervous that I just completely forget that they're on the schedule right now. And they're kind of, getting back to looking like we expected them to look before
right.
the year,
How many games has Tua been back for now?
A couple, I think.
Just the last 2. They lost. It was a 1-point game to the Cardinals, and the Cardinals are looking like like absolute darlings right now. Yeah. And Kyler Murray has been playing out of his brain. And so that it's no shame in losing to the Cardinals.
No. The Bills, they played the Bills close, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, and then they lost to the Cardinals without Tua, though.
Yeah, that was without Tua, I'm pretty sure.
Tua.
I think the Bills game was his return, I'm pretty sure.
And then they lost to a close game. Yeah, that's right. They lost a close game to the Bills at home.
Yeah.
In Buffalo. So, yeah, you're right. Nobody knows quite what to make of the Dolphins.
It's just a game that's lurking right there, we're hyper-focused on all these other games, but it's Week 15, so it's just an observation. Micah Parsons, it's bad in Dallas right now, and which makes me nervous about this Monday night game. I feel like the Cowboys are kind of a different version of what the Jets were when the Texans caught that. Like the Jets were reeling, lost 3 in a row, they'd fired their coach. Devontae Adams' trade isn't working. What happens? Primetime game on the road, the Texans lose to the Jets. Similarly, the Cowboys are the team right now that has all the drama swirling around them, and a lot of it has to do right now with comments from Micah Parsons after the game. This was Micah Parsons when he was asked, following their loss to Philadelphia this weekend, about Mike McCarthy, the head coach, his future with the team.
That's above my pay grade about if Mike is coaching again next year. But, all coaching aside, Mike can leave and go wherever he wants. But the guys, I kind of feel bad for guys like Zach Martin and guys who might be on their last year on their way out, because that's what I wanted to hold the trophy for. You want to win games and do great things with those type of legends who put in more time and work than Mike McCarthy ever did. So those are the kind of guys that I have so much sympathy and hurt for.
Okay, so there's 2 things here. One, the quote in transcript that was getting a lot of attention was Mike McCarthy can leave and go wherever he wants, because a lot of people were applying their own tone to that.
That made it seem like he was just offering passive-aggressive or whatever, when he was specifically asked about Mike McCarthy and the future and all of that.
It's actually a compliment in a way. He's like, yeah, Mike can go and do whatever he wants to go do,
The thing was, though, that it was the part at the end there. It was the quote at the end where he said that those guys have, first of all, no, they haven't. Players don't work as hard as coaches. Sure, in terms of yes, those guys have worked out harder than Mike McCarthy. That's no huge surprise.
In a weight room,
They've worked out a lot harder, physically. But when it comes to the coaching hours there, and like, no player works as the hours or puts in as much time as coach. That's the dumbest. That's classically, I would say it's the dumbest thing I've ever heard, except Micah Parsons has like 29 different things like that.
It doesn't even crack the top 10 for Micah Parsons.
Yeah, that was the part that ventured into just flat-out insults, especially when you're talking about a culture, the NFL coaching culture, which is very much about how many hours do you put in, how much do you work.
Yes.
Are you sleeping in your office? If you're not, you're a fraud.
Right, right.
Yeah.
So Micah Parsons took to his podcast yesterday, I guess, and tried to clarify things by blaming the media.
We all have to see through the BS of what these TV analysts are trying to do and, provide us and basically take words. I never once threw or even intended to throw Mike McCarthy under the bus. Like I said, he's one of the most winningest coach. He is a Super Bowl champ. I never once brung up his past. And the question that was asked was about here in the Dallas Cowboys, did I see Mike McCarthy in our future? And I said, that's above my pay grade. Intended or wanted to reflect on Mike McCarthy's career because I always knew it was a good one. I've always had a great relationship with Mike McCarthy, and I never even put that in question.
So
you're right. You just said that the players had worked and put in more time than Mike McCarthy ever did. That's all you did. Yeah.
Yeah, I never brought up his past. Did is a past tense verb.
Yeah.
So yeah.
And what he didn't intend. Now that's the thing. He didn't intend to do, but the words that he said very much sounded like that, Micah. Have some damn accountability. That's been one of the funniest things of the offseason was trying to figure out, wow, the Cowboys fan base seemed to be up in arms that CeeDee Lamb and Dak Prescott hadn't gotten extensions. You didn't hear a peep about Micah Parsons.
No.
I mean, you just didn't hear a peep about it. We had our sister station up there in Dallas at one point said that they'd heard from people in the organization that they might not be all that upset if Micah Parsons wasn't in the building.
Yep.
Micah's just got to keep his – Micah's the last guy on earth that needs to be podcasting. And yet there he is. Every Monday afternoon.
I disagree. Keep podcasting, Mike. I disagree. You know how I feel on that.
It was that whole thing, too. That's a classic. His intention was to back up the players. And I heard ND talking about this with Mark and John yesterday. And ND made a good point. He's like, you know what? If a guy says that in the locker room, you're like, yeah, guys talk like that in the locker room or wwhatever. When you go out into the media and you flat out say that these guys have worked harder than our head coach ever did.
Oh, my God.
That's like when it's like when a cat brings you the dead family hamster and lays it at your feet, and like, look what I did for you. Look at what I did for you.
Yeah.
And you're like, yeah, I hate the hamster too, but not like this. We can't do this. Isn't how we planned it, cat. We were gonna do it nice and quiet, yeah. But here you are, like you're just like admitting to it.
That's funny. Rockets win last night, 107-92 over the Washington Wizards. Alperen Şengün taking over in the fourth quarter, 11 of 13 Rocket points in a 3-minute span.
Rocket points.
No Fred VanVleet last night, so that was, Wizards are a horrible team, but you win a game without your floor leader. That's a nice little feather in their cap.
The ball got sticky, as it tends to do without your main guy in there, and yet you got to see the young core kind of muck it up for two. I would say they won ugly in a good way for 2 games in a row.
Yes.
You go to that Detroit game, it was after squandering a lead in the fourth, they just out-rebound the Pistons and just kept getting opportunities. And last night they missed a boatload of threes again. They only made 5 threes on the night. And they didn't actually miss that many. They just didn't take that many last night.
Yeah.
But Şengün gets it done in the paint.
Yep.
So good job. Good job, gritty Rockets.
That's it, man. 107-92, the final score there. All right. Ross Tucker is our Odyssey NFL insider. He is going to join us coming up next. We'll get his thoughts on the Texans-Lions game on Sunday night. We'll look ahead to the Cowboys game on Monday night. Maybe get some thoughts on Micah Parsons from Ross Tucker as well. We'll do that coming up next. But first, I'm talking to you homeowners and you business owners out there who have suffered damage.
Cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Access exclusive content. Sports Radio say here, an Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
7 o'clock on the nose on a Tuesday, and you know what that means during football season. It's time to talk to our Odyssey NFL insider, Ross Tucker. Insider Calls brought to you by Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. May your game day be delicious. He's back from Hawaii. How was your Hawaiian vacation, Ross Tucker? Calling football games.
If by vacation you mean landing Thursday night at 10:30.
Yep.
Meeting with both teams Friday.
Yeah.
Having dinner, and then after the game Saturday, flying from Honolulu to Phoenix, Phoenix to Philly, driving from Philly home. I think I traveled maybe 30 hours of the 50-some hours. I think I was actually technically traveling. So I did not actually see – I did see the ocean. I did see the beach. I didn't spend any time there. But for dinner, the play-by-play guy and his wife, they were overlooking the ocean. I was facing the other direction.
Oh, well, you know where you stand with the network. you're facing a wall, and they're facing out to the ocean.
You know what? He was there with his wife, and they deserved it. And you know what? It's so funny. Seth might appreciate this. In fact, when Seth and I met up recently, I probably said this. The seating facing the wall, facing the ocean, was like kind of like you're in a booth.
Yeah.
I can't do that. That kills my back. I have to be in a chair so I can lean back ever so slightly for my back. So I am actually the one that jumped. I acted like I was being very chivalrous and accommodating, but really it was entirely selfish for my back.
Gotcha.
That's good, too. As your play-by-play guy and his wife were there, kind of also, having a nice little romantic vacation getaway, like a working vacation, too. Did you try to insert yourself into, you were like, hey, what are you guys doing? Are you going for horseback rides? Can I go?
I know.
I'll go, and you end up riding on the same horse as your play-by-play partner. Did you ruin the romantic
what's so funny
getaway?
about that is I knew his wife was there, right?
Yeah.
So when we're at the meetings with the UNLV coaches in the hotel and the Hawaii coach at their facility, I don't say anything about dinner that night because I know his wife's there. You know what I mean? Or his wife was coming or whatever.
Yeah.
So he said, you want to go dinner with us tonight? And I was like, are you sure, man? And he's like, yeah, why not? So I even asked my wife, I'm like, babe, should I just say no? He's probably just asking me because he's trying to be nice because he knows I'm there by myself. I don't really want to be the third wheel. She's like, I don't know. He asked you. So I literally texted him. I'm like, I don't want to be the third wheel. He's like, you won't at all. I'm like, okay, cool, I'm in.
And it was good, and you guys had a good time.
And it was great. Yes, they had a delicious IPA from Bend, Oregon. I may have had a couple of those. I'll tell you what, little known secret. People go to Hawaii for the weather, which is amazing. They know food out there.
Yeah, it's good
food.
food.
The chicken, I don't know how to describe the chicken, but it was good. They're big pork people, and so am I. It was delicious. Hawaii is, I said this on social media, at Ross Tucker NFL, Hawaii is good at food.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. They have luau's for a reason there, Ross. They like to show that off, for sure.
I thought it was just for, the fire guy and the dancing girls and the ladies. I didn't know it was really for the food.
Oh, the Mai Tais and the pig. Absolutely. So, Ross, what did you think? Did you get a second gander at the Houston Texans on national TV this weekend? What did you think of what are your thoughts coming away from the Texans-Lions game on Sunday night?
Yeah, I got a lot, I guess. First of all, definitely the right decision to move Scruggs to left guard and put Patterson in at center.
Okay.
Definitely. That was much better. So that's a positive.
Mm-hmm.
The defense getting all those turnovers was a positive, although some of those I felt like were gifts from Goff.
Yep.
Ultimately, I'm just a little bit concerned about CJ Stroud.
Yeah.
We had talked about earlier how, it felt like he was beat down a little bit because the offensive line, the protection was so bad. But, you look at the interceptions he threw that were very costly in this game, the pocket was fine. He had plenty of time. There were one of those interceptions. And ultimately, everything that the game could have been if they won kind of was the opposite because they lost and the way they lost. Yeah. Now, who knows? Maybe they'll use this and say, hey, look, we can play with anybody. We can beat anybody. But I don't know. To have that kind of lead and then blow it in the manner they did, I guess in my mind, it makes me think, okay, they're not there yet. CJ's not there yet. They're not there yet. Where I really think that they have a chance when we get to January. I mean, I'm sure they'll still win the division.
Mm-hmm.
They might even win a playoff game. But do I think they're going to beat the Chiefs, Bills, Ravens, or even Steelers in the playoffs? No, I don't. And in fact, I'm not even sure they're better than the Chargers.
Mm-hmm.
So it went from me thinking earlier in the year that they were one of the four big-time teams in the AFC. I'm just not feeling that right now.
I get the one big thing, Ross, and I think maybe just because we don't want to make excuses or anything when you're trying to look at the team objectively, but the huge detail is, okay, with Will Anderson and Nico Collins out there, and understanding the defense for the most part until the dam finally broke was doing a great job in that game. What does just the mere presence of Nico Collins or Will Anderson make you feel any different about that if they both come back healthy?
You know what, Seth? It's a real, and yes, it does, because I think they probably win that game if they have both those guys, because I think they don't settle for the field goals they settled for, because Nico probably makes a play. And then defensively, they probably make one more play on defense because of Will Anderson. I think that's a very, very fair point, especially with how well Daniil Hunter was playing against the backup left tackle for the Lions, Skipper. I think that's a good point. They probably win that game. And listen, those are two of their, 5 best players? I mean,
oh, yeah.
If you're that's a fair point that I wasn't thinking of. It's funny because I just went back and watched it, and I wasn't remembering, oh, yeah, Nico didn't play, and neither did Will Anderson. That probably, those guys gives them a chance to be as good as the other teams we're talking about. Those guys probably make it so that, in my mind at least, in the power rankings, they're probably right there with the Steelers, right ahead of the Chargers. I still don't put them there with the Chiefs, Bills, and Ravens. I'll tell you why. Late in the game, in a playoff game, I'm taking Mahomes, Josh Allen, and Lamar Jackson over CJ Stroud any day of the week right now. I just am, the way CJ looks. Whereas I think Stroud's probably on the same level as Herbert in that regard. And, Russell Wilson's playing well as well. But, those other three guys are like MVP candidates every year, which is why their teams are so good. And CJ's not playing like that this year.
I wonder if I play the hypothetical game, I try to think, all right, well, look, Pat Mahomes, by the time Tyreek Hill left the Chiefs, Pat Mahomes was polished enough to withstand that, and he was a bona fide true veteran quarterback. I wonder with guys like, Tua Tagovailoa with or without Tyreek Hill as a young quarterback, you see a big difference. And with CJ, I just wonder, all right, year 2 is a tough year no matter how good a quarterback you are to lose your best receiving option. And I'm trying to look through it through that lens. And I guess the big question, though, that we all still have is, all right, Andy Reid was a known really good offensive coordinator already. Here, we don't know that about Bobby Slowick. And with or without Nico Collins, is Bobby Slowick actually the offensive coordinator who's best suited to really develop CJ Stroud into being a genuine veteran NFL quarterback?
Well, and so what's interesting about that is the shine is coming off of Slowick a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
Whereas last year, it was like he could do no wrong. This year, it's not gone as smoothly. And the thing is, and you guys know this, it's never one thing, right? Like, it's the offensive line, it's Nico Collins and Diggs being hurt, it's CJ regressing a little bit, it's the coordinator a little bit. Like, it's all of these things together where playing like they were a year ago. The good news is, though, I think we lose sight of the fact sometimes there's still a lot of football to be played.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes people don't want to hear this, but the reality is it's the teams that are playing the best those last couple of weeks of December and then into January that are really like clicking. Those are the teams that end up going far in the playoffs. the season, there's ups and downs for teams. There's roller coaster. I mean, the Eagles last year were 10-1. Every other team had at least 3 losses. Hurts was the leading vote getter for the MVP, or the odds or whatever. Next thing you know, they lose 5 of their last 6. They lose in the first round of the playoffs on the road in Tampa, and the season's just over.
Yeah.
Right? And at this point, November 12th, everybody would have said, oh, Eagles are going to the Super Bowl again. So the Texans still have time as they get these guys back, as they now have, I think, their O-line reconfiguration solidified, and they get Nico back, and they just kind of got to figure out, Slowick and Stroud, how to get back into that rhythm that they were in a lot of the time last year.
Insider Calls brought to you by Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. You can purchase Hellman's at your local Walmart, Kroger, or grocery store to add extra deliciousness and creamy flavor to your game day dishes this football season. So, Ross, looking ahead, we're talking to Ross Tucker, our Odyssey NFL insider. Ross, looking ahead, Texans now travel up to Dallas to take on the Cowboys on Monday Night Football. 3rd straight primetime game. Cowboys are the talk of the TV studio here. Everybody's talking about Micah Parsons and Mike McCarthy. What are the Texans getting on Monday with this version of the Cowboys? Are they cooked right now?
Yes, they absolutely are. I don't know how many of your listeners watched the Cowboys-Eagles game on Sunday, but that was ugly. I mean, they set some records for, yards per play in a negative way. They were averaging 1.8 yards per play, which is really hard to do. Cooper Rush refuses to drive the ball down the field. It's dinking and dunking, and then the Eagles would just come up and kill whoever they were dinking and dunking into, and the Cowboys could do very little. They did get Micah back on defense. He was helpful, but ultimately it was not enough. That is a game that before the season, probably why it was on Monday Night Football, that everybody would have thought, oh, my gosh, wow, Texans-Cowboys, Battle of Texas, 2 great teams. The Texans, I would say, catching a little bit of a break there to be able to play a Cowboys team without Dak Prescott that looks like they're kind of done.
Who should the Texans want to face? Should they want to face Cooper Rush more or Trey Lance?
It's a good question. So it depends on what type of it's like what flavor do you like? What kind of ice cream do you like? Cooper Rush, not as likely to make big or to extend plays or any of that, but also not as likely to make mistakes. Trey Lance could give the Cowboys some explosive plays, could make plays with his legs, but he also looks like he could have a Jared Goff. Trey Lance, guys, had 5 interceptions in a preseason game this year.
Yeah, that was awesome.
I've never heard of that. 5 interceptions in a preseason game? I mean, that is really hard to do.
Yeah. That makes me happy. That makes me want to see Trey Lance.
I know, it's Trey Lance.
This Texans defense has really rounded into being the opportunistic bunch we thought they were going to be.
Yes.
That sounds appealing to me. Yeah.
Yep, for sure. Our Odyssey NFL insider is Ross Tucker. Insider Calls brought to you by Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. May your game day be delicious. Hey, Ross, before we cut you loose, where are you this weekend?
Ooh, I got a heck of a run coming up, fellas. So I got Thursday night, Commanders at the Eagles, Westwood 1, national radio. I think you guys carry that. I'm not sure.
We do, yeah. Well, no, that'll be right here on Sports Radio 610. Hell yeah.
I love it. So Commanders-Eagles Thursday night, then first flight Friday morning to Miami. I'll do the Raiders and the Dolphins on Sunday for CBS.
Nice.
Then, just because I'm a sicko and I have the football-loving disease, Tuesday night, I don't know my game yet, but I'm doing some action on CBS Sports Network. When we talk, we'll be in, I don't know, Central Michigan or Kent State or
Ypsilanti,
somewhere.
yeah. Kalamazoo.
And then Sunday, I'll have a game in the booth for CBS. They did not announce it yet. So because I always wait for them to announce it first, but I do know what my game is, and by next Tuesday, they will have announced it, and I will be very excited to tell you guys about it.
Okay. All right. Well, now I'm excited. That's a tease right there.
Excited about next Tuesday.
How about that?
That's a tease for next Tuesday's appearance. That is the great Ross Tucker. Hey, Ross, we appreciate the time, man. Safe travels, and we're really looking forward to next Tuesday. Have a good one, man.
Sounds great. May the rest of your show be delicious.
It will be. Thank you. We appreciate that. Ross Tucker joining us here for his weekly visit. Trey Lance is the correct answer to that question, by the way.
Yeah, the opportunity for turnovers,
Yes,
I think, especially. Yeah. Now, Trey Lance, Trey Lance performed well against the Texans the last time he faced the Texans, if I recall.
Yeah, that was
properly.
Kyle Shanahan was his coach then, I think, right?
Not Mike McCarthy, who doesn't, according to Micah Parsons, Mike McCarthy doesn't even work as hard as the players or put in the hours of the players.
Yeah,
that was the part that got me with Micah Parsons when he said that he didn't. That Mike McCarthy hasn't put in the hours that young men in their 20s have put in. Like, all right, okay, let's back off a little bit, Micah.
Yeah.
Yes, Mike McCarthy is more than he should be in terms of his reputation and everything, but he does put in the hours.
Yeah. One of the first things Ross said to us there when we asked him about the game on Sunday, the very first thing that came to mind when we just kind of, just said, hey, I asked him, what'd you think of the game? What just general thoughts? First thing he brought up, he likes the Patterson-Scruggs move. He thought that was successful. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, it's tough because I think with Scruggs' 2 holding penalties really, really annoyed me, especially the one down on the 3-yard line that knocked them back out of the goal line territory.
Silly. Yeah.
There was a useless hold that wouldn't have affected the play. Even if DJ Reader had gotten in on the tackle a little bit, it still wasn't.
You can't go 10 yards backwards when your goal to go inside the 5 for any reason.
You're getting that's the most punishing place you can take that penalty right there is down on the goal line.
Yep.
So it was better. It was better, and I think it wasn't as much of a black eye to where you just expect. With Kenyon Green out there, there are times where like, okay, well, if he's left alone, it's a highway to the quarterback. So it was better. It's not ideal, but it was better. It was just not as good as if they had gone out and gotten an actual guard somewhere in the offseason, but there you go.
No.
One thing that bothered me a little bit, and I want to talk to John Harris about this a little bit more. Harris and I disagree a little bit, and I'll defer to Harris because Harris is a scouting guru. He likes Patterson at center. He thinks he's a center more so than a guard. And I guess my question there is, all right, well, if that's the case, then why is it that Patterson was the guy that Kenyon Green went down, and then when Patterson got injured, they sent Kenyon out there instead of whomever would have been the actual guard? Who is their backup guard? Apparently, because Kendrick Green they don't like or trust enough to be the backup guard.
Yeah.
What did they do in the offseason to actually improve in that scenario other than hope that Kenyon Green delivers on his lofty promise as a prospect?
Yeah.
3 years hence.
Yeah, there was a lot of misplaced trust, I think, in Kenyon Green developing into a player. That's quite evident now, no doubt. So we got done talking about at the end of that conversation with Ross Tucker, talking about the Cowboys game coming up. Yeah, and he's laying that out. That's a good question. I think Cooper Rush is going to start, right? Like have they announced?
As of yesterday, I saw that they were discussing the options.
Okay,
but I don't know if they made an announcement.
Okay, I hadn't seen either. I mean, look, you should win this game regardless of which guy starts at quarterback if you're the Texans. But as Ross is laying that out, I'm like, oh no. We need the tasty delights of some interceptions from Trey Lance.
McCarthy said that Cooper Rush will remain the
Okay, that's what I thought I had heard something. Okay, so it'll be Cooper Rush in that game. I think looking ahead here to this game, Seth, this game was supposed to have a lot more cachet than it did. Like both these teams are less than I think what the networks and the people putting the schedule together thought they would be going into this game. The Texans are, they're less than what people thought they would be, but they're still a playoff team. The Cowboys, and now their quarterback is out for the season. Their head coach is on the hot seat. Their best player is making comments about the head coach that he says are being taken out of context. Like it is a mess in Dallas right now. If DeMeco Ryans wants to fully get everybody in the fan base back on board. And I don't know that D'Amico cares about that, but I'm just talking about like if he were to care about it and getting people like getting some of the – because he's hearing it. He said the narrative – remember last week he said there's this narrative that we're a bad football team. Like, we're not a good football team. So they're hearing this stuff right now. I think it's unquestionably they're hearing it. You want this to go away as much as possible in the next week. You go up and destroy this wounded, dysfunctional animal that is the Dallas Cowboys. Mm-hmm. They are right. With the Texans hardly ever play the Cowboys, and you're catching them at a perfect time to go into their house and waylay them. And here's the thing: everybody that's gone into Dallas this year and gone into Jerry World has destroyed the Cow. They played 4 games at home this year. Okay, you ready for this? They played 4 games at home. They lost to New Orleans, who just fired their coach. They lost to New Orleans 44-19. They lost to Baltimore the following week. The final score was 28-25, but if you watch that game, the Ravens were destroying. The Cowboys scored like 20 points in the fourth quarter to make that game look closer than it really was. Then there was the Lions game where the Lions went in. I mean, that was really like the low point of the whole thing, like 47-9. Do the Cowboys. Same Lions the Texans fought down to the wire last weekend. And then last weekend, the game Ross was talking about, the Philadelphia Eagles going in there 34-6. So there is not they haven't been competitive at home this year. And
there's a chance, and this is the thing. Okay, we all go into our coach mode or our player mode when we talk about not making excuses. And I will 100% say there's no excuse that you didn't have Nico Collins and you didn't have Will Anderson to collapse in the second half like you did. There's no excuse. Nico Collins not being on the field isn't an excuse for those 2 interceptions that CJ threw, because those were bad interceptions. But hey, good quarterbacks throw bad interceptions at times. I will say, in terms of how you feel about the rest of the season, Ross put it as simple as possible. Those star players matter. The Nico Collins has been, when healthy, the best player on the offense this year, including quarterback. Nico Collins has been the best player. Will Anderson has probably been the best player on the defense so far. Well, definitely in the month of October and since, right up until he got injured.
He was the best player in football on that side, yeah.
So you look at the second half of that game, or the last couple weeks where the Texans have collapsed in the second half. I'll be old school and say, hey, don't make excuses. But I also got to recognize, when I look at it objectively, star players get paid what they get paid for a reason, because they make a huge difference in games. So when you add back Nico Collins, when you add back Will Anderson, moving forward, I feel better. It's going to be a better football team if those guys can get healthy and stay healthy than they were in these last 2 weeks. Yeah. If you have both those guys, then do what you should do to the Cowboys in Dallas, especially if there's like 20,000 Texans fans in the stadium and they can make the Cowboys go to a silent count in their own place. Then by all means do that, and then I feel a lot better when you start button up against the better teams you're going to face as well.
Do you think there's a chance Nico doesn't play against the Cowboys this week?
There's a chance, yes. Because we still got to see. So we've seen, now it's obvious that they're going to follow with Nico the same regimen they've done with other players, where when they're bringing him back, they bring him back to practice on a Friday. No. It's a very low-intensity practice on a Friday, not a lot of full-speed anything. And you get them kind of into the groove, and then they get a full week of practice the next week. So they're going to monitor Nico Collins all next week. If he has any little hint of a setback, they're going to put him on ice again, maybe for 2 more weeks.
He was dancing, Seth. He was dancing on Friday.
As I've told you time and time again, the threshold for how good a guy has to feel to dance is going to be different for a young man in his 20s than it is for
me and you.
I don't want to call you middle-aged or anything, but you're a little bit past your prime.
A little bit.
I don't want to call you middle-aged, but I'll say this. You're decades beyond back when you used to be anything impressive physically.
No, that's true.
But I don't want to insult you by calling you middle-aged.
I thought
I'd say, you are on a steep decline in terms of where your peak was,
You're
Sean.
just going to insult my dancing, insulting my entire being. Oh, my God.
Yes.
Oh, that's fun. Yeah, so they need to kill this Cowboys team on Monday.
Kill them. Crush them.
Yeah.
Ground them underfoot. Yes.
Too.
Use them like a discarded cigarette butt.
That's what I say. Yes. Let's see here. 5-Hour Energy fan line. 5-Hour Energy, the official energy shot of Sports Radio 610 and football superfans. This is an interesting question. How in-depth is D'Amico with the offense? They seem to be plagued with complacency on offense, not only on the O-line either. Okay, I don't know that there's another position group. Maybe tight end is one, that has the same blocking technique as the offensive line.
And I give the tight ends credit for being willing blockers.
Yeah.
I feel like they're willing to throw themselves they'll throw themselves on a grenade.
Yeah.
Like they're not, but they kind of they'll try to get in their way in the right place and be a speed bump.
Do you think that? Okay, the reason I think this is a good question is because if I were D'Amico and I were the CEO and the offense were performing or underperforming the way it is, like my gut reaction would be to throw myself more into the offense, right? Like that's what needs my attention right now. But D'Amico's the play caller for the defense, and I've had people suggest this. Like, do you think there's a point where D'Amico turns play calling over to Matt Burke, or in the future turn it over to some other defensive coordinator?
And I think the other thing is that so much of this is starting to feel like a mirror image of Gary Kubiak in his early years, where he's an offensive-minded coach, but the defense is a mess. Yep. And you go through two different coordinators before finally you bring in a guy in Wade Phillips who's a veteran head coach who can basically be the head coach of the defense.
Yeah.
And Kubiak didn't have to necessarily change. Kubiak seeded play calling over time, but he was still very much an offensive guy, and the defense was left to its own devices. Yeah, it's one of those two things, I think. It's either got to be D'Amico getting more involved in the offense and maybe even just being the red team more, where you're kind of game planning against Bobby Slowick's offense.
Yeah.
That D'Amico's sitting down and saying, okay, well, this is how I would attack this game plan or what have you. Maybe more so of more time spent doing that than on the defense. Or you go out and you get a veteran offensive coordinator who can come in and just run the damn offense.
Yeah, dude, the irony of what you just said is that last part. You go out and get a veteran offensive coordinator. In the beginning of what you said, which is you compared D'Amico to Gary Kubiak, the irony in this is Gary Kubiak would be the perfect guy to bring in and be the Wade Phillips in this situation.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like that's the irony. I mean, I don't think he's going to, obviously. Gary Kubiak seems very happy hanging out on his ranch or whatever. But
I remember Kubiak. I had a conversation with Kubiak about this a couple years ago. Where were we? Oh, it was at Andre Johnson's Houston Hall of Fame induction.
Okay.
And he was talking about when he first got to Minnesota, their analytics people, and this is when Minnesota was starting to be super analytics. And he sat down with the analytics people, and the analytics people told him all of his tendencies. And Kubiak was like, "Oh, gosh, I wish I'd had you guys earlier in my career." And that's where with Bobby Slowick, I don't know, man. There's just way too many times when the defense, it looks like the defense called the play for Bobby Slowick. Yeah. They hijacked the play calling headset somehow and said, "Hey, this is what we want you to run." So, and then they're there waiting for the ball to arrive.
That's
they're
tough,
in
man.
the playbook for the offensive coordinator. That there's some things that, man, maybe it's as simple as just whether it's, if you're not going to replace Bobby Slowick in the offseason, if things don't turn around and we're still in this mess, you got to do something to change the way you're operating. There needs to be some kind of veteran guidance from an old head or something, because it's just not, if it remains this way and if CJ continues to play this way, it ain't working. And I don't know. I don't need, hey, we trust these guys and we have faith in them. No. And this is when people talk about accountability. Yeah, the players get rolled over every year. Players, you get 50% turnover every damn year.
Yep.
And there's no undying love and devotion to the players if they're not performing. You got to be that same way with the coaches.
Yes.
You got to be that same way with the offensive line coach. You can't just have undying love and devotion and commitment to the coaches if they're not getting the job done.
Yeah, I mean, this is the first inkling of something to watch with D'Amico Ryans as a head coach. This is something potentially concerning, I guess, to keep an eye on. Loyalty is a good thing. Loyalty, are you overly loyal to guys, and how fair is that to players and other players and coaches on the team?
I don't think you're a genuine NFL head coach until you fire one of your friends. I don't
think that's an exaggeration.
I mean, that's when are you genuinely putting the...
That's a great observation. I want, because a lot of these guys who are angling for their first head coaching job, the good ones at least, all have their list of guys that they would want to bring with them. Like they're dreaming about their head coaching job, and these are all guys they've met along the way. You know, D'Amico's path is a little different from guys who were career coaches starting at, lower level college and working their way up. But as they go along that journey, they're, if they're smart, they've got a note in their phone where they're just keeping a list of guys. These are the 5 guys I would go to run my offense. These are the guys. Boy, this guy would be great with linebacker, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, and then the vision kind of falls apart a little bit at times,
But again, if you're going to believe your own propaganda, which is always, you put the team first. It's all about the team.
Yeah.
At some point, you have to make decisions where, it's totally about the team. And I might have felt this is where the relationship between the head coach and the GM really, really matters. Is when you need Nick Caserio to be the guy that can say, hey, we're here for each other to cover each other's blind spots.
Yes.
And, GMs and a really good GM and head coach relationship, there's going to be disagreements. You're going to disagree. That's why you have 2 people. If you never, if 2 people always agree, then one of them is unnecessary, that old saying. And that's where I think Caserio's ability to maybe detach emotion from things more so than with D'Amico, and GMs in general need to be more analytical about stuff. That's sometimes where the GM has to step in and say, listen, man, this is the way. I don't think this is getting the job done, and we got to move. Even though it might be tough interpersonally or what have you, we got to move on from this guy.
Love to know if that's the case, like what the plan B is. What if they were to move on from Bobby Slowick? Like, is it bump up Gerard Johnson to offensive coordinator?
Right, Gerard Johnson or Bill Lazor or Ben McDaniels. I think Gerard Johnson's the easy one. That he's up and coming. He's taking interviews as an offensive coordinator.
And yet some of what may have gotten you into the situation you're in is this is a first-time offensive coordinator that you've got, as opposed to guys got a little more seasoning,
Right, yeah. Like if you go with Gerard Johnson, you're going with another guy that's going to have there's going to be a learning curve. And you try to remember that with Bobby Slowick too. Okay, there's going to be a learning curve with him. The biggest thing with Slowick was I felt they seemed genuinely surprised that they were seeing as much cover 2 as they were earlier in the year. And it started to annoy me increasingly when maybe you should have anticipated that. Like you were like, okay. I mean, Bobby himself said they were surprised by how much they were seeing. So, okay, what was your counterpunch to this thing that you didn't anticipate? If teams are showing all this cover 2 and everything, well, then damn, you better be able to run the ball or just have a steady diet of easy yardage over the middle or in the quick game. And they did none of that. That's the part that's frustrating. They just kind of kept banging their heads against the wall.
Yeah. Text message, 5-Hour Energy fan line. What are the odds the Cowboys fire McCarthy if the Texans embarrass them on Monday night? I think very low. Mike McCarthy may get fired. I don't think Jerry Jones is going to fire him on Tuesday if they lose, 38-10 to the Texans at home. Maybe he will. I don't know. The more I talk about it, the more I'm kind of talking myself into it. For what it's worth, McCarthy is 4th on the odds board as of yesterday to be the next head coach fired. Doug Peterson still holding steady at number 1, minus 125. So he's better than even Doug Peterson is more than a 50% chance to be the next head coach fired. Matt Eberflus, Seth, man, on this odds stuff, I say some dumb things sometimes, but I say some smart things sometimes too. He was 25-1 last week, and I said, I think there's value in Eberflus. Eberflus is down to plus 150. He was plus 2,500 last week. He's down to plus 150 for next head coach to be fired. So there you go. And Brian Daboll is 3rd on the list, who I think is on
Daboll.
I think he's in your pack of 4 that we picked for our death pool at the beginning of the year. Our coach death pool. I think you're a Daboll guy.
Daboll's going to definitely be. Well, I don't want to call him the sacrificial lamb. I've never been. The New York Giants offseason hard knocks might go down. Or might be up there with the Falcons' hard knocks and the Dolphins' hard knocks as hard knocks that got people fired.
Yeah.
Yeah, like you remember the Falcons' hard knocks, you're watching it, Mike Smith was the head coach at the time, and you're like, oh, I do. This guy is not, I don't believe any of his motivational phrases.
Right.
They had their big push was like, they're going to be badass brawlers or something, and like Mike Smith's just not that guy.
Yeah.
And you're like, is this guy my accountant or my head football
Yeah, he
coach?
seems nervous to cut people,
Yeah.
Mike Smith should have changed his name to something a little more pops.
Something with more pizzazz.
Yeah, than Mike Smith, I think.
Should have just given himself a nickname.
Yeah.
Bulldog Smith or something.
Yeah.
Just get a face tattoo.
Bulldog Smith, yeah. Exactly. Exactly. Mike Smith with a face tattoo. Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. Yeah, I don't think McCarthy gets fired. I hope the Texans embarrass them and we get to find out. That would be great. That would be great for the Texans to embarrass somebody this season. They've won 6 games and 5 of them we've had to sweat until the final seconds. You know,
have they embarrassed anybody yet?
The Patriots they beat by 20, but I don't feel like the Patriots were in that game at halftime. Like I don't.
Yeah, it didn't feel like an outright bludgeoning.
No, and at the time the Patriots were the worst team in football. Now the Patriots are a plucky team that might get Matt Eberflus fired. But at the time, it was like, okay. And it was Drake May's first start, remember? So I don't think anything happened in that game where Patriot fans were like, oh, okay, didn't see this coming. So, yeah, let's embarrass them, but especially on national TV, you know, on Monday Night Football. You've had 2 straight primetime games where you've just completely wet the bed in the second half of the games. Let's play 60 minutes, Texans. Let's go. And let's finish our blocks, okay? And let's not try to strip the ball from our quarterback. Was that the worst play in Texans history? The Titus Howard strip of CJ Stroud.
That was
when you combine him stopping blocking with him stripping his own quarterback.
It was play.
Yeah.
Except the butt fumble, I'll give Sanchez a little bit of a break on the butt fumble. At least they were trying to do the right thing. It was just normal. It was physical incompetence, but it wasn't something that was so stupid that Sanchez was trying to run the ball or what have you.
Right.
The Rosencopter, I would say the same thing. Sage at least was trying to do the right thing. It was a heroic effort at trying to do the right thing, just very poorly executed. And it was magnificent and it was an aerial misfire. And yet
his intentions were good.
It wasn't as stupid as whatever the hell Titus Howard was trying to do on that play. And that wasn't even if Titus was like, "Oh, you're right here, I'll take the ball from you," like if you're going to give it to me, at least then, hey, who knows, maybe he would have rumbled for 5 yards or something. It would have been but he stripped the quarterback.
CJ's trying to hold on to the ball.
And I watched the body language on the All-22. I couldn't tell on the TV copy. On the All-22, CJ gets up and starts kind of stalking over towards Titus.
Yeah.
And it didn't look – it gets dicey reading body language. It didn't look like he was trying to see if Titus was okay.
No.
It looked like, what the hell were you doing?
There were people lamenting that they cut away from that. Like the angle, you could tell on the TV copy that CJ was getting up to say something to Titus, and they cut to a different angle, and people were like, oh, no.
And nobody asked CJ about it in the postgame. Hopefully they'll ask him about it on the Wednesday press conference.
It was
just one of the oddest things I've ever seen in any sport anywhere.
Strange. Text in. 5-Hour Energy fan line. Where does that examples? I want to see that. To me, is the silliest play in the history of the Houston Texans.
Remember, CJ's the guy who's been saying we need guys to buy in to the system and everything. And I'm watching Titus Howard actively trying to rip the ball away from his own quarterback.
It was
and I'm wondering
dumb.
how bought in Titus is. Like,
so
this is where you're going to turn everything around, Titus. I got it.
It was so dumb. Yeah. Where exactly are the Texans among playoff contenders right now? Playoff tiers on ESPN. We got that coming up next. But first, Taquerias Arandas.
For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan Limited Edition Fan Fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan Limited Edition Fan Fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan Limited Edition Fan Fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Hey, 1 mile west of the Beltway, exit Kirkwood, under the giant American flag.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so The AFC playoff picture, as shaky as things feel right now for the Houston Texans, the fact of the matter is the AFC playoff picture, the Texans are firmly in the mix right now. There's 4 teams with a greater than 97% chance to make the postseason, I believe, on playoff status, Seth. Mm-hmm. And then there's the Texans sitting there at 94% to make the postseason.
Yeah, I guess the Steelers are the team right now that you look at, and Russell Wilson is their quarterback, and they're 7-2 with Russell Wilson having the comeback that nobody wants to see, other than Russell Wilson's marketing team and Steelers fan. Said that, okay, yep, all right, okay. Russell Wilson's still a very viable NFL quarterback.
Yeah, that's Mike Tomlin is kind of vindicated right now. He got a lot of criticism for making that move of taking. I mean, they were 4-2. I get it. Justin Fields was not the main reason they were 4-2.
Yeah,
but the optics of Ben, it's not like he was benching him because he had, vintage Ben Roethlisberger coming back from injured reserve or something.
Right. Yeah, but I think that Justin Fields still is a chronically underdeveloped enough that Tomlin just could see what the limitations were with Justin Fields and desperately wanted to get a veteran who could get in there and operate the offense the right way. So he's not the ideal candidate. And he is a free agent at the end of the year, which puts the Steelers in another dicey situation. It's almost like I don't know what you do with Russell Wilson if maybe you lose in the wild card round. Like, are you going to get into a bidding war for Russell Wilson to come back and do that? But they're very much with a team that has a very good defense and offensive weaponry. We'll see how much Mike Williams can do for them. There's a lot of uncertainty there. I think the difference between the Steelers and the Texans is, all right, the quarterback should be a big advantage for the Texans.
Yeah.
They should be looking at it like, oh, yeah, well, the Steelers, they got Russell Wilson.
Right.
We've got CJ freaking Stroud. But CJ's not playing at peak CJ Stroud caliber.
He's not. So right now, Texans' chances to make the playoffs, according to ESPN.com and their probability index, 94.8% chance to make the playoffs, 92.6% chance to win the AFC South, 7.6% chance to win the Super Bowl, which I'll be honest is a little higher than I thought it would be.
Well, okay, yeah. We talked about this before. You don't want to make excuses or anything, but the fact that you didn't have Will Anderson in the second half of the last 2 football games. Will Anderson got injured early and tried to make a couple comebacks versus the Jets, but in the second half he wasn't there.
He was out of that game for all intents and purposes.
Right, and you look at the second half of last week's game where everything really fell all apart. Yeah, you don't have Nico Collins and Will Anderson out in the field, and it's to step back and just be objective about it, or if you're the odds makers or what have you. Yeah, it's a better team when they've got their 2 best football players out there. Is it fair to say that if we had to power rank the Texans this year, Nico Collins and Will Anderson are at the top?
They're definitely the best players on each side of the football for this team.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, that's their best offensive and best defensive player, in my opinion.
So, yeah, you're not going to be as good without those guys.
Yeah.
And it doesn't make me feel any better about the second half collapse on Sunday Night Football. But, yeah, looking forward, and it does. If Nico Collins comes back and all of a sudden the offense is humming, I think people are still going to have reservations and questions about Bobby Slowick. But Nico Collins will make Bobby Slowick a better play caller.
Yeah,
sure. And I say that tongue in cheek, obviously, but it's just a lot easier to be a really good play caller when you've got a weapon like Nico Collins out there.
Yeah, it's you take a look, Seth. You look at how the AFC is playing out, and look, the Texans might go on a run here. There's 3 very, very friendly games coming up here. I'll say, you should beat the Cowboys on Monday night. You're coming back, short week granted, but you're coming back to a Titans team that's not good, and you're playing them at home. And then you might go on against Mac Jones in that game. And then you get a bye week. So you got 3 games coming up where if the odds makers are correct, you should be 9-4. Now, they lost to the Jets, the Texans did, so I understand the warning label that comes with that. So they might go on a run here where they're more than just the 4 seed that won the AFC South. But if I had to bet right now, I think they're going to be the 4 seed, just like last season. 4 seed, win the AFC South, and play the best of the 3 wildcard teams in the first round of the playoffs, like they did Cleveland. Cleveland had a better record than the Texans last year. but they play in the AFC North. Right now, it would line up to where the Texans would face, in all likelihood, one of the Steelers, the Ravens, or the Chargers at home. Things can change, obviously, but if you had to, if we're playing the hypothetical game and we're looking ahead, like if the Texans had to play the playoffs next week, and you had to play the Chargers, the Steelers, or the Ravens, which one would you most want to play?
Oh boy,
I don't know if I want to face Jim Harbaugh in a playoff game, man.
And especially given the trajectory and everything else like that, I can't say the Ravens. I but
definitely
can't
say
Ravens,
the Ravens.
Seth. It's this year's Ravens. All right, I'm going to say the Steelers.
Yeah.
And I'd be nervous about the Texans offense going up against that defense, but I'd feel really good about the Texans defense versus Russell Wilson in that offense, and there's a chance for turnovers. So I'm going to say the Steelers.
I think the Ravens are a really bad matchup. They're a bad matchup for almost anybody just because they have Derrick Henry and Lamar Jackson now. Like there's nobody they're a good matchup for, but the Ravens' Achilles heel this year is their defense, and I just don't know that the Texans can take advantage of that.
That's exactly right. This would be an ideal year if the offense was performing the way that you were dreaming of in the offseason. And the Texans' defense is better this year than they were last year. But, I mean, if there's one of the weaknesses for the Texans' defense has been some of these chunk run plays that they give up.
Yeah.
And we saw that the other night. I would call it a screen or a run. Man, in the second half, the Lions really just started to pile on with that. The Texans broke down in discipline on their run defense. It just wasn't good. I think that the Ravens could really exploit that versus this Texans defense.
You know the one thing though about when we say Ravens, Steelers, or Chargers, if the Texans were to play them in the first round of the playoffs in a 4 versus 5 matchup,
yeah.
That place would be a lot of Steeler fans in that NRG Stadium over there.
Yeah.
It's not the best, like last year against Cleveland, that was a hell of a home field advantage when everybody's amped up to have playoff football back for the first time in 4 years. I'm just nervous if the Steeler fans will shell out that cheddar to come watch their squad play at NRG Stadium.
This is what I'll look to for people looking for, historical precedents or whatever or what have you. And, can a team be different by the end of the year than where they are in the middle of the year when they have a young quarterback? I'll go back to weeks 5 through 8 of the 2019 young Mahomes. They lost 3 of 4 games in a stretch where they lost to the Colts, the Texans, and the Packers. They beat the Broncos. But they went 1-3 in that stretch through late October. They went 2-4 when you include the next couple weeks through November 10th. So, and Mahomes was banged up.
Yeah.
Certainly wasn't, was just didn't quite look right.
What happened that season, Seth?
By the end of the season, and I believe that was the year, too, where the Ravens looked like they would never be beat again, right? The Ravens looked like a team midway through the season.
That was Lamar Jackson's MVP season.
Yeah, yes. Nobody will ever lose. Nobody will ever beat the Ravens again. They've broken football. Here you go.
Yep.
By the end of the year, they're a different team. And I think that's what you got to hope for with the Texans is they're going through this learning curve that they got to figure some things out, but it happens all the time. Yeah, teams change throughout the season.
Yep. All right, Pettycast. We do it every Tuesday. It's a Petty Tuesday. We get petty. We highlight the pettiness. Boy, there's a lot of Micah Parsons in this Pettycast.
Let's get petty.
You've been warned. We'll do that coming up next.
Don't look, if you got in an accident and it wasn't your fault, don't feel like you're being petty because
cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Pettycast, let's get right into it. We get petty on Tuesdays at 8 o'clock. It's all pent-up pettiness from Sunday and Monday and over the weekend. So we highlight our own pettiness. We highlight the pettiness of others. It is called
embrace
the
the pettiness.
Embrace
You're not trying to be a good human being at this hour on a Tuesday.
For at least the next 17 minutes, embrace the pettiness.
You embrace your pettiness now so you don't take it out on those in your personal life.
That's right. That's right. I don't know if you saw this, and boy, I don't know if this tweet got deleted or not because I'm clicking on it now, and it's not necessarily popping up. It said something went wrong while I was trying to load, but
Sarge had said that we have to hold CJ. Big Sarge had said that we have to hold something along the lines of that CJ Stroud deserved criticism. Right?
He said CJ Stroud needs to be held accountable for his play in the second half.
Yeah.
And CJ's mom retweeted and said, "Really?"
Yeah.
I'm kind of enjoying this whole family member jumping in off the top rope thing that's going on. Man, between Kim Stroud and Tari Eason's mom.
Tari Eason's mom gets after it.
Yeah.
Now, Tari Eason's mom is very active and very vocal.
Yes.
And I don't know if CJ's mom is probably she doesn't seem like she's really wired that way, but she's also gonna mama bear sometimes.
She's got to take care of her kid. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
So I kind of like seeing it. I'm not going to lie.
I think that as far as Big Sarge's point, I think it is a valid point, and I don't think that people are shying away from saying that, those two interceptions were ugly interceptions. CJ himself said as much. D'Amico, very mildly criticized CJ and said that he needs to be better than that, or you got to get better play than that on the so. I would say that I think what Sarge said was correct, but that I also think that he is being held accountable, and he's holding himself accountable. But you got to look at the whole picture too, and look at how much pressure and how bad the pass protection's been, and how much that clouds the picture.
Yeah.
So.
I'm just here for Sarge v. Kim Stroud is all. I'm ready for round 2, man.
I don't want that.
It's the petty cast. What are you talking about?
She's so nice. I think
she can handle her business.
So who are we being petty towards here?
No,
we're lauding her pettiness?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
all right.
Yeah.
And it's not really petty when you're just
right. This felt like a good place to slot this. Let's get to Micah Parsons. I think we can all agree this Micah Parsons thing is slathered in pettiness.
Yeah, you got to remind me about the petty that I'm supposed to be petty here.
Yeah. Here was Micah Parsons. This was construed by many as a shot at Mike McCarthy following the Cowboys' loss to the Eagles on Sunday.
That's above my pay grade about if Mike is coaching again next year. But all coaching aside, Mike can leave and go wherever he wants, but the guys I kind of feel bad for is guys like Zach Martin and guys who might be on their last year or on their way out, because that's who I wanted to hold the trophy for. You want to win games and do great things with those type of legends who put in more time and work than Mike McCarthy ever did. So those are the kind of guys that I have so much sympathy and hurt for.
Put in more time and work than Mike McCarthy ever did.
The best thing is that this has all played out exactly like you would have expected. The first quote that you saw was, wow, Parsons sounds like he's attacking McCarthy for no reason, but there's probably a little bit more to it. And I figured there would be a bunch of people that would stand up and saying, hey, Micah Parsons is a victim here. You guys got to listen to the whole exchange. Yeah. So you and I went back and we listened to the whole exchange.
Yes.
And yes, he was answering a question about, Mike McCarthy and where he might be next year and everything. So it wasn't like he brought it up unprompted. The part at the end there was where, no, he just flat out said that those players have put in more McCarthy ever did.
More time and work than Mike McCarthy ever
shut
did.
up, Micah. No, they haven't. Mike McCarthy, and I've been one of the most vocal Mike McCarthy critics, but stop it. Stop acting like a guy who's been in the NFL for decades hasn't put in the hours that the NFL players did. I can tell you as a player, I knew, I was known as a guy with a really good work ethic. I knew the whole time that I wasn't working the way the coaches work.
Right.
In terms of hours and everything. Had I done more bench press reps than the coaches? Yes. Had I lifted more weight? Sure. Had I done more wind sprints than fat Richard Smith? You betcha. But, God, no, I hadn't put in the hours that those guys had. See, what the hell are you even talking about, Micah Parsons?
That's not on the rundown for the Pettycast, but that is you taking a drive-by on Richard Smith for no reason.
Right.
I think is perfect.
That's
for
the spirit of the Pettycast.
Spirit of the Pettycast. All right, here's Rex Ryan, former head coach. As you can imagine, he was none too pleased with Micah Parsons' take.
He doesn't deserve that. Mike McCarthy, no coach deserves that because the hours, trust me, my friend, the hours this guy's putting in, no player is putting in the work that a head coach is, I can assure you. And, look, you can have some private issue, all right? Go to the owner, go to whoever, go to Mike McCarthy. But why the hell do you think you need to say that why do you need to hurt this man? Who do you think gets blamed for everything? He gets it anyway. And so why are you piling on? All right, yeah, dead man walking. Yeah, he is. But you know what? He's professional as hell. Here, ever. It's bullshit.
No, and it is, and it's going into business for yourself. It's trying to, and Micah, he's just so tone deaf and stupid in so many ways. But especially when it comes to, I think in Micah's mind, he was probably thinking like, yeah, I'm going to stand by my teammates. But he can't even do that right.
Yeah.
So you put into a situation where, okay, if there's any chance at all of rescuing this Cowboys season, the way to do it is to not publicly question the head coach's work ethic.
Correct.
And while supporting it. It's like, Sean, we've talked about this before. It's like when somebody gives you a compliment, but they're simultaneously insulting one of your friends.
Yeah.
Like somebody comes up to you and is like, hey, Sean, boy, I love you as a radio host. Too bad you're saddled with that sad sack Seth. And you're like, okay, well, how do I respond to that? I can't even accept the compliment.
Yeah.
Because you're also, without arguing with you about how you feel about Seth, I'm assuming that you would argue.
I've had plenty of practice, so I've got the shtick down. No.
So no, there's nothing right about what you said, Micah Parsons. No. You are 100% and completely and totally, you have succumbed to the disease that is Dallas, which is that you can't, no matter how much talent you have on that roster, Jerry Jones is creating an environment where publicity and attention and clicks are paramount above all else.
Right.
And it doesn't actually winning football games.
Yeah.
The owner doesn't genuinely claims that he does. He wants ticket sales and clicks and attention and all of that, and it makes it really, really hard to be a head football coach in an environment like that.
Let's hear from Micah. Micah kind of walked it back a little bit on his podcast as we pettycast the Micah Parsons situation with Mike McCarthy. Here was Micah on his pod blaming the media for this current dust-up.
We all have to see through the BS of what these TV analysts are trying to do and, provide us and basically take words. I never once threw or even intended to throw Mike McCarthy under the bus. Like I said, he's one of the most winningest coach. He is a Super Bowl champ. I never once brung up his past. And the question that was asked was about here in the Dallas Cowboys, did I see Mike McCarthy in our future? And I said, that's above my pay grade. So never once did I ever intended or wanted to reflect on Mike McCarthy's career because I always knew it was a good one. I've always had a great relationship with Mike McCarthy, and I never even put that in question.
Okay.
This is what's fun. We're at a point right now when it comes to the media where Micah, it's very easy to just claim to blame the media and try to be sure you point them out as the villains, and that's what these people do. And they're taking my words. No, man, none of it. Like he didn't even acknowledge or address the fact that he said that. Just none of it. It's like everything you said, like that was the wrong thing to say, Micah. It was the wrong thing to say. But you got to remember, we're at a point now where podcasts are as influential in elections. Podcasts are a big deal.
Yes.
Like you are the media.
Yep.
You are like this is not in some respects like Joe Rogan's podcast is way more influential than a lot of conventional media outlets these days. No, you don't get to just breeze by it and blame it on the ESPN talking heads. There are people in podcasts saying this exact same thing that Sean and I are saying now. Micah, it's a you thing. It's not a media thing.
But here's the funny thing. Then there's this on the 5-Hour Energy fan line, 5-Hour Energy, the official energy shot of Sports Radio 610 and football superfans. There's a text taking up for Micah. Stop putting words in his mouth. It's more about the physical work. He didn't say anything about hours.
He said hours, you idiot.
No, he didn't. He said
stupid idiot.
He said time. Here's what he said.
Do great things with those type of legends who put in more time and work than Mike McCarthy ever did.
Okay, so you're the one putting words in his mouth.
Yeah, you're saying that he didn't say more time.
He said time.
What the hell are you talking about?
Yeah. All right, one more.
That's you know what, that guy, that's somebody who reads the first sentence of a tweet.
Yeah.
And then fires off a reply.
Yeah.
Without really. Yeah, and that's what's killing humor.
Yes.
Because you can't even get past the setup of a joke. You get all triggered by the setup and then you respond.
Got one more petty Micah Parsons cut. Here's one more from the podcast where he goes after Rex Ryan.
For a guy like Rex Ryan, I just know he wanted to coach the Cowboys. Like, I'm perfectly happy that we have Zimmerman, because if we have a guy that's willing to go on TV and provide this type of nonsense, imagine what he could do to a locker room.
Yeah.
Like, that's just, honestly, just outrageous to me at the end of the day.
His name's Zimmer, by the way, your defensive coordinator.
What did he call him?
Zimmerman. Yeah.
Listen. Anybody, if you're gonna actually sit here and act like Micah Parsons doesn't say stupid things all the time, and you're gonna blame it on Rex Ryan or something, I feel like I need to smoke more whatever you're smoking, because that's just, you're so far detached and you're so far gone that you refuse to recognize and realize reality. The fun of the offseason was CJ showing up every few weeks telling Micah Parsons what an idiot he is.
Yes.
And that's what he is. But he's got 3 sacks on the year. He's doing a hell of a job.
Oh, yeah.
He's doing a hell of a job.
Oh, yeah, when he's out there, for sure.
He's played 5 games. Yeah.
All right, let's continue to pettycast here. This was a Sunday morning. This is going to be me being petty right now, okay? You've been warned. This is Sunday morning's game between the Panthers and the Giants in Munich, Germany. Sean Hughley, Nepo baby of Ed Hughley, the referee for this game. There's a false start in the first quarter, and then here we go.
Start, Angriff. Oh. 5 Yards treffen. It's by the center. It's 3rd down.
Oh, look at Sean Hughley.
There we go. He did the call in German. Oh, awesome. Rich Eisen freaking out about it. Like, the guy memorizes one line of German and be like, oh, this is great. And the crowd starts cheering. Sean Hughley, if there's any other referee, I'd be like, okay, that's pretty cool. But Ed Hockley's kid, you think Sean Hughley earned his way into this position here?
Sean Hughley, no, he's just he's done it in the Texans. Talk about a guy that wants to live in Germany. Yeah. That dude loves law and order and rules and regs.
Both
and everything else like
Dad
that.
And the kid, yeah.
Yeah, they've gotten the Texans for the procedural penalties over. That crew right there has more of the illegal procedure calls than anybody else, and usually Hughley.
Do they really?
Yeah. So, no, I'm not buying it.
No.
Although, the Germans will go crazy for any attempt to speak German.
Oh, he's pandering.
Ich bin Berliner was grammatically incorrect, but they were just so stoked that Kennedy was even trying to say it. Yeah.
Close enough. Hey, one more petty, Dallas.
You know what else? The NFL, I'm going to get petty about this.
Okay.
I'm so tired of that promo they run for the European games where they get so excited about people in Germany singing Country Roads. Take me home.
Oh, yeah.
I'm like, all right, great. Yeah, they're singing an American pop song in English. Yeah. It's not some testament to their love for America or anything.
No,
okay?
No, not at all. One more.
Plus, John Dever wasn't even from the country. He's a fraud.
Oh, he wasn't?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, I kind of liked John Denver back in the day.
From
Mountain Mama, take me home. One more petty Dallas item. This is it's a tweet that I saw here from JTuck151. Chiefs trade for DeAndre Hopkins. That week he scores. Bills trade for Amari Cooper. That week he scores. Steelers trade for Mike Williams. That week he scores. Cowboys trade for Jonathan Mingo. That week he's inactive. So all these wide receiver trades going on for 4th and 5th round picks. Cowboys are getting inactive Jonathan Mingo.
Cowboys were buyers at the trade deadline, extreme buyers, heavy buyers, and it turns out they probably shouldn't have been buyers, Sean, and certainly not at that price.
God, no. God, no.
It's like they went out and got a paycheck advance to buy a Louis Vuitton purse, you know? And it turns out it wasn't even a real Louis Vuitton purse.
No, it was one of those street ones in New York. Yeah. Do you think, this is a text to the 5-Hour Energy fan line, you think Micah Parsons hurt his money with this incident? Isn't he a free agent? No, he didn't hurt his money. The Raiders still exist. He'll be fine.
He'll be fine, you know, and he's Parsons, again, going back to the podcast part of things, Parsons is one of those guys that I think in a previous era he would have been kind of a goofy dude that every now and then would say something. But now that guys are available for comment 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, it gets to be – because this isn't the first time either. Who was the run-in he had with a teammate last year? The teammate that criticized Micah Parsons' podcasting.
I don't recall.
Yeah, his teammate had criticized Micah Parsons' podcasting, and then they had kind of had to have a discussion about it.
Do you think he takes it more personal when his podcast gets criticized or his play on the field? I mean, it's hard to criticize a lot of what he does on the field. When he's healthy, he's a great player.
Podcasting. Well, I know he got upset with the notion that he spends too much time or energy podcasting.
Yeah.
And it isn't. The time and energy is really a nothing. Especially, I've never watched his podcast. I think he does it. I don't think he's got like somebody there as his co-host that kind of directs the show.
I don't know. I've never watched.
I think it's just Micah and. But it's the ramifications of everything you say when you're speaking freely and loosely. Yep. I think CJ will probably dial back his podcast appearance schedule this next offseason. It's extra flack out there, and it's extra potential drama that you don't need.
I got one more petty cast, and this is just a factual pettiness here for someone whose audio we play quite a bit on the show. This was Colin Cowherd yesterday on the show previewing the Dolphins versus Rams game last night.
Mm-hmm.
Here you go.
Well, the Rams are still not healthy on the interior of their O-line. They're playing a rookie center. They don't want to. They're playing a pretty marginal left guard. So it's still not a great O-line. Is Christian Wilkins playing the D tackle for the Dolphins?
They're not going to do inactives until a little later today.
So, I mean, I think the Rams could have a little problem running the ball tonight through their interior. But
okay, there's one problem with asking, is Christian Wilkins playing tonight? A, he's on injured reserve. Yeah. B, he plays for the Las Vegas Raiders.
Right, which was one of the more heralded signings in the offseason. Somebody that
like
a lot of people were hoping to get Christian Wilkins or what have you. My thought immediately, Sean, was I've experimented with using ChatGPT for show prep.
Yeah.
And I have largely not really found a strategy where I think it's adequate. Mostly because ChatGPT will spit out information like that. It has a really hard time sometimes getting the timelines right and stats right in sports. And I could totally see if I had said, hey, give me this game and tell me concerns, ChatGPT might have spit something out about Christian Wilkins being injured.
Seth, petty cast.
Yeah, no. This is what I'm saying. I'm being petty.
Oh, okay.
I think that Colin Cowherd is trying to use ChatGPT for show prep.
Okay. I thought you were saying.
Can you have an attention span of more than 20 seconds, Sean?
No.
I'll get petty towards your ass.
No,
damn it.
I thought you were sticking up for Colin Cowherd.
No, I'm saying I think he might be phoning it in with ChatGPT.
Oh, I got you.
Yeah.
Okay, I got you. That would be bad if he used ChatGPT. That would be bad. Isn't AI supposed to be an efficiency tool for some of us in the media?
It should be if you use it properly.
Right.
If you try to have it, perform your heart surgery right this moment, probably not a good idea. Sometime off in the future, sure. But like with any new technology, you got to figure out when and where to use it.
Okay, we have breaking news in the NFL, and I am very
Let's get petty about it.
And I am very curious what Texan fan reaction is going to be to what one other NFL team is doing. And this NFL team has a bright young quarterback just like the Texans. We'll share this with you coming up next. But first, Flight by Yingling. A week from this coming Saturday, November
For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
the Southwest Freeway, exit Kirkwood, and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you. We'll do the power ranking of the power rankings. at the top of the hour. I'm very curious how the experts are viewing the Texans. Do they view the Sunday night game as a missed opportunity and a choke job, or do they view it as the Texans stood in against the Lions, maybe the best team in football,
right,
and it came down to a field goal at the end? I'm very curious how they see that.
I'm slowly coming around to is that, okay, if I look at it objectively, they did that without Nico Collins and without Will Anderson, which it sounds overly simplistic, and yet sometimes things are simple because they're true. Yeah, not having your two best football players on the team right now is going to matter. And it's that you also look at, okay, but they've also lost 3 of the last 4 games. If they hadn't lost to the freaking Jets, who then went out and got destroyed the next week, that part of it makes it really, really hard to just excuse it all away. But, yeah, they'll be a better team if and when they get their 2 best players back.
Yeah, well, and just the last thing I would add, just to the downside, the complete ineptitude on offense in the second half of these football games is just, that's an extreme thing. And somebody asked on the 5-Hour Energy fan line, hey, Sean, how many games have they not scored a single touchdown in the second half of a football game this year? The answer is 6 out of the 10. They've gone 0 touchdowns. They've got 6 total touchdowns in the second half of football games this year. 6 of the games this year, they've been completely shut out. The news.
Well, and that young up-and-coming, I don't know if you've heard of this J.J. Watt fella.
He's a broadcaster, yeah. The one that McAfee show.
The one that frames it better, I think, in terms of how it feels, was he pointed out, because we've been saying, hey, they haven't scored a touchdown in the second half in the last 4 games. Not scoring a touchdown in the second half in 5 of the last 6 games sounds. That's a 6-game stretch where you've struggled to do anything in the second half. Yeah, that's tough.
Well, and the only second half you scored touchdowns in was against the New England Patriots when they were at rock bottom and they were turning the ball over like crazy in the second half of that game. They were giving you short fields in that game. If that's probably way too much detail, but it's emblazoned into my brain now because they've been so bad. The breaking into segment is that the Bears have fired offensive coordinator Shane Waldron. So now Caleb Williams, number 1 overall pick, savior of the Bears franchise, a quarterback that Bears fans were celebrating as their greatest quarterback in the history of the team before he even took a snap, and who at times has looked good this year, but for most of the time, and especially recently, he's been running for his life and he's not looked good. All the things that were on the scouting report to the negative for Caleb Williams, Seth, coming in, even though he's called a generational prospect, there were some negatives on there. They've been coming back to roost quite a bit over these last few weeks. Waldron is the one that is, I say, taking the fall. It's not like Waldron's been doing a great job or anything like that, but they are firing. So 10 games into his NFL career, or 9 games, whatever it is, Caleb Williams is on his second offensive coordinator.
Yeah, and, Shane Waldron, there's some similarities there in that the questions in the offseason were, okay, is Bobby Slowick going to be able to engineer or be the architect of a credible rushing attack? And so far, Joe Mixon has looked good, and yet the rushing attack is certainly not one to be feared. They don't consistently run the ball when they need to run the ball well. Shane Waldron's a guy who was hired, and I think when he was hired, I feel like there was a whole lot of him. Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. Well, he was the passing game coordinator for the Rams, which we all know, just like Bobby Slowick was the passing game coordinator for the 49ers.
Yep.
All right. It's a glorified name for your actual guys coordinating the passing game, whether it's McVay or Kyle Shanahan. Mm-hmm. The run game, where Waldron, when he was with the Seahawks in 3 seasons, was always in the bottom half of the league in the run game. It hasn't shown any signs that he can actually do it with the Bears either, especially with a young quarterback where you'd love to have that a running element to it. It feels like there's some Bobby Slowick elements to this.
There's a lot of similarities here. I mean, you outlined a few of them right there. I mean, this was a team that went and got weapons for its young quarterback in the offseason. Mm-hmm. Like the Texans and the Bears probably – they're very kind of mirror images of each other from the standpoint of they went and got like sort of a big 3. When it comes, the Bears, they got DJ Moore in the trade for Bryce Young. He was already there when Caleb got there. They went and traded a 4th-round pick for Keenan Allen. They used the 9th overall pick on Rome Odunze. So they went and got 3 big wide receivers, and everybody thought that, and they signed DeAndre Swift. It's going to be a big fireworks show. Similarly, the Texans already had Nico Collins and Tank Dell in the fold. They go and they get Stephon Diggs. They trade for Joe Mixon. So they're, and I think similarly with both teams, the offensive lines have really, really struggled. I think there's a lot of question marks about the composition of the offensive line and maybe the evaluation of the offensive line in both places. So this is a really interesting story from a Texans perspective. Now, to be clear, I don't think Bobby Slowick's getting fired. I know there's a lot of people. You look at the text page today, the 5-Hour Energy fan line. We were talking about Slowick at some point during the show, Seth, and I don't know what triggered it, what you or I straight text from different people of fire Bobby Slowick. So I don't know what it was we said at that point, but there is that sentiment out there. I don't think that's happening with the Houston Texans. I don't think DeMeco Ryans is firing Bobby Slowick.
It doesn't feel like something that's going to happen in season.
Yeah, that's what I mean. In season.
By the time you get Nico Collins back, it's going to just be, I would say it's too late to make that change. The Bills made it relatively late last year. They made their coordinator change about 2/3 of the way through the season. Yeah. I'll be surprised if they fire him in season. If Nico Collins comes back and they still struggle with a lot of the things they were struggling with offensively when Nico Collins was healthy still, Nico Collins was producing. The offense was not. We got to remember that. So if Nico Collins comes back and he keeps producing, but the offense is still a mediocre offense, yeah, you gotta make a decision in the offseason, and you got to have answers. It's going to be an ugly offseason for DeMeco if the offense doesn't improve on what they did back when Nico Collins was healthy the first time. It's going to feel a lot like the Texans in 2010.
Yeah.
Where you just what are we doing here with the defense? Yeah, do something about the defense. Oh, you're just going to roll with these guys again, huh? All right, Gary Kubiak.
Yeah.
And then finally in 2011 they went out and got Wade Phillips.
Yeah, well, and that was and Bob McNair had to kind of step in on that.
Yeah.
That was how that went down. So yeah, that's right. They brought back Frank Bush in 2010, and it got worse. So yeah, there's too much talent. The fact of the matter is, you're burning daylight on a really valuable piece of your a really valuable time of your franchise here with CJ Stroud still so cheap on the books, and you can't be doing that by underperforming. Does this save Matt? Does this mean Matt Eberflus is still back for the Bears? Do you think, or does he? Is my value pick of him being 25-1 to be the next head coach? I feel like my ticket took a hit today, Seth. That instead of firing Eberflus, and cashing my 25-1 ticket on Eberflus as the next head coach fired, that Shane Waldron will be the sacrifice bunt here in the whole thing.
I think that given just NFL owners in general and how they operate, they're going to just try to go for the absolute opposite of Matt Eberflus. They're going to say, yep, we messed up. We should have hired an offensive-minded head coach with a young quarterback, all of that, which sometimes it's the right strategy, sometimes it isn't. But the Shane Waldron, he's not Mike Tomlin. He's not Bill Belichick. He's not a defensive-minded, not Matt Eberflus. Eberflus is not those head coaches that can get the most out of multiple different offensive coordinators unless they show some kind of real signs of juice or life here.
Yep. Let's see here. Text message, 5-Hour Energy fan line. 5-Hour Energy, the official energy shot of Sports Radio 610 and football superfans. The last straw for Waldron was the clip of Caleb Williams shaking his head and rolling his eyes at him on Sunday. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Kind of like was Aaron Rodgers shoving him away when Salah was going in for the hug.
And I think that CJ, to his credit, he's been vocally supportive of Bobby Slowick these last few weeks. He's been the one up saying that guys got to really buy in, and Bobby's making the right calls, but guys aren't executing. And I do agree with that. I mean, CJ himself would tell you he was one of those guys who wasn't executing when they'd schemed a wide open Tank Dell in the second half. There was a touchdown there for the taking in the third quarter, and CJ just threw a bad ball. So it's not 100% on Bobby Slowick. Guys have to execute, but it does. Guys executing, that's on the offensive coordinators. Some coordinators just do a better job of getting their guys to execute. So it's not you make a mistake if you boil it down to simply play calling with the offensive coordinator. It's, the guys executing, that falls on the offensive coordinator as well.
Yeah, there was I lost the text here, but there was someone here blaming Bobby Slowick for playing too conservative, playing not to lose. Do you think the conservative approach, does that come from higher up than Bobby Slowick? Do you think DeMeco says, here's the approach we want to take? We want to grind clock, we want to run the ball, and then Bobby has to pick the best running play, that kind of thing?
No, I think that in his mind's eye, you want to run this offense where the run game and the pass game complement each other, and where you're running the ball and it looks the same as your pass plays, so you set up frankly, everything to the line. Jared Goff probably doesn't get enough credit for how good he is at the deception side of things. I remember a couple weeks ago he got sacked when he wasn't even holding the ball because he's so good with the fakes and everything else. And I'm watching the Lions, and man, some of the misdirection and some of the deception, it's next level. They do a really good job with it, and Jared Goff is a big part of that. So, they want to be able to run the ball, make that look exactly like the pass, and then run play action off of that. The problem is the Texans' offensive line, it's not just that they can't run the ball when they need to run the ball, and it's not just that they suck on first down or what have you. It's that there's nothing about that way the offensive line operates that puts linebackers and safeties in a bind in terms of reading pass or run. Mm-hmm. It's very obvious what play they're running. Zadarius Smith, after the game last week, said somewhere in point in the game, he said, hey, guys, just listen to the O-line calls for the pass protection. And this is something where, sometimes offensive coordinators or offensive line coaches think defensive linemen are dumber than we actually are, even though I'll say we're not the brightest bunch. But
bright enough.
When you're hearing guys give a rip call, which means a slide to the right or Liz or what have you, it's pretty easy to know what pass protection's coming on, and if they're not sprinkling in dummy calls along the way.
Yeah.
And that's when teams can really start feasting. And it sounds like, when you've got a young center who's playing the position this year for the first time, probably not a whole lot of dummy calls or anything else like that, because these guys can't operate. The Lions were in the playbook for the Texans.
Yeah, they had the answers to the test. Yeah. All right. Positives from the Lions game on Sunday as we continue. We're still digging into it a little bit here because it was a Sunday night game. The PFF scores, the Pro Football Focus, do the PFF scores for the 5 best Texans match what the eye test told us? We have that. We'll do the power ranking of the power rankings coming up at the top of the hour. Stay there. But first, West Point Lincoln. Oh, yeah, Chris Poulos and Ryan O'Kane.
Introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so we'll do the power ranking of the power rankings at the top of the hour. I have not looked at them yet to see what the experts think of the Texans. Again, I think the big question is, was the loss to the Lions viewed as a overall positive that they played on the scoreboard at least toe-to-toe with the best team in football, or was it a negative because they couldn't score in the second half, and a lot of the same things reared its ugly head. And they were missing their two best players, too, and I think that was kind of lost in the wash after the game, just in the frustration of the complete ineptitude of the offense in the second half is, oh, yeah, that's right, no Nico Collins and no Will Anderson in that game. And I do wonder for this weekend, Seth, too, like how cautious they're going to be, particularly with both of those guys. Like, we've got no real news on Will and how he's doing with the ankle.
Right.
You
and
know?
Will, I mean, and that was how it was during training camp, too. You just assumed, okay, maybe they're just being extra careful with him and his ankle is just fine. The other day I said that, boy, Steph Curry had chronic ankle issues early in his career, and he ended up being just fine afterwards. And somebody said, well, I don't know if I'd call it chronic yet. And I think that was fair. I think that's fair that you can't call it chronic, but it has been 3 in less than 2 seasons.
Yeah.
And he is a guy who doesn't have great natural ankle flexion, and he's not wired that way as an athlete like Danielle Hunter is. And you wonder, moving forward, okay, they got to figure out a way, hopefully, to keep him from having his. And I know on that play, yes, his ankle got rolled up. It wasn't so extreme that I felt like, oh, yeah, anybody would have sprained their ankle there and anybody would be out. It's somebody that, yeah, if you've got a history of ankle issues there, you're going to sprain your ankle on that play.
Yeah, and it's and it happened again, so So as far as positives go from the Lions game on Sunday night, so Pro Football Focus put out their scores after the game on, each player gets a score for how well they performed overall. And tell me, Seth, if I have the 5 best scores for the Texans from the game on Sunday night. You tell me if this matches the eye test for you.
Okay.
The best score was as a tie, actually. Derek Stingley, I'll start with one of them. Derek Stingley Jr. got an 86. And the reason why I feel like Derek Stingley Jr. had a great game is because you hardly saw him at all.
Right, exactly. Yeah, he's turning into that kind of cornerback where, for the most part, he's not going to get a boatload of interceptions. Most good cornerbacks have a bunch of interceptions in their first couple of years, and then it dies down because teams just stop testing them. And I think that Stingley is at that point now. I think with Stingley, it just becomes more a matter of, all right, why do we not have him shadowing the best receiver every single week? And I think the answer to that sometimes is, well, if a team has multiple good receivers, you lose some of that benefit. It's probably better just to have him playing in his most comfortable position because he's going to end up on one of the better of 2 receivers. And we've seen that in the last few weeks when they've gone up against teams that have really genuinely good wide receiving cores, like the Jets. So they're not doing anything with them, but they got good receivers there. It's hard to just pick the guy to shadow. So there's going to be opportunities for other guys elsewhere.
Almost had a pick in the game early on.
Yeah.
Damn, everybody had a pick eventually in that game. Stingley, ironically, was not one of the guys who got an interception. The other player, this is an interesting one. The other player tied for first with the scores on PFF for the Texans, Dalton Schultz, an 86. He tied with Stingley. What did you think? Schultz was a little more involved in the passing game this time.
More involved in the passing game. Like I've said about the tight ends, they're willing blockers. They're just not always that great at it. And, Schultz will sacrifice his body to try to complete a block. He's just not that physically good at it. I guess. All right, there you go. I don't feel like he had oh, wow, he's making the Pro Bowl off of that performance.
And it's better that you don't agree with all of these. So that one was a little surprising to me. Number 3 on the list, Kalen Bullock, an 81.6. So the rookie safety gets in the mix here. He had an interception, yeah.
Yeah, and the way the grades go with PFF, that's why people get down on the grades sometimes. I think sometimes they either weight the things a little differently. I do think that Kalen Bullock was usage by the Texans in that he was used 40 snaps in the game.
Mm-hmm.
And, where previously with Jimmy Ward out, he was out there 100% of the time or close to it. I think with Jimmy Ward back, they can use Kalen Bullock in measured doses and take advantage of his playmaking ability. And I think that's right where he needs to be right now. I think Jimmy Ward's experience helps a lot, especially on limiting some of the deeper shots, anticipating what plays are coming, all of that. But Kalen Bullock just provides a playmaking ability that other safeties athletically don't have.
Yep.
So as long as all 3 of those guys are healthy, then let's see. This was his best PFF grade of the season, Kalen Bullock.
Okay.
And I think it kind of coincides with his worst grade of the season was a couple weeks ago against Indianapolis. That's when he's the full-time guy out there. In a measured dose, I think they used him appropriately.
Yeah. I love when a ball gets thrown out. Like that deep ball, especially from where we sit up in the press box, and it's sailing up there, and it's thrown in Kalen Bullock's direction. And it's like, okay, he's in position to make a play on this ball. I feel like he's coming down with it.
He's going to make a play on the ball.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, he's going to make a play on the ball. 4th for the Texans. So Stingley and Schultz had the best scores. Bullock 3rd. John Mechie 4th with an 81. That matches the eye test to me.
Yeah. And I think with John Mechie, too, some of it is a trust factor and a trust level. And it's not like, well, CJ trusts this guy as a person. It's just a matter of just time actually out there getting reps with the starting quarterback. It feels like CJ's starting to look at and go to John Mechie more so than he did back, that final play, that final completion to Tank Dell against Green Bay, really probably because CJ had time. he should have come across the formation and thrown it to John Mechie, who would have been open in the end zone for a touchdown. I think now, if in that same situation, CJ might be more comfortable making that read.
That would be something, man. If they get Nico back and all of a sudden Mechie starts realizing some of his potential. I mean, it's a second-round pick. He came into the league. It's a second-round pick with an ACL injury coming into the league, So that would be something. Last one in the top 5 here. Danielle Hunter had an 80.9 score. What did you think of Danielle Hunter's game? No sacks in that game for the Texans.
Right. But he had a couple of key pressures.
Yeah.
And I think in the absence of Will Anderson especially, he was making his presence known. But then by the same token, you talk about offensive play callers and kind of just feeling the flow of the game. Dan Skipper was the backup left guard or left tackle. And there, the play before their huge screenplay there in the fourth quarter, Dan Skipper got destroyed by Danielle Hunter. And Ben Johnson told Dan Skipper, do the exact same thing on this next play. And that's when they sucked everybody. Every defensive lineman got duped on that.
Yeah.
And they threw that screen off to the left, and then there you go. That one, that was really good play calling by Ben Johnson.
Yeah, that was nice.
Instructed his left tackle to get destroyed on the next play. When a defense has felt a little bit of success, and then they see the same look, and you're a little bit less likely to feel like, oh, wait a second, I won too easy.
Right.
There were 2 defensive linemen on that play. It's a defensive tackle especially. You always have to question yourself a little bit when you win really, really fast.
Yeah.
If you're not Warren Sapp. You got to be like, wait a second, how did I win that fast? And the Texans all succumbed to it on that play. They all had sack fever where, dude, no, you did not beat that guard in 0.2 seconds on your own. That was you got duped, man.
No, I know.
They all got sucked up field on that.
As someone just a fan watching, I know the exact plays you're talking about because you're like, you're jubilant for like 0.4 of a second because you're like, oh my God, we're gonna murder this
Jared
quarterback.
Goff was like 3 minutes away from being in an ambulance on his way over to the medical center.
And next thing you know, Jahmyr Gibbs is off to the races. All right, let's do the power ranking of the power rankings. I am very anxious to see what the experts think of the Houston Texans after that Lions game on Sunday night. So we will rank what they think of the Houston Texans, and we will do that coming up next.
Trajan Wealth is ranked number 1 in your book if you've been stressed about your retirement. Because
introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. fan who cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
KILT-FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, into the 9 o'clock hour we go. If you want to hit us on the 5 Hour Energy fan line, 5 Hour Energy, the official energy shot of Sports Radio 610 and football superfans. That's how you get in touch with us. Power ranking of the power rankings. Very interested to see what the experts think of the Houston Texans. They have risen as high as the third or fourth best team in the league, according to these four outlets that we subscribe to here. And
we were skeptical of those at the time. In the midst of, as the Texans jumped out to their healthy record, they were playing like a 500 football team in a lot of ways. We felt like the people that were putting them third or fourth in the league just really weren't watching the Texans games.
No, and all you have to do is look at their point differential and say, like, oh, yeah, they're 6-4 with a negative point differential right now.
Dude, this is crazy. Jeremy Branham had tweeted this out yesterday, and it tells. So they're -2 in point differential on the season right now.
Yep.
They're right there. They're a 500 football team in a lot of regards. They are +57 in the first half of games.
Yeah.
-59 in the second half.
Yeah.
I mean, it's as stark as it could be.
Yeah.
It's incredible. If they just played to draws in the second half of games, they'd have a really, really healthy scoring margin right now, but they completely fall apart in the second half.
+57. I mean, if you just take that and double it, right? If they played the same, if they took the way they played in the first half of games and played that way entire games, they're the Detroit Lions. The Detroit Lions point differential if I'm not mistaken, is plus 113. I think it was plus 110 going into the game this weekend.
So if you played that same way that you do at plus 57 in the first half,
you're the Lions.
You send 114, and
You're the Lions, yeah. So it matters. That's why the whole a win is a win thing is true. Like nobody, unless you get down to the 6th or 7th tiebreaker, your net scoring shouldn't come back to bite you. It is a tiebreaker eventually. Like if you're tied, eventually it does get down to your points, But yeah, man, like it is a forecast. It is a harbinger for what type of team you are.
Yeah, it's really, if you look at like where are the Texans right now? They're at -2. So the Falcons are a +2 differential. The Seahawks are a -11 differential. Those are who you're sandwiched in between.
Well, let's find out.
Let's
find out. Let's look at these power rankings, and we'll start. We power rank these power rankings. The ones we go to are The Athletic, ESPN, CBS, and SI.com. Those four. Fourth on the power ranking of the power rankings is CBSSports.com. They've got the Texans at 14th in the league right now. This is as low as they've been all year on any of these power rankings. 14th, still in the upper half, still on the fringe of the playoffs here. And it says this, Pete Prisco, at 6-4, they have to be thankful the division isn't good. They will win it, but they have to get back on track and start winning some games. All true, I would say.
All true. And likewise, a lot of the things you could say about the Falcons or any team that's in the NFC South perennially, depending on what the Bucs actually are as a football team. At the very least, in the NFC South now, you've got the Bucs that are just a hard team to figure at least. The AFC South, it's the Texans and nobody else right now.
That's right.
And it's not because the Texans are such a shining example.
It's a bad division.
That's how bad the AFC South is.
A bad division with bad quarterbacks. And to your point, Seth, with the point you just made about the point differential they have with the Falcons and the Seahawks kind of in that neighborhood, whereas earlier in the year in rankings like this, and we'll get to the other three in a second, they were living on teams like the Ravens and the Bills, Chiefs, 49ers. They were up among teams like that, Packers, teams like that. They are sandwiched in between. These are the two teams on either side of the Texans in this power ranking. Cardinals 12, Falcons 13, Texans 14, Broncos 15.
Oh, Sean Payton, don't do this to me.
Bengals 16, and I'll throw the Seahawks in there just because you mentioned them. They're 17. So you're living in an okay it's an okay neighborhood,
right.
It's not everybody's got a swimming pool and there's a lot more cars parked on the street instead of in their driveways and things like that. It's houses are smaller. Not a horrible neighborhood, but it ain't like you're living where the Steelers are now. The Steelers used to be living in this neighborhood earlier. The Steelers they're living in River Oaks now, man. They got the Ravens and the Bills and the Lions right next to them here in the rankings. So
I think the Broncos, so the difference between, say, the Texans and the Broncos right now is that the Broncos have their upcoming stretch. Who are they now? Oh, no, I'm thinking of the Bengals. The Bengals are 4-6, and they're right below the Broncos in this power ranking.
Yeah.
The Bengals play, I think it's the Chargers and the Steelers coming up, whereas the Texans have the Cowboys and the Titans.
Yeah.
So, all right, if you are better than the mediocre team that you look like in a lot of ways, if you get Nico Collins, if you get Will Anderson back, if the Texans are genuinely better than a middling NFL team, then you better do your work versus these two fraud teams. Whereas the Bengals are 4-6, probably the best 4-6 team that there is out there. They've got a really tough test coming up in the next couple
the
weeks.
Texans are the team that they think they can be, and honestly, I think they can be. I don't know. I think the ceiling is still fairly high for this team if they get some things fixed and get some guys back. You should be a top 10 team in these rankings by Thanksgiving. You win your next two games. You should beat the Cowboys and the Titans. No question to me. All right, next one, number 3. Number 4 was CBSSports.com. Number 3, ESPN.com. They have the Texans, Seth, 13th. And their category this week is non-QB MVP.
Ooh.
Their non-Q. This is DJ Bieneme writes this.
Okay, let me make a guess.
Yeah.
So, in my mind, there would be 3 candidates. Mm-hmm. There would be Will Anderson.
Yep.
Nico Collins, but he's missed 4 games, and Joe Mixon. So I'm going to go with and Will Anderson. It's offset a little bit when it comes to like MVP for the team because he and Daniil Hunter is such a good combo, 1-2 punch.
Yep.
So I'm going to guess it's Joe Mixon.
It's Joe Mixon. Good job.
There you go. Me and DJ Bijani, man.
Yeah, look
on
at
the
you
same
guys.
wavelength.
Simpatico. He says this: Mixon has helped the Texans' offense through its passing attack struggles without Diggs and Nico Collins. Mixon is averaging 93.6 rushing yards. I hate that about that last game. It put him under 100 yards per game now. Still third most in the NFL, helping to keep the offense in decent shape. 6th in rushing touchdowns, despite playing only 7 games. He's 6th in rushing touchdowns. Houston should get Nico back, who led the league. Mixon's production should only get better once Collins returns. I would pick Nico as the non-QB MVP, and I would point to how well he played in the 5 games that he played in, leading the league. He was leading the league in receiving yards still, I think, if I'm not mistaken, 2 weeks after he was out. Week 7, he had been out for most of the Bills game and all of the Patriots game and was still leading the league in receiving yards. I would also point to the fact that the offense has been a mess since Nico was gone. It's almost like one of those MVP votes that you feel how valuable the guy is in not being it. Like in 2011 when Peyton Manning went out with a neck injury and all of a sudden the Colts went to crap. People are like, man, I'd vote for Peyton Manning for MVP right now. Look how valuable he is to the Colts. They stink. They're going to be picking first in the draft.
So I want to say he was flirting with the top 10 even going into last week. With obviously no way to do anything about it. He's the 18th leading receiver in the NFL right now after missing almost half the games. Yeah. So if he wanted to get back up into the top 10, understanding that these other receivers above him, or most of them are going to play this week right now, he's got 567 yards right now. CeeDee Lamb has 681 yards. And he's 7th in the league in receiving.
Okay.
If Nico went off and had like a 200-yard game against the Cowboys, which is very conceivable, that's not a pie-in-the-sky notion or something, he could loft himself back up into pretty quickly.
Yes.
And then it'd be fun.
Yep, would be fun. All right, second power ranking.
If he does it all in the first quarter and then the offense doesn't do anything for the rest of the game, it's not going to feel any
That'd be
better
on
than we
brand,
feel
actually.
Right now.
That's the chalk. Power ranking of the power ranking. So CBS 4th, ESPN 3rd, second place SI.com, who also has the Texans at 13th on their board. And they say this: it's cliche to say we're about to learn a lot about Houston as a team, but here we have a juxtaposition. Big word. Detroit has already been through the suck. DeMeco Ryans coached up a first-year team into a first-round playoff victory, but now their proverbial suck has arrived. Since October 20th, CJ Stroud hasn't posted a QB rating over 100. Wow. I got to stop for a second. It's been
since when?
October, since the Green Bay game.
Okay.
He has a 2-to-2 touchdown to interception ratio since then, and he's been sacked 18 times since then. Not even close to all of this is on his plate, but the salad days for the Texans are over.
The salad days are over. People amongst the fan base are starting to point their scope at DeMeco Ryans himself. DeMeco's starting to get more criticism than they ever have. I'm glad they brought up the Detroit Lions because, the Lions are a year or two ahead of the Texans in their rebuild, or what you want to call it. But it was less than a year ago that Dan Campbell had people parked outside of his house protesting him while his daughter was at home alone, to the point where Dan Campbell had to move this offseason because he doesn't like people knowing where he lives. So it's like, welcome to the club, DeMeco. It's even if you guys get the ship righted and start to look more like you would, this is the life of an NFL coach in 2024.
Yeah, no doubt. And making the playoffs last year, that amps up expectations. I think all the time about that play in the Indianapolis game at the end of the year, that fourth down play that Tyler Goodson dropped, and think to myself, if he catches that, there's a good chance Indianapolis goes on to win that game. And then it's Indy in the playoffs, not the Texans.
Right.
The Texans are 9-8. And who knows if now a lot of the world could change then. Like, who knows if Daniil Hunter even wants to come here, because then there's no Cleveland game in the playoffs for him to go to and go, wow, this could be fun. You know, does Diggs want to come here? Do they make the move? There's all these things. But the fact of the matter is, making the playoffs, winning a playoff game, and then making all these moves set the expectations up here.
Right.
You know?
There was times during the offseason where I thought, man, in the grand scheme of things, it might have been a lot better if the Texans hadn't won that game against Indianapolis, just because it put everything, and then they had the game that they did versus the Browns, and that's where the enthusiasm, not just in Houston but elsewhere, really picked up for them, to the point where, I mean, people almost forgot about the fact that they completely just in the playoffs, you know. In terms of tempering my expectations or having a realistic view of where the Texans were, maybe you got to remind yourself, that they could have easily lost to Gardner Minshew.
Yes.
And meanwhile, for the die had already been cast for the Colts. The Colts probably be better off this year with Gardner Minshew as their quarterback.
No doubt.
But there was no way they were going to do that, obviously, with a young Anthony Richardson on the roster.
Nope. And now they've got the version of Joe Flacco that was playing in that playoff game for Cleveland last year.
That part of it's fun.
That is fun. All right, last one. Number one, power ranking of the power rankings, The Athletic, who also has the Texans 13th. Why am I picking The Athletic? Their font is... I like their font. It's easy to read on my eyes.
They got, because you like the publication.
I do.
The tiebreaker was the value of the publication.
I do.
To
I
you.
pay a lot for it, man. We all do. But it's worth it. I love The Athletic.
And even though the New York Times has taken, multiple shots to the chin over the last 10 years or so, self-inflicted, and they're not what they used to be. There's a snobby part of you that likes that they're owned by the New York Times because you feel like you're an intellectual.
Probably. I hadn't realized that, but then you pointed out to me.
You do. You look down on people that don't read the Athletic or the New York Times.
That's true. Okay, let me read the this is the blurb they have about the Texans in here. The category they have in the Athletic for the topic this week: QB confidence rating. Okay. All right, so I don't know if you're looking at this. What do you think? And this is on a scale of 1 to 10. What do you think the QB confidence rating is from the Athletic on CJ Stroud?
What's the scale?
1 to 10. 1 to 10. I'm pretty sure.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Is it short-term confidence or long-term confidence?
QB confidence rating.
Short term, I'm at a 4. Okay. Long term, I'm at a 9. So I'll split the difference, and I'll say that they said, but 6 is too low. 7, 8. But now the Athletic still had CJ as their second-ranked quarterback.
Give me a number, man.
Hey, you sprung this on me, boss. 8.
It's 7. I thought you were right. You were right on track to pick 7.
Okay.
They have 7. What's your confidence?
I thought you wanted it to be like Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, where they encourage the contestants to kind of think out loud.
To talk it through. Yeah,
it builds suspense.
We're up against. Yeah, no,
right.
they don't have a hard out though. Not a hard out, but whatever. 7 is what
I've got a hard out for Regis.
Even Reggie's laughing in the other room right now.
Did he die?
Reggie's right there.
No, Regis.
Oh, yeah, Regis. Yeah, no, Regis.
Did he die? Regis died?
Regis died, yeah.
Oh,
Regis died, yeah. Yeah, no. Regis, Notre Dame alum, Regis Philbin.
That's right.
R.I.P.,
and his daughter, who dated Farragher.
That's right, JJ.
For 3 years in college.
Yeah, man, yeah. CJ, this is what they say about CJ Stroud in The Athletic. CJ Stroud's season now officially qualifies as a sophomore slump. Ooh, there's a topic.
Yeah, good.
Yeah.
I'm glad they said that. I was wondering if this was the sophomore slump week, and it was.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's what everybody's been tiptoeing around it.
He had a 60.
Why they're the old dame of sports.
He had a 64.2 passer rating and threw 2 interceptions Sunday night and lost despite a 5-interception game from Jared Goff. Stroud is 24th in EPA per dropback. That's expected points added. It's in advanced analytics. As a rookie, he finished 6th. So there's your context. Who cares what it means? He was 6th as a rookie, and he's 24th now in a stat that, 6 is really, really good.
Dude, you roll into
Houston's lost 2 in a row and 3 out of its last 4.
Yeah, EPA is the standard going currency for the stat nerd types.
It is,
You walk into a party with a whole bunch of EPAs, and those nerds are throwing themselves at you.
Oh,
Right now, CJ doesn't have that sweet, sweet stank of a high EPA.
He does not. QB confidence rating of 7, though. So that's about where I am with CJ. I think a lot of CJ's issues are CJ's got his own issues. Those 2 picks were bad. Those were on him.
Yeah.
But I think the pass protection the last month or so has done some damage, man.
And I'll make excuses for the Nico Collins absence if I say hypothetically if you take Tyreek Hill away from a young Pat Mahomes, it's a whole different scenario.
Yeah.
And CJ, my confidence meter for CJ long term is a 10.
Yes.
I think that, and I'm in hindsight, I think I'm going to be glad that he's kind of going through what he is right now, because this is where you really learn how to be a quarterback when you have to deal. So I'm more bullish than your elitist pals.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. Hey, speaking of the win is a win mentality, we just got done talking about the point differential for the Texans, and oh man, they're winning all these close games. I think Joe Mixon spoke for the fan base in the locker room following the game on Sunday night. We'll hear from Joe Mixon coming up next. But first, Legacy Cigars and Lounge.
For the band who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan Limited Edition Fan Fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
West Point, Lincoln of Sugar Land. On the Southwest Freeway, exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
The approach each week is to go win the game, no matter how it looks. You know, we don't set out to win an ugly game, but in this league, every game comes down to, you call that final possession. So you have to find a way to gut those out and win. We haven't been on the winning side, you know, of those games as, you know, Green Bay, New York, and now Detroit. So we didn't make the plays to win the game. Like, however you win, you got to find a way. And to win games, you got to have guys have to step up and make plays, and that's not happening.
Playing not to lose has been a criticism. I think kind of a mild criticism of this team, just based on how many close games they play in, how many close games that the Texans play in that don't need to be close, but they kind of make them close, either because they go into lulls or they make mistakes, whatever the case may be. You know, this game was a perfect example of it, obviously, on the scoreboard against the Lions. The Lions scored all the points in the second half of this game. They were down by 16 at the half. They win 26-23. The very first play of the second quarterback. You know, it's like, I was just hoping against hope, Seth. I'm like, man, national TV, they just played. I think the Texans played I'd have to go back and look. That had to be their best half of football that they'd played all season. In the first half of that, I mean, you're leading the best team in football 23-7 at the half, and you had multiple turnovers that you forced. You had a great drive at the end of the half where, you know, CJ, they kind of unleashed CJ a little bit and let him kind of cut it loose, and he drove him down the field and threw a touchdown pass to John Mechie. And I felt like at halftime, like, okay, maybe this is the week. Maybe this, against all teams to do it against, but maybe this is it. The irony of doing it against the Lions. And we're going to walk out of here, and the Texans are going to win, you know, 37-16 or something like that. Didn't play out that way, unfortunately. No. And a lot of that had to do with conservatism in the second half and some other things.
Yeah, the conservatism. I mean, look, they had a deep shot to Tank Dell just right there for the taking. Was that conservative play calling there that did that in? No, it wasn't. I think when people speak in broad strokes about either being too conservative or playing not to lose or what have you, it's hard because I think people have different definitions for what that means. I don't think the appropriate strategy is to go out and just spread it out and pass 90% of the lead as the Texans did. So I'm not as inclined to blame it on conservatism. I'll blame it on just a lack of execution, which all goes back to Bobby Slowick. And really, like, I understand the devotion to the run game because it's part of having a well-balanced offense where the pass game is set up by the run game and vice versa, that the run game is assisted by the passing game. It's just that right now it feels like they're trying to paint a masterpiece and they don't they lack basic art training.
Yeah.
You're trying to go paint the Mona Lisa when you're still on a paint by numbers
with finger paints
level of skill. Yeah. Right. So I think when the buzzwords like execution or play calling get factored into it, it starts to you start to maybe shift blame away from people without realizing, no, the offensive coordinator is the execution.
Yeah.
The fact that guys can't execute, that all comes back to the offensive coordinator.
Mm-hmm.
They should be able to execute whatever you're asking them to do.
Yeah.
That end around that got blown up in the second half was it actually could have worked out if one guy had gotten blocked. And yet, looking at the play design, it looked like guys were just either – it was weird. They seemed flummoxed and surprised that an outside linebacker blitz the quarterback and get deep into the backfield. They looked completely unready for it.
What is this?
Yeah, what the – yeah, so okay, who's to blame and who's at fault there? Ultimately, if you're trying to do too many exotic things, then, yeah, there's going to be mistakes like that. But also, if you're going to run that stuff – are guys being coached up properly on how to block the look that they're seeing? And none of it looks right consistently enough.
Joe Mixon, this is a bit of a long cut, but it's worth listening to. This was Joe Mixon following the game on Sunday, and he said what a lot of the fans have been saying about the Texans and playing not to lose.
I mean, at the end of the day, that's a playoff atmosphere that we just, went through. When it comes down to it, I've been on both sides of the spectrum. I've been on the winning side. I've also been on the losing side. Today was just unfortunate. I was on the losing side. But when it comes down to it, that's what we're going to get. That's what we're going to see. And we got to put our best foot forward, going forward. And I honestly feel like we got all the guys in this locker room to be able to be what we want at the end of the year, which I highly feel like we will. It's that point in the middle of the season where, things happen and, there's no excuse. That's a game that we should have had. We did have, obviously a slip. But, it ain't going to get no easier. And I'm going to take it all upon myself to make sure our guys, is ready. That we finish these games. We got to stop to lose. We got to stop playing to not lose. And go play to win, So I just feel like we got to just take initiative, own our work, and look each other in the mirror. It is what it is.
It's funny because after the Jets game, we lit up Titus Howard for saying we should have won that game. That was the better team lost. However Titus put it. You remember that when Titus is like, we let that one slip away, that game? CJ and Joe Mixon both said that after the game. And they're, I haven't felt the need to criticize either. That did feel like a game.
Because they did let it slip away. That was a genuine lead.
That was
the
a
Jets
slip
game.
away.
It wasn't. The Jets game. You had a one touchdown lead in the first half. That wasn't. There was nothing about. It didn't feel like you let one slip away.
Yep.
Against the Lions, you had a healthy lead. And self-inflicted wounds in the third quarter really did you in. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, I think that's more fair and accurate to say that. Both Joe Mixon and CJ Stroud have pointed the finger at themselves, but also pointed the finger at their teammates and basically supported the coaches in saying, guys just simply have to go out and play better and play up to expectations. It's hard on the offensive line because I don't know if the interior guys are capable of living up to any kind of respectable expectation.
Yeah.
What is the expectation for those guys? We'll see with the newly vamped ones now with another week to practice and all of that. As far as I got one guy that I active they've been with a run game at times, and somebody said the run only thing has been working. Last game it struggled, but that's been our only consistent offense. Stop being lazy and speak to who needs to step up. His lack of preparation is killing us. That's why Bobby has to spoon-feed him the plays respectfully.
Talking about CJ?
So he's talking about CJ. He didn't define his pronouns, and when he said you, I don't know if he's talking about me or Bobby Slowick or what have you. But other than that, other than being a poor writer, I think he's saying that it's all on CJ and that he has to be spoon-fed by Bobby. Look, I don't think that that's a fair way to phrase it. I think that the problem, he's getting pressured on over 50% of his dropbacks.
That's it, man.
If you want him to go up and have full command of the entire playbook at the line of scrimmage, the way Peyton Manning does, that's stupid. That Peyton Manning wasn't that way in his second year. Pat Mahomes wasn't that way in his second year. That's something that takes a lot of time over time to really digest. And, yeah, CJ made bad plays in that game. CJ will be a better quarterback next year than he is right now, and he'll be a better quarterback in the fourth year than he was in the third year. There's things that are making it really hard for a second-year quarterback to operate right now.
Yeah, dude, I'll net it out here with some numbers for you. CJ Stroud is playing behind an offensive line that over the last month is allowing pressure on more than half the dropbacks, and he is running more plays on third down and 10-plus this season by far than any other quarterback in football. Like, that's a bad combination. You can run a lot of plays on third and 10, and you know, because your team's not a good running team, but maybe they're good in pass pro, and you can operate that way. CJ's operating where they're in 3rd and 10 or more than any other team in the league. So now he's got to drop back and throw and try to get 10 or more yards on third down to keep drives alive. And he's got 2 seconds to figure out what to do because the offensive line can't protect him. CJ's run 50 plays on 3rd and 10 or more this season. The next closest are Deshaun Watson and Aaron Rodgers at 37. Like, CJ's got a third more, like 33% more times he's been playing in 3rd and 10 because they can't run the ball on 1st and 2nd down.
They can't run the ball, but they're also
stupid penalties, too.
Yeah, they're also bad at, so you look at some of the effectiveness of their passing on the early downs isn't good either.
Yeah.
But how many of those passes are also just the screens alone? My God, how bad they are at screens. It's just right. It's the offense is not operating in such a way right now that you can put sole blame on anybody, realistically. And it's a hodgepodge of issues and errors and blocking breakdowns. Yes, quarterback decisions at times. The run game, I do feel there's this belief that because Joe Mixon gets 100-plus rushing yards that somehow the run game is just fine. My ass. No, they have not been able to run when they really need to run the ball. There's been no part of this rushing offense, even as Joe Mixon has been able to amass yardage. It's not like you can sit and go, when you have a lead, can you actually run the ball? Been able to. They've been getting destroyed, and a lot of that comes back to I'm sorry if CJ is not doing a good enough job blocking when they need to run the ball. I'm sorry. I guess I was being lazy and not blaming CJ for the complete nonsense. I'm sorry that I'm not blaming CJ for letting Titus Howard strip the ball from him. Yeah, CJ should have had better ball security there when one of his own offensive linemen stripped the ball away from him. How lazy of me to not blame CJ for Titus Howard stripping the ball from his own quarterback.
I need to hear, we can't do it here because we're up against, but I need to hear just one more time Andre's call of that in the final segment of the show, just because it won't be relevant moving forward. But yeah, CJ needs to finish his blocks. That's what he needs to do.
CJ's got to, he's got to do a better job on goal line of really rooting those defensive tackles out of there.
Yes.
He's got to do a better job of that.
All right, Jerry Jones has weighed in on the Micah Parsons, Mike McCarthy situation. Let's reset this. And is this bad news for Mike McCarthy? We will talk about that coming up next.
Bayway Chevrolet has some good news for you.
Up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Edition Fan Fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast. I'm looking at the PFF grades for the Texans for the past week. I don't know, like Titus Howard's PFF grade for this game was a robust 71.5. I feel like, well, let's play this again. This was the sack, the fourth sack of the game for the Lions. This was the one where Titus, I guess, was trying to take the ball from CJ so he could go make a play. And it turned out looking like a strip sack. Here's what it sounded like.
Stroud gets the snap. CJ with pressure. CJ scrambling out to the left, now back to the right, runs into Titus Howard. Ball comes out. Somebody's got to fall on it. Texans have it inside their 35-yard line. A disaster on third down.
Titus has got to stop watching and quitting on plays, watching the action when he gets himself beaten. That's what happens when you just stop and start watching and somebody's still playing. You're trying to get out of the way. You run right back into him.
It looked like Titus almost pulled the ball out trying to pull CJ
happens,
with
Mark,
him.
it happens way too much.
Okay, so Dre's there
not
talking.
the pulling the ball part
Right.
out. That did happen way too much in that one occurrence in the history of football that it happened.
Too much.
Yes, that's too much.
It's too much, yeah. I almost feel like, Seth, if you have a play like Titus had there, like that is literally one of the worst plays I've watched a Texan execute ever, because he is just – he feels like he's finished his job, so he just stops in the middle of it. And then that guy is the one who runs into Titus, who's just standing there like a statue. And then Titus thinks the best solution is to rip the ball out of CJ's hands and I guess turn up field and try to start making guys miss. You know, like try to go get a chunk play. Like I almost wish.
But then he had that idea in his head. But at some point, you'd think it would be clear to him that the quarterback isn't trying to give you the ball.
He ripped it out.
Like,
dude.
at what point did you double down on, I'm taking this?
The best,
it's time somebody step up and right this ship.
The best would have been if he Peanut Tillman punched the ball out of CJ's hands, scooped it up. Oh, so Titus had a 71.5. As a PFF grade, which for those not familiar with PFF, that's a decent grade. It's not like elite, but it's pretty good. Yeah. I almost feel like you should be automatically subtract like 30 points from your grade if you have a play like Titus had right there. If you try to take the ball out of your quarterback's hands and it ends up looking like a strip sack fumble, like that's minus 30 right there. Sorry.
Everybody, look, I had a good year. I was like a normal person. You're like, I hit all my incentives and everything. I got a Christmas bonus and everything. But everybody wants to focus on, I shot and killed my wife.
Right.
That's what everybody wants to talk about. Yeah, shooting and killing your wife was kind of a big deal. In that game, I don't care what Titus Howard did on a down-by-down basis. Once he actively strip-sacked his own quarterback, to his credit, he did recover the fumble.
He did, no.
So,
if he was wearing a Lions uniform, it would have been one of the plays of the weekend right there.
It would have been pretty impressive.
Yeah. Strip it and recover it.
It was who was a better defensive lineman in that game, Aleem McNeil or Titus Howard?
Titus
was by far the best.
Well, Aleem was really
lineman.
good. He was really good, but Titus was right there with him, man. I mean, Titus. He forced more strip sack fumbles than McNeil did. So I just wanted to play that one more time. Micah Parsons is a huge story, and I'm glad that it's a big story now because it's actually relevant. The Texans play the Cowboys coming up here. So it's kind of fun that the biggest story in football, Micah Parsons, his comments about Mike McCarthy, he claims he didn't throw Mike McCarthy under the bus. At least one of the comments, one portion of his comments would indicate something negative about Mike McCarthy. Jerry Jones has spoken about this on our sister station up in Dallas, Seth. I don't have the audio to it, but I've got the quotes. But let's reset here. Here is Micah Parsons after the game on Sunday, a 34-6 Cowboy loss to the Eagles at home. This is Micah Parsons when he was asked about Mike McCarthy's future with the team.
That's above my pay grade about if Mike is coaching again next year. But, all coaching aside, Mike can leave and go wherever he wants. But the guys I kind of feel bad for is guys like Zach Martin and guys who might be on their last year on their way out, because that's who I wanted to hold the trophy for. You want to one game with those legends who put in more time and work than Mike McCarthy ever did. So those are the kind of guys that I have so much sympathy and hurt for.
That last part, you can't construe that as anything about anything other than being negative about Mike McCarthy just because of the way the way you say, like, more than so-and-so ever did. You know what I mean?
Ever did, right. The time part, too, is the time part is the part that's just complete garbage.
Right.
Like, no matter, hey, the coaches that I thought were the worst coaches that I ever played for in the NFL, they all put more time in than any of the players.
Worked hard,
that's just the nature of the business, yeah.
Yep.
So that is the part where, at the very least, you think, okay, maybe he'll walk it back a little bit and say, like, well, okay, I feel like it was taken out of context, but yeah, I shouldn't have said. To clarify, what I mean is, the actual blood, sweat, like the actual physical toil and labor of it. So maybe in the cleanup, did Micah Parsons do that?
Let's play Micah walking it back, and then I've got Jerry's comments here. So here's Micah on his podcast walking it back.
We all have to see through the BS of what these TV analysts are trying to do and, provide us and basically take words. I never once threw or even intended to throw Mike McCarthy under the bus. Like I said, he's one of the most winningest coach. He is a Super Bowl champ. I never once brung up his past. And the question that was asked was about here in the Dallas Cowboys, did I see Mike McCarthy in our future? And I said, that's above my pay grade. Intended or wanted to reflect on Mike McCarthy's career because I always knew it was a good one. I've always had a great relationship with Mike McCarthy, and I never even put that in question.
Okay, so
you did.
Totally did.
Yeah, but you did. Like he's blaming the people for taking the words that he said at face value. And no, there's no him walking it back there. He's blaming the people, and it's easy to blame big media when no, it's podcasts as well. It's bloggers. It's everybody that heard what you said and said, all right, listen, dude, don't be throwing your coach. The coaches try real hard not to throw you under the bus. In media sessions and what have you.
That's
and
true.
You totally threw him under the bus there.
Yep. So here's what Jerry Jones had to say, and we don't have the audio. This just came down in the last several minutes here, but Jerry Jones has weighed in on this. Again, this is the team the Texans play this weekend, so this is what they've got going on right now. Texans are trying to fix their second half offense. The Cowboys are trying to fix their entire team personality. Jerry Jones said this on 105.3 The Fan. I know those kinds of things happen. I know that his deference, and I'm serious about this is a fact. It was not meant, no matter how it sounded, it was not meant as a critique of the coaches or the head coach. It was meant as a concern for the veteran players such as Zach Martin, and I hate our website here, such as Zach Martin that might not have that much more in their career left, and he meant as a concern to them because they don't have the length of time to right the ship as much as a player like Micah or the younger players. There's no doubt in my mind. This is Jerry Jones. There's no doubt in my mind it was meant that way. Right. End quote.
And honestly, I feel like, maybe Micah doesn't have a long history of saying very bright things. Yeah, he says a lot of dumb things, and I think the way he phrased it, it was dumb. And it's as simple as that. I did this once, Sean, after a game. We had lost a game where we had a healthy lead. We let it slip away, and we were out there in prevent defense, and we ended up squandering a lead in the second half. And after the game, I said, somebody asked me a question like, hey, do you worry about being out there in a prevent defense at that point? We had a 3-man rush, all the things people hate. And I said something to the tune of, it shouldn't matter if we have 7 defensive backs back there. You can't let up a big play like that. The way it was printed and kind of out of context without the question being in there was like, wow, we had 7 defensive backs back there, and they still got beat. And so it looked bad. So I got up in front of the team, and I said, hey, guys, this is how I intended it. I'm sorry that it came out that way. And it's not – but it was my direct quote, and I could see how I would have phrased it differently if I had thought about it beforehand. Dude. So Micah should have phrased it differently than he did. It's as simple as that. Like, listen, that wasn't my intent. I get it. I understand. I phrased it the wrong way.
How did you feel when you saw the quote framed that way in the media? Your quote.
I was like, I got to get into the team meeting ASAP. Yeah, I got to tell these guys. I felt bad. I remember, I was with the Jaguars at the time. I read paper. I was like, Aaron, no, listen, that's not what I meant, man. He was like, yeah, man, I was wondering about that.
That was in the 90s, too. You couldn't just jump on a group text with all of them?
No, there was no texting. God, no.
Oh, man, you had to wait for the meeting.
I never got my first text message until I was in Houston, and I didn't know what it was.
Hey, there's words on my phone.
I was like, my sister, I was like, well, yeah, I was freaked out kind of. I didn't know what a text message was.
That's wild.
And I was receiving it. Yeah.
Oh, man. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, they're in the house.
We are in the house.
First time I get to see you guys this week. What's going on?
I don't know. Trying to get a feel for what's happening with these Texans.
Yeah.
Bobby Slowick, so on and so forth.
Yeah, we were just talking about all the drama going on right now with the opponent this weekend.
Yeah, it's nice for it to finally be useful to us.
Are you in touch with a lot of your people up there about this game? How are they feeling about this game?
I actually haven't talked too much to many of the folks, and it feels like they're just kind of in an apathetic state. Like they've been dealing with this Cowboys team for a very long time. It's funny you use the word drama because it's not any different than it usually is, right? This is a zoo up there.
Yeah.
And so it's a zoo, but now there's not the products on the other side that make it more palatable. And so they're all just like, oh, what do you expect? And of course, this was foreseen, the eventual breakdown of what's happened here, because the process wasn't good up there, even though they ended up with 12 wins 3 years in a row. So they're not excited for this.
And it shouldn't be this way.
Yeah.
I still can't believe they lost that game.
Sunday?
I was driving in today, and I'm like, I still can't believe they lost that damn game.
Yeah, the play from that game that's going to stick with me, Tank wide open, like that's the one, and I'm guessing that's the one that's sticking with CJ.
A more confident CJ, a
he's
2023 CJ darts that ball as soon as he pops.
He throws
open.
it quicker for sure. Yeah, like and you're right, and puts the appropriate amount of juice on it.
Yeah, and he walks into the end zone
because you could see as soon as he released it, like that DB's got a shot to get there for that.
Backside cornerback, mind you.
Yeah, it was right. He wasn't even a safety. Yeah.
The part of that got me was just it felt like you could see CJ seeing like the pass open up, and then there was like an extra beat.
Yes.
And a half. Where it's like, hey man, set your feet and let it rip, and you can see that you can see the wheels turning. And I hate that because it felt like he played more free prior.
Yes.
And now you're seeing, the weight of it all slow him down, and I really hate that for a dude who was so talented.
Yeah, no
well,
doubt.
and I do wonder too whether over these last few weeks if he's been struggling with injury of some sort, because the other part of it is that he's been less accurate. He's had more either easy or low difficulty throws be errant than we're accustomed to seeing out of him, and now that could be is he just frazzled and he's not in rhythm, and that's why that's happening, or because he doesn't have as good a relationship with those other receivers as he does with Nico Collins or Tank Dell. I don't know, but it definitely looks like it's either an accumulation of all of the trauma from getting rushed as well as he has, or maybe he's dealing with something.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll Monday Night Football, man.
You're 100% right. That's the one where I said CJ from even just last year darts it.
Yes.
As soon as he pops open, he anticipates it. He throws it on a line. He gets it to him, and it's
to his buddy Tank,
and it's a walk-in touchdown.
He's got ESP communication with. Yeah. So digging into the Texans today, digging into Bobby. So you guys saw Shane Waldron got fired.
Yes.
I'm guessing Texan fans are feeling a certain kind of way about that.
Oh yeah.
That comparison was very fresh in my mind once I saw the Shane Waldron.
Dude, there's so many boxes those two teams, like the 3 wide receiver. They're stacking the wide receiver group in the offseason, and defensive head coaches. There's a lot of comps there between those two. All right, Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, and Figgy Fig, they're in the loop. Seth, I will see you tomorrow at 6 a.m.
Oh, yeah.
Right
Antibodies and tacos on Taco Tuesday.
Oh, that sounds good.
Trademark pending LeBron.
I'm starved. LeBron's going to come after your ass, dude. You're screwed. LeBron
He didn't get that one.
LeBron and his team of lawyers. All right, we're done. We're out of time. You're listening to KLT HD2 on Odyssey Station. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig, they are in the loop, and they start now.
That's right. It is a Tuesday in the loop on Sports Radio 16.
Stop it.
All right.
I thought we were past that. What's going on here? I thought we were past that.
It's been a minute, man, since I played that.
That was but there's a reason why it's been a minute, ain't it? Lopez, you okay? Are you offended?
I am. It hurts inside.
Okay.
It hurts inside.
Well, I would just like to apologize to our brothers and sisters in
right
Latin
here
for that
hurts
LeBron
right here.
James drop.
Especially that Figgy did.
I gotta go to an online training.
Yep, exactly. Speaking of, I think I have a training still in the day.
Yeah.
Before we get to any of that, we got to do a little in the loop on a Tuesday. Appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Always get involved with the program. The YouTube and Twitch are open and available for you. That's Sports Radio 610 on YouTube, 610 Houston on Twitch. But always text in to the 5-Hour Energy fan line. Brought to you by 5-Hour Energy, the official energy shot of Sports Radio 610. And football superfans, how we living on a Tuesday outside of LeBron James?
I am living great. I'm feeling good. I will say, as I mentioned to Sean and Seth, these types of losses normally don't linger into Tuesday where your initial gut reaction is still there. My initial gut reaction is still there. I can't believe they lost this damn game. I can't believe they lost this game. It shouldn't have happened. And it ties in with exactly what we're going to talk about right now.
Yeah. It's funny. I rewatched the game last night in the midst of Monday Night Football, so had a lot more attention on Texans Lions than I did on the Dolphins playing last night. But I felt a little bit better than I did. Like I felt like, okay, maybe I was a little reactionary on the Lions game because of all of the emotions of seeing that rise and then seeing the fall in the course of it. You know, the late game heroics by Jake Bates of the Lions and all those things. However, I still have that disappointment. It's just not to the same degree. But there's not anything you can do about that game in particular. And, I mean, as much as you've talked about it as a tipping point game, I think the remainder of the schedule, at least the next few games, and there's some winnable games, downright winnable games, in fact, including obviously Monday Night Football coming up this upcoming Monday against a drama-filled, real terse franchise when it comes to the Cowboys. But let's go ahead and ask this question, Lopez. Is there anything that can happen between now and the bye week, week 14, that'll make you feel like this squad is back on track? Because I think that's really the big issue. There's a lot of consternation about this team, and it feels like, although some people are like, hey, it's a 3-point loss against the Lions, you are kind of in a better place than talked about.
Given what happened.
I don't know that everybody is, right? Like, that's the tough part about it. A fan base is not a monolith. There's different subsections within it. But I think, by and large, most people would say that this team is not on the track that they're supposed to be. Is there anything that can happen in the next few weeks, the next 3 weeks, that will get you to that place where you feel like they're back on track?
Well, let me lay it out for you and Figgy and our listeners, 713-572-4610. I'm very curious, the old pulse of the fan base. Is there anything that can happen between now and December 15th, in my view, that can change the way that you
in the next month
look at this team in the next month?
Because you have Cowboys on the road Monday.
That should be a dub.
Monday night. And then you'll have the Titans at home.
Yes.
And then you'll get the Jaguars at Everbank in Jacksonville.
Yes. And then you have a bye week. So week 14 is a bye week. So like in the next month, here's my answer. The only thing that can affect your mood about this team, only bad things can affect your mood.
You think so?
Because you're expected. I am fully expecting 3-0 these next 3 weeks going into the bye week.
Sure, but I think we have gotten a good lesson in these first 10 games.
But that's what I'm saying. That would be bad. Like the only things that can happen between now and the Miami game on December 15th are bad things in terms of the mood and how you look at this team. Because like if they spit the bit, let's say against, well, they're going to beat the Cowboys, but let's say against the Cowboys, all of a sudden we're looking at a team that's in complete disarray. Tennessee, you should absolutely win here. Jacksonville, they're a mess over there. And by then, there might be a bigger mess. You should probably win that, and you play well at Jacksonville, and it's a division game. And what do they have, 2 wins? Whatever it is, you should absolutely win. So, yeah, if you win those 3 games, are you going to be like, hey, we're back?
But here's the thing. Lopez. Have we not learned in 10 games that it's not simply about the win or the loss, but the way that you do it as well, right? Yeah. Like, I think that you're not wrong in, I think, pointing to the idea that there's more bad than good in these possibilities, right? If you say that, I don't have any real pushback on that. But I think there are some goods, and I think it starts very much with the fact that through these first 10 games, with the good, the bad, and the ugly of the Texans, they're in the first halves, they have outscored their opponents 142-85, and in the second halves, they been outscored. I think second halves are going to be very telling in this next 3-game stretch, especially because I understand these are not contenders that you're facing off against, right? 2 of these teams are in the AFC South that's woeful, right? We understand that. And then one of them is the gosh darn Cowboys, who are falling over themselves.
Yeah.
Understood. But yet and still, one of these teams you beat by only 4 points earlier on in the season, right? Which is the Jacksonville Jaguars, and that was at home, right? On the road, how about you not just beat them, but you beat them in a convincing manner, right? How about you pull a little bit of a Detroit Lions, and not only do you go and win against the team that you're supposed to, but you put them in the dirt. Hello, Dallas Cowboys. Remember, that's what the Detroit Lions did to the Cowboys. Now, of course, they might have had a little extra motivation when you talk about the Lions-Cowboys game the year before with all the things that happened and the ineligible receiver or the lineman that did not declare or whatever you would like to call it there.
Yeah.
So maybe they had a little extra motivation. But damn it, if you don't tell me that this Texas team has a little motivation to go and not just win the football game, but apply pressure in the second half and prove that they can actually score in those circumstances, I think that those are the types of things that if you are able to shift the way that you play and you show up in the second half, I'll have a level of belief that maybe we could try it on a contender on December 15th versus the Dolphins.
Yeah, I think that could happen. If it's style points is what we're saying here, and you go 3-0 in these next 3 games, you go into the bye
Not
week.
style points, process.
Yeah,
process. Like that.
Same thing.
I like mine better.
Yours sounds more luxurious, but either way, let me ask you, and Figgy, let me ask you this. Keep the answer, listeners and Figgy. The Texans.
What? Figgy don't be listening. He said Figgy don't be listening. That's the problem.
Listeners and Figgy.
Listeners
and Figgy.
including Figgy. You have
Figgy and the listeners.
You have exactly 1 double-digit win this year. 1.
Yeah, and that's the Patriots.
That was the Patriots.
41-21.
You have
man, what a time!
Yeah.
Don't you just want to go back then? Going into New England and whipping their keisters.
This squad, the purported contender, the acknowledged, boy, do they have talent team. They have 1 double-digit win. So let's say you win by double digits against the Cowboys, which at this point is probably greatly expected. And then you win, whether it's double digits or comfortably, however you want to put it, against the Titans and the Jacksonville.
Comfortably is double digits.
I'm
sorry.
Yeah. So Figgy, will that change? Forget like the elements of this team that we know are there. Would it change the way you feel about where they are as a team if they get those 3 wins like that?
I would feel, honestly, it kind of felt like last season where they did win the games they should have won, and it was a couple games they should have won that they didn't. But it would feel like last season to me, man, and which is not, I guess, is not a great thing because we was talking about Super Bowl and AFC championships and all that stuff. But I don't know how I would feel, to be honest, especially if it's like some close games.
And there's your answer. That's the answer. I mean, I think that's where a lot of, and we're going to get to some texts and some messages on YouTube as well. 713-572-4610. Texans are in a weird spot. You can win these next 3 games. Let's say one of them or 2 of them is another close win, like they've had the majority of their wins this year. Are you like, hey, it's happening, they're turning it around, or are you still in wait-and-see mode? I would still be, obviously you're happy with 3 wins, but I'd still be in wait-and-see mode.
I understand that. I'm not saying that I would be remiss to try and present this as you go out there, you beat the mess out of these 3 teams, and all of a sudden all is hunky-dory, right? I can't do that for you. But I hear you on the 281 on the 5-hour NG fan line. No to style points, Reggie. Beating bad teams and looking good doesn't matter. Here's the problem, though. That would be a marked difference from what you've seen from this Texans team thus far. Because you've had teams that are downright beatable in the course of this run, and you have not done that. You have not put them out of their misery in that way. Even in the game week 1 that you felt like, oh man, Joe Mixon put up 100 and Nico Collins is, going and look at all this. 29-27, that's a 2-point victory.
Yeah.
Right? Like I think that there is something to be noted if you can get out here and if you can put these things all the way together with a solid second half and running away from a team, because the only time you did that was against a Patriots team that was literally starting their rookie quarterback for the very first time.
Yeah. So here we are in November, and we're saying and thinking much the same things as we were 2 months ago. How do they look matters, whether you want to call it process or style points or whatever. And the 281 says it. if teams, I'd be just as worried as I am right now.
Now, some other things that come in on the text line from the 832. Health and no more suspensions would make me feel better at the bye week. Also, scoring 30 points and scoring in the second half would remedy it. So definitely the second part, like we are 100% in agreement with. How do you feel about the idea of just like, hey, man, be healthy? Because this was a team that started out in that early portions and you're like, oh, it's pretty healthy. And then, the health dipped very quickly, and it's something that you've been dealing with, understandably so, because it is football. It is the car crash sport. However, a lot of things, sometimes with football, it can be somewhat as simple as who wins the war of attrition, who is pretty healthy. Like, would just getting to the bye week largely healthy help you at all?
Well, health for sure. And Nico at the top of the list, Will Anderson at the top of the list, et cetera. But let me ask you this, both of you guys and our lovely listeners. If you win some close games, which this team has made a habit of doing, but you're giving up fewer sacks and hits, that's the kind of style points that might make you feel different, even if they are close games, right?
Sure.
Because it's the line, it's CJ Stroud with whatever's going on, between the ears when he gets pressured, which I think is undeniable at this point. If he starts looking like that confident CJ in the first half, and he's not getting 4 sacks and 9 pressures as he was, against the Lions, or 8 sacks like he did against the Jets, I think it comes down to that. I think it comes down to the same thing we were talking about 2 months ago. Offensive line and pressure on CJ Stroud.
Yeah, I mean, because not only get your offense going better, right? Just having more protection to be able to go out and do the things and execute the offense in a way that it feels like you just haven't in this middle stretch of the season. But also, that helps protect the biggest asset on your team. And you can already see, we were talking about it in the handoff. We've been talking about it early on here. You can see the shift in CJ Stroud. And I don't know how much of that is simply the protection and having to look down, knowing that he has to look down and he can't just look up down the field and see what's developing there. He has to be very considerate of who's coming and are they breaking our protection down, and from where would that be happening. But also, I do wonder how much of this is just like the step up in responsibility. One of the things about this Shanahan offense is it does make it easier on a quarterback, right? And that is something that pretty wholesale Bobby Slowick has brought here, right? And in year one, that was helpful. It was helpful to have a little bit of protection of CJ. As much as we want to give CJ praise, and he deserves it for how he ran it, there are some protective elements. It feels like he is taking on, and he said as much as he's taking on more of the responsibility of this. But you could feel you could almost tangibly feel the weight of the added kind of perspective that he has taken on with this offense, and an offensive line that is more stout, more capable of handling up their blocks, and hopefully run blocking a little bit better as well. Would absolutely help alleviate that for him going forward, so you're not seeing that strain on him as a quarterback, because he's absolutely necessary. He's the engine of what happens here, and without him playing not just like at his highest, I think that limits your altitude that you can get to.
No, I absolutely, and you mentioned Bobby Slowick. That's another element of these style points we're talking about. If the play calling still seems to be a little confounding, if there are moments when Bobby Slowick is clearly doing things in the second half that are not producing points. Keep in mind, they haven't scored a second half touchdown in 4 weeks. Now they have the Cowboys, Titans, and Jaguars. Even if they maybe even protect CJ, marginally better, but they're not scoring in the second half, how does that make you feel? And then it comes down on Bobby Slowick even more.
Yeah, and that's why in the opposite direction, I would feel good if you're going out there and not just doing that, but doing that to a high level. On the text line from the 281, beating the Cowboys by 50 would help relieve some of my personal stress.
Yes.
Understood. And I agree.
That sounds like a personal victory right there.
But you know what? I feel like people need it.
Just in time for Thanksgiving.
I feel like the people need
when that uncle come in.
Yeah.
How about them Cowboys?
Yeah, that hating ass uncle.
God.
Oh yeah.
How about them Cowboys?
That's a great point.
Whoa.
Just hey man,
How about that for Thanksgiving?
How about you make me feel better in that I don't have to defend y'all? I don't have to turn into a defense attorney talking to these people that I don't want to talk to.
America's team?
Yeah.
What's up, Unc?
By the way, the Texans is going to be a season maker for the Cowboys.
If it goes the wrong way for the Texans, I don't think. Look, that thing is too far gone.
No, it is.
That thing is way too far gone. They're laughing at themselves up there in the Metroplex. But I don't know that it would fix anything up there. Funny enough.
No, but in terms of what you're talking about.
Oh, yeah, they'd have plenty.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't need to give them
those
folks none of
Texans
that.
fans that are among us. And we know who they are.
Ooh, you calling some people out. 346, Al Davis never said win pretty or win big, baby, just win. That's the quote.
That doesn't apply.
I think that you've already seen the faults in that logic this season.
Yeah.
I think you've already seen the faults in that logic. And I think for a lot of folks, we got to the point where we're like, hey, possible Super Bowl contenders. And the idea was, well, they're just winning. Well, you see how quickly that can go away.
Yeah, and they felt like that after that Jazz game. Like, I think, who was it? I think it was it Palmer? I forgot who it was. Somebody went in the locker room, and it was dead silent after a win. So they felt some type of way. A win is a win, but they ain't feel good about that win.
And by the way, the Al Davis just win thing is a lie. He always said just win, baby. He went through more coaches with winning records than any like that.
How did that work out?
And anybody who says that, go back and look. Ask Art Shell about just win, baby.
Check the tape.
Ask some of these coaches that had winning records that he was like just tired of. Hell, John Gruden, just win, baby. Or, oh, by the way, you're fired. I mean, come on. That's the biggest lie. That's just a side note there. That always irritates me when just as long as you win. Look at Al Davis. No, Al Davis didn't believe it himself.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Al Davis. There's a lot of things about Al Davis that you have to question in some ways, like his decision as a football manager to be like, you know what, I want speed, speed at all costs.
And a big arm.
Which I feel like I could also fall for that. I understand, but we've seen how that works. All right. Yeah, man. These next 3 games, it's interesting because they're not pivotal, but it feels like they kind of are, because if you think about this, right, I understand that they're not going to shift the way that you feel about this team, but you just need to get the wins, right? Just to get to the place that you want to be. If you want to play the schedule game real quick, will you indulge me?
You'll be 9-4.
Yeah, 9-4 with then at the back end of this, and I know somebody's getting after me for kind of alluding to the Dolphins as a contender. Fair enough. Not a contender, but at least a one of the better teams compared to this next 3, this stretch of next 3 against the Cowboys, Titans, and Jaguars, right? If you win these next 3, you'll be 9-4 with a final 4 games of Dolphins, Chiefs, Ravens, Titans. That puts you in the realm of maybe 11 wins, possibly 10. But if you lose one in there, now you're playing a dangerous game. Now you will win the division, but are you even going to win 10 games in that moment, right? Which feels like a setback.
That's what this is all about. How does it make you feel? I don't know if it changes a whole lot.
Yeah, don't be fooled by that Dolphins team, man. Like, remember, they got out of it because Tua got hurt, and they had some awful quarterbacks playing.
I mean, we saw them last night. They did not look incredible, but they started getting back to some of the things that they can do.
Yeah, I wouldn't sleep on them, man. I wouldn't look at them, look at their record and say, hey, they trash.
Yeah.
And I think this year's telling us there's not a lot of things you can take for granted in the National Football League as well. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Just getting started on a Tuesday. Appreciate you guys hanging out. Here in about I was about to say an hour, but here in about 40 minutes, we'll have our guy B. Scott jumping in as he typically does. But I'm going to breeze by the fact that there was a players-only meeting on this team. What did we take from that? We'll talk about it next.
All right. Driftwood Shores at Wolf Point. Where are all my fishermen, for one, people who like to
introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Leader.
Figgy has hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live.
Love it. Love it.
Always local.
Don't ever underestimate the heart of a champion.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Happy Tuesday. John Lopez, Figgy, Reginald Atatula hanging out with you. Get involved with the program by texting in to the 5 Hour Energy fan line, 713-572-4610, where 346, like, wouldn't 9-4 lock you into the playoffs? I mean, likely?
Pretty much.
But, I mean, I was about to say, you never know what happens with the Colts, man. Oof.
They looking bad
they
right now.
They got a long way to go.
Yeah.
And remember when we were sitting in the press box like, ooh, what if they put in Joe Flacco? Can they win this game? That feels so far away from right now.
Ages ago.
Feels like so far away. But so, yeah, I mean, look, you will get into the playoffs, but it just – if you continue to handle business. But it just –
if the Colts don't put in Sam Ehlinger.
Hey, at this point –
right. Are they going to have an open tryout on the team? Who wants to play quarterback?
Hey, Sam, you're up.
Man, what kind of shot would that be for Anthony Richardson?
Oh, man. Yeah, that'd be real.
Oh, man.
That would actually.
Come in. Me? No. Sam.
Not move out the way. No,
hey, the dude behind you. Get out the way.
That other guy.
That would
looking like me.
I am thinking, though, a lot about this current NFL, and it feels like we are shortening the window even further on opportunity to be successful.
Yep.
There's quite a few things, whether it's coach firings or players being benched, where it just feels like the time and opportunity for being successful before we actually respond has gotten so damn short.
They don't give you no time, man.
No time whatsoever.
I thought it was crazy. Arizona moved away from Josh Rosen. Now that was the right. That was the right call. But, man, it's
quick.
been work. Yeah, 1 year. That was it.
Well, let's get back to the Texans of this all, because this weekend was, I feel like, emotional. There's a roller coaster in it. You got out there to a good lead against the Lions. You ultimately surrender that lead slowly over the course of the second half. And all of that, I think, took us away from some news that we got over the weekend. And that was Jonathan Alexander letting us know that this team had a players-only meeting.
Which, by the way, I don't know how you guys feel. Anytime I hear, hey, they had a players-only meeting, my first gut reaction is, uh-oh. That's just not a good sign.
No, I mean, it's always – you don't have a players-only meeting just to discuss good things. Like, you're not just like, hey, players-only meeting – hey, Jeff's birthday is on Friday. What are we doing, right? Like, are we putting together a party? Like, it's rarely anything like that. It's usually that there's something that has clearly gone awry or not been that you have to address. Now, it's always an interesting inflection point, because it could be that this is a pebble in the river, and the river of whatever the bad thing is continues, or it can be an inflection point. And I'm interested in how you feel like this one might have been for this Texas team. And it was a really interesting piece. I encourage you to read it from Jonathan Alexander. But I think one of the things it pointed to was also the fact that in addition to becoming the captain that he ultimately did for one of the captains on the team, Joe Mixon is the leader on the offense right now.
Yes, he is. Now, when you hear players-only meeting, as I said, my first reaction is, oh, no. Sometimes they can be a good thing. I don't remember a whole lot of them where it flipped a switch and all of a sudden, things start going well. But this was Jimmy Ward talking about it, and he actually indicated there might be another players-only meeting. This was after the game.
We already had a only players meeting and told the coaches to leave, and so all it was about was just staying together. Like this, this is playoff atmosphere. Like, this is how the game's gonna be, and we just gotta figure out a way to win. And we probably have another meeting too, and just try to, jump on top of it and try to figure out a way, how can we fix the second half slump that we've been having.
2 players-only meetings? 2?
That's always
okay.
That's always scary, man. Because I don't know if the players only meeting is to hold themselves accountable. Like, yo, we got to pick it up.
Yeah.
Or is it like, man, I don't know what this coach has got us together. Yeah.
To me, it's a reflection of the locker room. Either guys, we've got to take this messaging, we've got to take this coaching, and we've got to, embrace it and do this and that. Or, guys, it's us. It's about us.
We got to look out for us.
Yes, exactly. So that's why I'm like,
I don't know what his coaching staff is doing, man.
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
Yeah, the tough part about this is, for one, obviously the idea of having another players meeting. You wonder, what is the return on investment? At what point does it cease being useful? Because it feels like the idea of a players-only meeting is to shock the system.
Yes.
Right? It is to say, hey, what we're doing is not good enough. We need to shift it. But I do appreciate that it's the players taking a level of accountability for what happens here in a tangible way. And not saying that when, the likes of CJ gets up there and says that, I believe this is on me and I'm accountable, whatever. I don't think that they are lying there. But, it is good to see that fully translated to a point where these players are like, hey, man, we need to acknowledge what our role in this is and start conversations about how we get to that. And if we're living up to what is called of us or what is asked of us. I know that somebody on the text line said hopefully it was an offensive line only meeting, and that's where it gets interesting, because the people that are pointed to in these things. Jimmy Ward, Aziz Al-Shair says that, they've kind of had that. But Joe Mixon is one of the big ones that, is pointed to. People are, again, chronicle piece that Jonathan Alexander wrote. It's apparently everybody kind of spoke to Joe Mixon's speech being impactful. It was real. It comes from the heart, according to Joe Mixon. I think that I find it interesting that he comes in from the Cincinnati Bengals and is the one that, with his veteran leadership and veteran status, is the one kind of speaking to this. I do wonder if his message lands on some of the places that we're thinking it needs to, especially on that offensive line.
Yeah, I think that's exactly where the gist of it came from, protecting CJ Stroud and the offensive line. But not just that, because it has to do with, I think, not being able to score touchdowns in the second half of games.
Sure.
And that's where maybe it's like, guys, Bobby is doing what Bobby does. Let's take it, but it's still on us. And I think.
Well, I mean, and one of the quotes that comes in the piece is really getting guys to understand that buying into what's being preached out there and what's being ran, it's up to us to make it shake. So, very much not just hey, man, Bobby's putting us in this position. It's like, if you need to buy in, and then you need to take what he is giving you and make it work.
Yeah. It also, and again, there's been an array of players-only meetings over the years in various sports.
Yeah.
And I don't think a lot of them end well or for a good reason. But I think in this case, they're talking about like it's on us to do it. But it's not a good reflection on the coaches. Whenever there's a players-only meeting, it's really not a good reflection on the coaches to me.
That the message isn't landing.
That's the coach's job.
In some regard, but I think there's an acknowledgement that this is a two-way street, and I think this is the fear that a lot of Texans fans, onlookers, what have you, have had about this team is I think it really is isolated in on the offensive line, but I mean, not to simply isolate them. Are they committed to what's happening here? Because that's kind of the language that's been used in all sorts of different avenues here, right? Are they committed? Are they bought in? Are they putting it on the line? Are they playing to the highest of their abilities or the highest of their efforts? Right? Those are the kinds of tones that are used to talk about some of the players on this team. And again, this is another confirmation of that. And I think that's really the concerning part about all of this is like if it's not 10 weeks of football or at the point where the meeting has had 9 weeks of football and a meeting. At what point do you see that energy and that effort show up?
Right. We've all had moments in our lives and people in our lives where you're trying to explain something and it just doesn't. They just don't get it. Right. Whether you're putting together a shelf or explaining directions or whatever it is, and it just doesn't hit. They don't get it. At some point, that's on me. That's on me to explain it a different way. And so what I'm really talking about here is like, how many times have we heard D'Amico and Bobby Slowick say, we work on this every week. We've done this every week. We tell them what to do, and for whatever reason, it's not getting done. That might be the gist of how this players-only meeting started. But at some point, they have to change the messaging to make it understandable.
And I agree with you there because this is where it goes to the fact that I studied communications in college, right? Which means I
have a degree.
But I also got a degree that a lot of people will laugh at, right? Communications, what is that? But when it comes to the mechanics of communication, right? It is incumbent upon the communicator, not the communicatee, to get the message across. So I absolutely agree with you on that point. The problem for me is I am not certain that the person who is receiving the message is open to receiving the message, and I know that would make it a lot tougher. However, I think that you are right, especially when we come back to what we've noticed with this Texas team is that it feels like change comes slower. And so it feels like this is another instance where the change in the way that message gets in there might be necessary, and it might be coming, but it might be happening just a little too slow to see the effects of the change.
Yeah, but 5 players, 6 players on the line not getting it? Is that on the players? Is that, a them problem? Or is that on the messenger?
It's a good question.
5 guys, 6 guys?
It's a good question. But then we also talk about the dynamics of the room and the mentality of all these things. It feels like as much as we would like to make it a one or the other, it feels like a combination of all those things. But players only meeting, you did see, I think you saw a level of focus and, energy in the first half of that game, but it felt like it waned a little bit.
Yeah.
And so that's the thing that that'll be interesting. Players only meeting coming. Like how often is this going to happen? Especially once you come up on these next 3 weeks of easier games. If that remains necessary, that'll be a real concern. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next is it's time for our question of the day. Is there nothing that can be done to stop visiting fans from taking over NRG Stadium? All right, question of the day. What is your best solution for stopping the takeovers in NRG? 713-572-4610. We'll discuss it next.
The Texans couldn't take down the NFC's best in a loss to the Lions.
CJ fakes the give.
fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan Limited Edition Fan Fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. fan who cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
For a limited time. Shop now at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Is there really nothing that can be done about visiting fans taking over NRG? That's the question of the day.
Nope. It is what it is.
Let us know if you have a grand idea to fix the takeover that we saw on Sunday with it looked like the H-Town blue, right? Because of that Lions blue and then the battle red game
from the press box, it did look like a sprinkle.
Well, why aren't they getting sued?
Blue.
You know that woman in Tennessee.
Uh-oh. That who?
Boy. I'm just
that who?
Oh man!
Yeah,
Every time,
clear out, man.
There's very few instances where I'm afraid that Lopez is gonna cuss on air, but when he talks about the team owner of the Titans,
that owner,
ooh boy, gets close. But
that Bama,
that's exactly.
Yeah, I mean, you knew it was going to be a lot of Lions fans. That's a team that has a lot of passion for the team and hasn't had a lot of opportunity until very recently to do such things. But frame when it comes to this Houston Texans team, with Houston fans in general, because it's not just the Texans.
Is there anything?
I don't know. I don't think so, man.
The only thing I could think of is give them something free when they walk in, not just like a towel or a t-shirt.
They've tried that
multiple times. Outside of a towel and a t-shirt, I mean, like something super valuable, like the first 10,000 people that's in by this time get a free limited edition Andre Johnson bobblehead or something.
That's kind of sad, isn't it?
No, we
got to buy your support.
I mean, a little bit, but hey, man, that's as CJ lets you know, there's a lot of things to do in the city of Houston, man.
Get out of here!
There's a lot of stuff to do. You know what I mean? You gotta get my attention.
There's a late arriving crowd. Oh, the city's too spread out. Oh, there's a lot of things to do in Houston.
I mean, we take things slow in Houston.
Oh, they take things slow in Houston. Oh, they're on the concourse. Oh, they're tailgating. Excuses.
It's a Houston mindset, man.
Excuses. Here's where I am with this, and the question of the day is for our listeners and of course us here to kind of kick around. Is there anything that can be done, or we? This is where I am right now. I think I have vastly overestimated how good football fans are in this city. Now, let me qualify it. Hold on. Let me put something out there.
You're saying a lot,
yeah,
man.
But the baseball and basketball fans, that's where it's at, right? That's what you're saying? He said football fans.
Fans. Let me abridge it. To you people.
Whoa. Hey, wait, whoa.
You people.
Whoa.
I'm not talking to you people that are always there early, that are always rabid fans, that
salute to y'all,
that
man.
we were tailgating with off the chain, like
when
off
the
the
season
chart.
was bad, y'all was out there.
See, a lot of people that are truly great fans get offended. We're not talking to you. We're not talking to the fans that were at all these tailgates and in the parking lots and in their seats.
Which, by the way, I feel like the extra hour tailgate did help.
Oh, it was big time.
Now, I wonder how much of that also was just because there were so many Lions fans. That's what they was here for, right? And so they got into their seats early as well.
Mm-hmm.
But it did feel like a little bit different getting in early, and I wonder how much that's also just Sunday Night Football.
Well, yeah, well, sure.
You're later in the day.
But even on noon games, there is a big chunk, thousands.
Yeah.
So I don't want to be unfair here. Thousands of fans that are great fans that get there early and are loud and are ready and are primed and all that. Let me just say this. I'm not talking to you. All right? We're talking to the people that made a conscious decision to sell their tickets, to show up late, to not be as rabid or as loyal as others. Those are the ones we're talking to. And is there anything?
No, I mean, like, part of this is no, right? Like, I think some of this is just a basic economic factor here when you talk about, especially, in these instances where you have a team like the Lions coming in and they have fans that are going to travel, fans that plan ahead and save a whole bunch of money to travel. Game with Texans being a more formidable opponent, right? Locally, the team, if you're here, you have an opportunity to make a good amount of money on that. You'll have more opportunities to see your team, right? You'll have 7 more opportunities to see your team compared to their one opportunity to come down to Houston into this warm weather. As I was talking to some Lions fans on Sunday night, it's like, well, and never been to Texas, nice warm weather, come down and I think the destination of it changes that, plus the economics of being able to sell at a great uptick. I don't know that there's much that you can do about a takeover of that nature.
Yeah, and I think, and to kind of add on to your point, I do think Houston is somewhat of a vacation spot too, where a lot of people want to come to Houston
for the warm weather, if nothing else.
Yeah, like it's a lot of good things
food, good eats.
Yeah, I think it's like an under the radar good vacation spot. If you've never been here, you want to go to a game and kind of kick it too. I think people mark Houston on that calendar.
Yes.
So I think part of that's the reason too, and also I think a lot of people season tickets, I think they try to make a little extra off of it, man. Which I can't get mad at that, but I think if it's like if it's thousands of people that's giving up their tickets to try to make an extra buck, that's when you get a lot of the opposing fans in there.
Excuses.
There's some folks that are taking this to the football field where some people are saying that fans don't trust the team.
Okay.
Someone said that they sold their season ticket holder and they sold their tickets because they did not trust. A fair thing to point out is that people are going to the engagement that you're anticipating, that you're hoping for. That comes with winning a big one, or at least being in consistent contention for that. And we got to this place where we started kind of getting our hopes up that they could be in that place, and it does not feel like they're quite in that place yet. They still have an opportunity to show us that over the course of the remainder of the season. But yeah, I feel like you get a couple of seasons, a season or two of this is a team that's going to be a contender. I think you might shift the mentalities and the behavior of folks, but it might just be, hey man, go win a Super Bowl. Which that feels wild to just kind of put it out like that. Where it's like win a Super Bowl and everything changes. But you see the way that goes. I mean, you see the way that the Chiefs have been a good fan base. Don't get me wrong, but you start winning Super Bowls and all of a sudden like this turns up to a different degree. And the hardcore fans are obviously there, but then more of the fair weather fans obviously jump in a bigger degree.
But Figgy, I'm sorry.
No, you good. You good.
I just don't understand. And let's focus in on something that has been one of the excuses here. All right. And again, I'm not talking to the tried and true, to the proven. I'm there every day. Don't talk. I'm not talking to you. Let's talk about Houston is spread out. I give you the Detroit Lions. Okay. Houston's downtown is much more developed in terms of businesses and housing than Detroit is right now. Detroit is a big-time suburban city, like spread out as much or more, comparatively speaking, as Houston. They are full every game before. Now, that's a great team, but they've had loyal fans for a while now. That's not something that is necessarily, I think so. That's why I keep saying, is there anything? And all I'm hearing are excuses.
Yeah, it's weird too because like we having this conversation, but I feel like it's two different conversations too because I think the part that really gets me is not being in the seats when the kickoff happened.
Yeah.
Because you look around at other stadiums, man, they be in their seats early.
That's what I'm saying.
But then you also got the other conversation of just giving your tickets away and letting another fan base come in and invade your home.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like those are two different conversations. It's wild because you can see it in all the other sports too here.
Yeah.
Like you see, like it was wild when I first moved here and the Rockets was in the playoffs. Man, them seats was empty probably the whole first half.
Yeah.
Second half, then it was full, but that first quarter in a playoff game, man, you seen a whole bunch of empty seats on TV.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes down to that, it feels like there has to be an acknowledgement that this city exists like that, right? Miami is another one of those cities that just kind of exists like that. They show up late, right?
Yeah.
And I don't know if that's something that culturally you can shift. I know that the Texans are doing what they can to try and throw in incentives, but we've talked around this a lot, right? Like there's been a lot of conversations around this, and it might just be one of those cultural things that's really unfortunate to have to deal with. But ultimately exists there. It's the invading thing that's tough, and that's another one where that might just be, winning at a high. I wonder how much this factors in. Not to say that clearly there's been a football fan base here for a long time, and I understand that there's transplants, but the Texans as a team have been around for what 20-something, just
23 years,
just over 20 years, right? Like generations of time develops that fandom. In a really deep way, right? Fandom, honestly, is oftentimes about kind of familiar relationships and that commonality that you have with that team as well. And this team has had one generation to be able to do that. Like I think it might be a time
This is a football city, whether it's the Texans, the Oilers, or whatever. And sometimes you just have to admit something that's kind of embarrassing. Maybe we're just not as good as we thought we were.
Yeah, I guess thinking a little more deep into this too, man, because Houston is a city where a lot of people move here. It might not be a lot of people that's from Houston and maybe not even rooting for the Houston Texans, but you might have some people that's making business decisions by investing in some season tickets and just kind of don't really care about the team, but they just using it for their business or just kind of giving it to anybody or selling them or something like that. That could play a part because a smaller town like Detroit might not have that because everybody there is most likely from Detroit or from Michigan.
Mm-hmm. Do you feel better about this? Do you feel like you have any answers?
No.
I don't either.
No. I do think the Houston Texans deserve a lot of credit, though. They doing everything they can to try to get people there early, and they making the security through. Like, you don't have to take everything out your pocket now. You can just kind of walk through. They making it a lot easy. They doing the fireworks to try to let people know.
Yeah.
And
they've tried everything.
And so I can't even blame them. Maybe it is on the field. I don't know.
Right, and that's why I wonder if, like, in the short term, that this is just kind of a cultural problem that you're going to have to deal with. Someone on the YouTube, Wesley, saying that it's unfortunately seeing that around 30-year-olds have friends that are fans of other teams because of that gap in football here. Like that, I think that there is a little bit more to consider within there when it comes down to just like how many folks are dyed-in-the-wool Texans fans, and how many folks are like, I like the Texans, I'll go watch the game, but it's not like in the blood necessarily.
Yeah. Or my dad might be a Titans fan because he was an Oilers fan, so he went over there with the Titans. So I don't really care for the team like that.
This is depressing. 23 years is not a drop in the bucket. That's a generation.
Yeah. It's
That's a generation.
But you're comparing this to teams that have been more than generational. And I think that ends up being a tough part of it.
It's depressing.
Yeah, and
it's just excuses, man. It's just excuses.
And I totally give the team is bad.
Yeah.
I totally get that. But last year, they had a surprising year, and they had a pretty good year, and it was still a struggle getting people there early and people giving away their tickets to other fans. It was a good year last year, man.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was.
And I mean, they turned up in the playoff game, but outside of that, man, it was a struggle, and they had a good year.
We haven't solved a damn thing.
No, we haven't. And I think it's because it is an issue with some complexity to it, and I'm not sure if there's an actual solution for it.
Yeah.
Other than like making it so unnecessary to be in that building at kickoff, and I do wonder how much
that
of that
was
is
Sunday night football, man.
Okay, all right,
against the Lions, and you sold your tickets. You didn't show up. You got there late. Come on.
Yeah, get that bread.
Come on, man. That's sad.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Thanks for hanging out with us on a Tuesday, and it is a Tuesday, which means coming up next, we'll go around the NFL, but also welcome in our guy, B. Scott. We'll do that next.
All right, D&M Auto League.
Up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Amps up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
NFL in the Loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Brought to you by Quick Assist. Here's John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Time to go around the NFL as we welcome in our guy, Brandon K. Scott, otherwise known as B. Scott from Hiram Clark. What's happening, man?
Yeah, man, I'm still just trying to process just like everybody else. I'm trying to understand what took place Sunday night, why it took place, how it took place, and where we go from here. Like I'm
You talking about the flashing lights that happened early in the game? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, all of it. All of it. The flashing lights to the very end to where it was dead ass silent. Yeah, man. I'm trying to get there.
It wasn't silent. That's one thing I can tell you for sure. The Lions fans were chanting in there. It wasn't silent. Them Lions fans were chanting in there. That was a frustrating part.
They affected the game.
Yeah, they sure did.
Early on, somebody said on the broadcast, on the Sunday Night Football broadcast, it's 30% Lions. And I was like, well, I think maybe they were trying to be generous.
They were.
Like, I think they were trying to not throw Houston under the bus by just pointing out there are a lot of Lions fans without trying to say, hey, Houston ain't showed up the way they're supposed to. I think that's what they were trying to do. But I wish I could have whispered into the, talking to the IFB and been like, yo, that's a regular occurrence.
or go like this.
Yeah.
40.
Probably higher, but also anytime the Texans play anything close to a legacy franchise or a franchise that is, like in the Patriots case, a franchise that has had recent success, I wouldn't call them a legacy franchise per se.
No, and funny enough, they did not become a national power that you would imagine when you get like a dynastic run.
Mm-hmm.
But anyways.
But when they came here,
when
they came here, it was all of us like, is New England and Houston? I didn't know geographically they were the same.
Long way.
Yeah. But you would not know it based off of how the turnout looks and what the jerseys look like in the concourse and in the stands.
All right.
Sometimes it's just hard to admit, maybe we're not as good as we thought we were. But sometimes you got to admit it.
As a city?
Yeah.
Or as a team?
As a city.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, in this case, we might be talking about both of them.
Well, let's go around the NFL. Brought to you by Quick Assist. Tired of the hassle of selling your tickets? Say goodbye to the stress and let their experts get you the best price. Download Quick Assist from your app store today, and they'll handle the rest. QUICKASYST. Quick Assist, your ticket everywhere. All right, we go around the NFL, and I'd like to start here. The Chicago Bears have fired their offense. They promote Thomas Brown, who, a name that is somewhat familiar here. But Shane Waldron just starting in his first year as offensive coordinator, and seeing a offensive coordinator fired is always interesting when you've had conversations about the similar around here. This feels like one that was destined to happen, though. Shane Waldron being fired there.
Yeah, so I'm just and I know we're going to get to some Texans thoughts later on in the hour, but it did make me think about how I'd much more prefer to be in this situation where you've got questions about the offensive coordinator. You want to demand more and demand better from the offensive coordinator, from the offensive play caller, but you'll stop short of, and I know that we've heard this out there, fire Bobby Slowick and all of that, but reasonably speaking, you stop short of, hey, this guy needs to be fired. No, it's, hey, this dude needs to get his head out of his ass.
Yeah.
But it's not necessarily, hey, you got to just throw him to the curb, whereas with the Bears, they were able to acknowledge very early on, we don't have time to wait on this. We don't have time to allow the offensive coordinator to ruin the rookie quarterback that we just invested our entire future in.
Yeah.
We just don't have time to do that. So it's a very Bears thing to happen as well. Like they don't develop quarterbacks.
Correct.
They don't do offense well. They haven't, and I don't know how long. This is just so on par, so on brand. And I point out too, the two offensive coordinators that have been fired so far in season are Luke Getsy and now Shane Waldron today.
Both Bears associated?
Not just both Bears associated, but both the two most coordinators.
Yeah.
Like the dude that they just got rid of went and got a new job and he was gotten rid of immediately.
Yeah.
The guy that they brought in to replace him was seen the door shortly thereafter, and it's very Bears. The Bears.
Yep. And look, the Bears probably could have known this if they went and did a little bit of interviewing around Shane Waldron's last job. So Jackson Smith-Njigba got drafted to the Seattle Seahawks. He spent his rookie year with Shane Waldron as his OC. And CHGO, which is a kind of like a podcast,
I know. I'm familiar.
podcast hub in Chicago. They had Jackson Smith-Njigba on. I think this was at the Super Bowl or what have you. And he was asked, about what he would say to Bears fans about their new offensive coordinator.
Bears fans are super interested about the offensive coordinator coming in, Shane Waldron. What can you tell them about who they just hired to try to get this offense where it needs to go?
This is live?
We're not live. We're not live.
I'm playing. Good luck to y'all. I mean, he's a great person.
He's a great person.
He's got a good personality.
Man, I remember this happening, and I just don't remember it being that bad.
Dude, they teed it up too. What can you tell us?
It
wasn't like,
is this live?
Is this live?
They teed it up
Are
for
you
him.
wearing a wire?
He could have said anything. Instead, he went, good luck. Good luck.
Instead of actually leading with, he's a great person.
Yeah.
Like, which we would have already probably read too much into or read a lot into.
Correct.
Like, what?
Yeah.
You're telling about his job?
Yeah.
Like lead with, he's a good person, and then work your way down. He's like,
Clearly, he did not believe that. It took him a while to come up with that one.
Yeah.
He was searching, and he was like, I guess he's a good person.
He's an okay guy.
Man got to feed his family. I wish him well.
Yeah.
That's what it sounded like.
He said good luck.
Yeah.
That was his ultimate conclusion, was good luck to you.
Good luck.
And that feels like it needs to be considered when you start talking about firing an offense coordinator. That was the starting point, and it ultimately got to a point where the Bears ranked in the bottom of the NFL in points scored being 24th, yards per carry 28th, yards per pass 30th, total yards 30th, third downs 31st, yards per play 34th. Like, that is the level of play that gets you fired at offensive coordinator.
I saw something that said they have gone 23 offensive drives without scoring a touchdown.
Yeah.
And mind you, they drafted the quarterback #1 overall. He looks like not good right now.
Yeah.
And part of it, I think, is what they're doing, and part of it, I think, is him. I don't know if it's confidence or if it's just deflated. I don't know what it is exactly. But it ain't working. It's not looking good right now. They have not scored a touchdown in 23 straight offensive possessions. And they also loaded up on receiver, on weapons.
Yeah.
Like they did. I know Ryan Poles is an attention whore, but to his credit, he did everything he could possibly do to try to surround this young guy with as much talent as he possibly could, except that one thing, and that's hire a capable offensive coordinator.
Well, and I think for a defensive coach, a defensive-minded coach often is the most important thing.
Who's offensive coordinator who you just had to fire before? So you've already had I know, but you already had the issue, right? Like it's the second offensive coordinator under this regime, and he doesn't last. He didn't last 10 games.
Well, and the story is, if it comes down to we've got to surround our franchise quarterback that we have a lot of confidence in with all the right people, and it comes down to coordinator or quarterback, it's the coordinator 100% of the time.
Oh, yeah. No,
100% of the time.
Many times it's actually the player over the quarterback now, like the star player, or rather, of the coordinator in this current iteration in the NFL, especially with the pay reaching the levels that it has. I think, for me, it's just the juxtaposition of this is how bad it has to be for in-season firing, right? Compared to, I know that there's a lot of concerns about Bobby Slowick. I honestly am having concerns about if this is the right scheme altogether that you have here. But the idea of like firing mid-season feels like a bridge that it's such a drastic maneuver, and it comes when you have just literally bottom 3 in many categories, and you started out in a bad place.
Here's where it gets interesting and dicey. Do you do nothing? Do you maybe change play calling duties? Do you maybe what Reggie just said? Tweak the system itself?
See, I don't buy into that. I think play calling needs to be better, 100%. Like, I'm not going to sugarcoat that. But I don't think like systems really like.
Well, I don't know that you can change the system.
Not change. But think about it. But change the emphasis of what they're doing.
Sure, you could do that. But even just the premise of, hey, it's the system. Like that long
good
praising the system. And by the way, this system works really well across the league. Like, how is it that you get to Houston and you get to Bobby Slowick, and all of a sudden this system that works for everybody else don't work for you?
Well, the offensive line ain't everywhere else.
But see, that's right. But that, to me, that's not a system issue. That's a personnel issue.
Okay.
You got the wrong dudes. You can't run the system that everybody else is running, and everybody else is running well, and it's supposed to complement or be quarterback friendly.
Yeah.
It's a quarterback friendly system to a good quarterback, not a quarterback friendly system for one of those, has-beens that would be a backup for the 49ers. I'm trying to think of some of those backups before Brock
Nick
Purdy.
Mullen.
Birdhead or,
CJ Beathard.
That's what I'm trying to go. It's not for those guys, or even for Sam Darnold.
Yeah.
Like this is CJ Stroud in a system that's already supposed to be like the same system that Matt Schaub ran, the one that made Matt Schaub look probably a little bit better than he actually was.
Sure.
And you're telling me that CJ can't run it? No, I refuse to believe that. I think you got the wrong offensive lineman. And again, an offensive coordinator who does need to get his head out of his tail.
Okay, but you got the quarterback. You got the system that you believe in, right?
Yes.
Well, then it's maybe a messaging problem, which we talked about a little while ago, and that would be the coordinator.
No, there's a personnel problem for sure, but I think that once you have a personnel problem, then you maximize what you have with your personnel for the time being, because you can't make that shift.
Yeah. The tough part about it, especially in the immediacy of this game, this Lions game that they just lost, is that I've had a lot of complaints about it, so a lot of us have had questions for sure, but I did not feel like he was a top 3 issue in the Lions game. Like, to his credit and to the team's credit, they were scheming guys open.
Yeah.
Like, you want to tell me that the interception that CJ Stroud threw that was supposed to be a Tank Dell touchdown was a part of the scheme, system, or play calling? Absolutely not. You want to tell me that after Joe Mixon gets you first and goal at the 3 and you can't punch it in, you got to kick a field goal, that was a system problem? No, that's a Juice Scruggs getting a holding penalty from the 3-yard line problem.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, to me, we can have our complaints about Bobby Slowick. They're justified, but we got to keep it all in context.
No, and I think that is well said. The problem is, I think that I've gotten to a point where I have made it so that those are not things that are fixable. And so I'll talk about the things that I feel like you can adjust to fix around those things.
Yeah,
but
that's a good point.
It is worth noting. I think you make a good point that we have to start with noting the fact that the bigger issues are here. Those just feel like, as much as it's fixable, those ones feel like those aren't necessarily big, majorly changeable.
I've got whenever I have issues, I got one friend that, like, I'll be like, man, this is going wrong, whatever, and they'll be like, don't suck. Stop being bad. Like, sometimes the solution can be complicated, and sometimes you can oversimplify it and just say, hey, you know what, just be better.
Yeah.
Stop being bad at this.
No, yeah.
Like, is your friend D'Amico Ryans? My bad. I didn't realize that you had it like that.
Hey, look, if there's anything could say just point blank in front, when he talks to the media today,
don't suck.
We need to not suck.
He's basically said that, though.
He really has.
We just need to be better.
Yeah.
I needed him to say it verbatim. Don't suck.
Something that your opponent's head coach said verbatim is that Cooper Rush is going to be the starter again at quarterback for the Dallas Cowboys. Their options are 8th-year veteran Cooper Rush, who 5-2 now as a starter, even though I don't believe in quarterback starting like wins or losses necessarily, because he is a don't-mess-it-up quarterback. And those wins came up. Well, he had one game against, I think, the Minnesota Vikings where he actually, he was throwing the football well. Yeah. Other than that, it's just like, don't mess it up, and you have a team that is capable of not messing stuff up. That Cowboys team right now, it don't matter if you mess up or not, brother. You got to go get out the mud if you want to be the quarterback.
They mess up.
But they go with Cooper Rush instead of turning to the dude that they gave up some draft capital for, and the guy who has not played enough football, Trey Lance. Who would you rather see as the Texans, Cooper Rush or Trey Lance?
I would rather see Cooper Rush because I feel like at the very least Trey Lance offers a dynamic that is harder to prepare for. It's like there is a physical matchup and a physical component that you have to account for that is different and just not there the same with Cooper Rush. So I'll say Cooper Rush, but even beyond that, like if you wanted to take, I know sometimes y'all do silver linings, you'll take a saving grace from a loss or a negative thing. I would say, hey, if you could make, particularly in the first half, if you could make Jared Goff look like that, Jared Goff, who peaked it this year and or at least was playing like that going into that game, if you can make Jared Goff look the way that he did in the first half, God bless Cooper Rush or Trey Lance or whoever the Cowboys try to trot out there. So I feel good about where the Texans are defensively versus whatever they faced on Monday night.
I think that's very fair. That's around the NFL here on In the Loop. We got our guy B. Scott hanging out, which means coming up next, it's time to get into B. Scott's thoughts. We'll do that next on Sports Radio 610.
All right, right now let's talk about how you guys are.
Up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Fan who cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. 5hourenergy.com.
Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
It's going down. H-Town. Hiram Clark. B-Scott from Hiram Clark.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's something to get you in the right mood.
If you need that, just kind of, tap into the arm. If you need that boost, B. Scott from Hiram Clark, he got it for you on a Tuesday. Time for B. Scott's Thoughts in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Figgy, Reggie Atatula, and of course, the aforementioned B. Scott.
So I want to get into this first, and I didn't even put this on the dot, but this is where my mind is at right now. The biggest concern, this is how I'll put it. The part that is most concerning about where the Texans are right now for me really is, what is it doing to CJ Stroud? And I'm one of these folks that still believes, but is not in the business of making excuses for CJ Stroud. Like, still believe in CJ Stroud. I don't feel like what we saw last year was fool's gold. Even a lot of what we've seen this year, honestly, like in the midst of the bad, there have also been so many flashes of just transparent, obvious talent. It is there. So there is no need to question that part. The part that I'm questioning and the part that is making me uncomfortable with watching the Texans right now is, what is the impact that all of this, from the poor pass protection and also the inability to really run the ball consistently, right? Because, like, how do you help a struggling quarterback be able to run the football, right? Like, that helps any quarterback, even when it's doing well.
Correct.
So not having that, being just to be generous, call it less than ideal, not great. I think it's fair. How is all of that impacting CJ Stroud? And Reggie, you mentioned something interesting about as it pertains to Bobby Slowick in the break before we actually got back on air.
Made an interesting point.
but think about this. Where is Bobby Slowick's OG?
Yes, that is how I termed it. Yes,
that's how you turned it with Bobby Slowick. What's the residual for? What's the trickle down on CJ Stroud? Where's his OG? Who might that be when it comes to, hey, we got to reel this in, we got to get this right? Like, we feel like Bobby Slowick is either frazzled or needs to get his head out of his tail, or whatever.
Or just has a lot of work on him, man. Right. He got a lot in the inbox.
Whatever the case may be. So who is the voice in Bobby's ear? Who is the voice in CJ's ear? And can we trust it? Do we know? First of all, do we know if it exists?
Yeah.
Like, is there a voice beyond just those voices themselves that exist? And then can you trust it? Like, where is it at? And what is the impact ultimately on the development of your young quarterback? Because I'm not as much worried about the Texans in this season and, like, can they win the division and go to the play? Like, they're going to do all of that. I feel pretty confident they're still going to do all of that.
Mm-hmm.
But is the quarterback trending in the right direction or the opposite? And that's the part that's making me really uncomfortable.
You know the answer.
I feel like I do know the answer, but I don't like it.
Yeah,
I don't like the answer.
Yeah, and I know they're telling CJ Stroud to trust things and step up in the pocket. Don't go back. The thing that got me the most legitimate B. Scott is when he starts he wasn't even really getting out of the pocket against the Jets. He was just going straight back and crumbling. That was bad. That was a sign that it is affecting him, that he's seeing ghosts, hearing ghosts, whatever it may be, and that's what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Like the effect on C.J. Stroud was like right in front of us. He never would have done that.
Well, and also, that's a point on seeing ghosts.
Yeah.
I'll make one about, like, just judgment overall. We mentioned the interception that was intended for Tank, should have been a touchdown. A gimme, it felt like.
Agreed.
Or should have been.
Yeah.
Judgment there, awful. Like, let it rip. What are you doing? That's one example. A lesser example is that y'all remember the sack where he tries to spin out, tries to spin away from the defensive lineman, and it's like, who do you think you are? Where do you think you're going? Yeah. And we've seen him do that before, but in this case, it seemed like just a misjudgment of where you are on the field and the likelihood of you actually
and how fast he goes to it.
Right, how fast he goes to it, and
you know what it feels like to me? That is a dude who's like, hey man, I don't know if I can or should trust everybody else. Okay, I need to have the responsibility. It's what I termed the Superman complex.
Yeah,
right?
absolutely.
You get to a point where you're like, all right, I'm the quarterback. I'm the leader guy. I'll take on more responsibility and more responsibility and more responsibility. And there's something to be said about leadership or what have you, and understanding that you are not Superman and that you can't do all of this. And hey, I'm going to spin out and do all this is like, who the hell do you think you are? Well, he thinks he's Superman in that moment, and I have to be the guy who carries this.
Yeah, and that's the part that's troubling. Like, so do we have a bit of not a CJ Stroud? Because Rodney Harrison asked him this, like a real quick interview before the game. Hey, what do you need to do for the Texans to win tonight? What do you need to do for your team to be? He said, I need to be myself. What does that mean?
Yeah.
Who is yourself right now? Like, I would have known or felt like I knew what that meant around this time last year. Who is it now? Who is yourself right now, and how much of it is it him, or is it the surrounding, the environment around him? And that's the part that I feel like is got to be the most concerning part for Texans fans right now.
Yeah, for sure. I think we had that on the docket for 1P, right? Like,
yes, we did.
How do you get that confidence back? That it seems like he has lacked, and maybe that's not the right word, but I think you get what I'm trying to get to, right? Because there's something that is, even if it's just the glint in CJ's eyes, there's something that has been taken or that is not there in the same capacity as it had been prior, even at the start of the season. And how do you restore that in the course of the remainder of the season is something that we really got to get to the bottom of.
But y'all know what's really weird about it, though, is that a lot of this game against the Lions, it felt like it was coming back.
And then it left just as fast.
That's the part.
That's another sign.
I don't get that.
As soon as it started going bad, he never would have been like that before.
Yeah, it just, that first half, man, and this is another one of my issues.
That first half was the CJ we've all seen.
It was, and even in the midst of it, I can remember feeling like, man, these 3 field goal drives are ass.
But it wasn't necessarily CJ was ball.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. Even in the midst of that, I'm like, but you know what?
Yeah.
They're doing the stuff that was talked about in the media throughout the week, the stuff that was in that players only meeting article that Jonathan Alexander wrote for the Houston Chronicle, like CJ Stroud talking about needing to go out there and have more fun. I know that Clint Stoerner doesn't really like the rhetoric around, hey, we need to be more loose and be more fun. But it did feel like, however you want to look at it, it was helping them, or it was having at least some kind of positive effect in the first half of that game on Sunday night. Where did it go? What happened? Quickly. Yeah. And it felt like just, maybe it's throwing a pick to promptly to start the second half.
Yeah.
I don't know, but like it was really the tale, not just the tale of two halves, but the tale of two quarterbacks in one, which really, really, really concerns me.
Yeah, and that's the big concern, right? Regardless of what the season is, that's the dude that this era of Texans football hinges on, right? We could talk about this team and how disappointing it would be for them to underachieve and only win the AFC South and maybe not do a whole bunch in the postseason, but if CJ Stroud is somehow long-term affected by this particular season of poor pass protection and so on and so forth, that would be the real tragedy of all this. It's one of the reasons why people lamented not making a move at the trade deadline, even understanding that you're not going to fix the entirety of this offensive line. It's just like the stakes are so damn high, right?
Yeah.
Shout out to De La Soul. Stakes is high here.
Yep. Now, this would be one of my other points that I was going to get to. I think it's okay, and this ties in with CJ. I think it's okay to admit that perhaps we were wrong about this Texans team. Like, we came into this thing thinking, okay, they went from second-tier AFC team to, hey, they're right there with the Chiefs, with the Ravens, with the Bills, with the teams that they're chasing.
Yeah.
They ain't. So I think it's okay to realize that and to admit that. I don't think that would be the worst thing in the world for them to win the division, let's say win one playoff game and then lose in the divisional round like they did last year, or something to that effect. That's not what we want, but that wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. To negatively impact the quarterback's growth and development, I mean, that's what we're talking about with the Bears right now, right? The reason why they're about to be on their third offensive coordinator in 2 years. Like, that's what that's about, because they knew even before they hired this guy, and certainly once they fired Shane Waldron, that, hey, our future is invested in this dude. Similar situation over here. Like, you can afford to have a disappointing season where you just make the playoffs in the pitiful AFC South. You cannot afford to take steps back with your quarterback.
Well, and that's why I feel like there should be a sense of urgency, desperation, or whatever you want to call it, because you can't let that happen. You can't say, you know what, let's just get through the year. Maybe we'll surprise some people. Maybe CJ will work some magic. Maybe this, maybe that, because the long-term, the downside of the long-term effect on CJ Stroud, you got to be more urgent about not avoiding that. And that's why, who knows, shifting play calling, shifting approach, more personnel, whatever it may be, you can't afford to risk that.
Here's what I love, though.
Okay.
We are still in a spot where they control the destiny and they still control the narrative. Like, only but so much, because none of us think this offensive line is good. So we feel like they're stuck with that. But it did look better.
It sure did.
It did look better on Sunday, and this was our first run with it. So they are still in a position. I know it's all doom and gloom right now.
It did look better for a half, though.
For a half.
And that was the thing that I was wondering about Patterson at left guard, right? The idea that when we were still thinking that it was going to be Patterson then slotted back in at left guard was like, okay, how much of that is the new player bump? You know how they talk about in football or basketball, here's the new coach bump, and like people play better for a period. Like, is that the new left guard bump, and then other teams get a little bit of a feel for it and then are able to break it down, right? And I don't know if that's fully the case with the offensive line, but one of the things you were talking about that kind of broke down the second half, you start getting holds at that left guard position. This time it's Juice Scruggs. You start seeing that, like, does that hold up? Does that better play hold up over a sustained period of time, or was that a short-time bounce?
Yeah, it's an issue. Like, there's just no way to work around it, man. Honestly, it is an issue to put a pin in and to keep an eye on. But one of these things that we do when a team collapses like this, the way the Texans did, is we focus on the collapse. We focus on the fact that they don't know how to close out games, apparently, or that they have this propensity to play in these one-score games, whether they win them or lose them. They're either winning ugly, right? This is still the same team that dominated the Detroit Lions in the first half. Like, that did happen. We don't get to pretend like it didn't happen just because we didn't like the result.
Sans Will Anderson Jr., sans Nico Collins.
Yeah.
It happened. So that is in there somewhere.
Correct.
It is up to them, and they still have enough time to do it, right? And I think it benefits them to be in the AFC South, where they'll win some games, and winning will buy you time. But it is up to them to figure out how to tap more into first half Texans and not second half Texans.
And you're right. But damn it, that's what I've been mad about all year long.
Yeah.
That's because every they're getting the win, and I'm like, but That's the fullness of this team.
Yeah.
They haven't shown it to us particularly all game, right? We'll get a little taste.
Mm-hmm.
We'll get taste to the point of making the Detroit Lions look like they on the ropes. And we just don't get the whole thing. It's like, you go to the Sam's Club and they get you the little sample and you're like, all right, let's buy the whole thing. No, we can't buy the whole thing.
Yeah, but you know what? Even in the first half, and I was going to mention this. First half, we focus on the collapse. First half, how about instead of 3 field goal drives?
Well, sure.
It's just 2 field goal drives.
And a touchdown.
And when Joe Mixon sets you up with 1st and goal on the 3, you punch it in.
Mm-hmm.
Then we're not even having this conversation.
But then 1-2 bad things happen, and it all comes apart.
Yeah. They got to figure that out.
And that's the issue.
How they respond to adversity, that's something that they got to figure. Because that is also the markings of a winning franchise or a winning team, right?
Look at Detroit.
Look at the Chiefs. Look at teams. Look at the Ravens. Look at different teams around the league who do have some pelts on the wall. They figure it out when the quote-unquote rubber meets the road.
Oh, man. B. Scott's thoughts. 11:20 on a Tuesday. This feels good to have these kind of conversations, but we're not done. He's still here for one more segment on the hour. Let's get into what's popping, where I'd like to get into the Rockets' brain of Brandon Scott after they got a victory over the Wizards last night. But it's not just about that. There's some other things that the Rockets' name have come up with around the NBA sphere that I want to talk to him about. We'll do it next.
Yeah, let's talk.
cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Intelligence available now.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into what's popping here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. And we got our guy B. Scott still hang on a Tuesday. Shout out to everybody who is invested in the NBA Cup. NBA Cup starts tonight. NBA Cup play.
Lord.
In-season tournament, now known as the Emirates NBA Cup. You'll see if you watch TNT, I believe, tonight, or if you have League Pass, if you're a real basketball sicko, you will see the special courts
which I do.
come out. I do as well. You'll see the basketball courts come out and all sorts of things. The Rockets won't get a chance to tap into the NBA Cup games until Friday when they get their first NBA Cup game. But shout out to the NBA Cup. All right, do you guys believe in this in-season tournament as something that can do any level of generation of interest?
So the one thing I'll say about it is I didn't need it personally. So like this was
It wasn't for you. You weren't the demographic.
Nah.
Yeah.
So I was just like, what are we doing? What's this about? But to its credit, I will acknowledge that last year the guys did seem to get up for it.
They did.
Like for better or worse.
Get those defending champs, man. Them Lakers, man.
Raise the banner.
And it seemed to be all about like, hey, let's get this $500,000 for the guys who don't make $500,000 a year,
yeah,
or who only make $500,000. Let's double somebody's salary with this tournament. And so, whatever the motivate, I don't care what I've always said this. I don't care what motivates you, so long as you are motivated.
Sure.
But I did appreciate last year that it seemed like there was some excitement toward it. Now, again, I didn't need it. Like, I'm just gonna watch hoop. No matter if it's an NBA Cup, if you dress up the floor, whatever it is, like I don't need all of that. But apparently they did, and it did work. Now
I got that extra pelt, man.
Now, do I care who wins the NBA? I can bring home a cup.
Bring home the cup.
No.
Let me ask you
absolutely
about this.
not.
Does it ever have a chance to be significant?
Yes. It's going to take a generation. I look at European soccer, which is what the
That's
NBA
where I was
looking,
going with it.
right? Like, and the
Champions Cup going on right now.
The reason why I don't even think it's going to be a Champions Cup thing. I think it's going to play a lot more like the EFL Cup, right? Like the Carabao Cup. And if you know what I'm talking about, then you know. And if you don't even worry about it. I don't need to explain it. But you'll get what I mean when I say this. This type of NBA Cup is not for the best teams in the league. I think it exists for them, for the coaches that are on the hot seat. I might not be able to get a championship, but I can get a trophy somewhere.
Yeah.
We can get an NBA. Like, I think that and for the fan bases that are like, hey man, you sick of people talking about how you ain't got no rings? Get you some level of hardware. Like, it will exist as another goal in a sport where we're losing the importance of the regular season, and we're seeing this in college football, right?
Well, that's why they brought it in.
We're making fewer and fewer accomplishments and achievements notable. And so when there's only one achievement that matters, it's a lot easier to lose interest. When you have more achievements that matter, think of college football when it's like, hey, but getting to the Rose Bowl matters to us, even if we don't win the championship, right?
25 years.
But I think it'll take a generation of folks for that to matter to, because right now it has been ingrained in us that none of this other stuff matters.
Yeah, well, when my son, who's 9, when he's in his mid to late 30s, I think he'll care more about the NBA Cup than I do, right? For example, or just make it whoever the NBA fan is of his age. I do buy into that. The way I look at it more so is, as we notice the NFL trying to take over Christmas and really just getting really gangster with everybody.
That's right.
Right?
We want all the corners.
As they do that, to me, the NBA Cup does have a chance to be a bigger, you know how Christmas Day used to be the NBA Day. That's when the NBA season would start for a lot of people, especially the casual fan. I think this could be that times 10. Like, hey, just instead of just one day, then it's this week or two or however long it is.
Tuesdays and Fridays in November, baby.
Hey, be in front of your TV, because for one thing, and I can say this after watching it last year, you know for sure that that's a time that they're going to give you maximum effort, if that's a thing that you question.
Yeah.
And I don't always do that, but I know a lot of people do. I'm just acknowledging the reality of it. If you question their want to and their desire and how hard they play, they don't play defense and all of that kind of stuff.
Load management.
They're not doing that during the NBA.
Yeah.
Because it does matter at least enough to them then to put in maximum effort, or as close to maximum effort as you're going to get. So I think it has a chance, is at least in terms of, you know, from a spectator standpoint, to replace what Christmas Day used to be for the NBA, which I think is now going to be taken over by the NFL. And you know, the NFL is going to take whatever they want.
Yep.
Gangsters like that.
That's right. That's exactly who they are. National Football League of gangsters. Speaking of effort and energy, your Rockets. And specifically, Alperen Sengun.
Yes.
They get a W against the Wizards, which was expected, 107-92. But it really, like, the inspiring part of this was 7-17 night, and 31 minutes, he just did all of the things, especially down on the block, even triple teamed at one point, going up and doing the damn thing in a night where Fred VanVleet doesn't play. And Jalen Green was fine in the course of this, but it was just a lot of Alperen Sengun doing what he does and showing that he is the foundational piece on this team.
Yeah, Jalen Green, I mean, his whole deal, like, he was kind of turning the ball. It was a little bit of a sloppy game for Jalen Green, obviously, but Alperen Sengun from said go. Like, he starts the game yamming it on folks and had his way with Alex Sarr. Like, I don't know what the French did to Alperen Sengun.
He gets after him.
And y'all let me know, because I know, Reggie, I know you're well read.
Are there some geopolitical things?
I was about to say
the Turkish.
Lopez, you are a well-traveled folk, but I don't know what the Turkish and the French got going on. But Alperen Sengun has taken something very, very personally about whenever
for a Frenchman.
Wait, hold on.
When he sees Victor Wembanyama or Alex Sarr, it is apparently on sight.
There is a whole Wikipedia page entitled France-Turkey relations. So you know what? We're actually going to have to, I'm going to do some reading in the break.
It makes you wonder. It's like, hey, man, like,
it started back in the 1600s.
It probably did.
Way before either of these born in the mid-2000s cats was born.
Yeah, man. Jalen Green, as you mentioned, 6 turnovers.
Yeah, man.
2 assists
with the ball.
But he was having to operate as the primary ball handler. And I think this is one of the highlights that I took from this game, and being a negative Nancy like I can, is just, again, this team does not have point guards. And even with Fred, he's stepping back in importance in some ways with this team. Especially
except for when last night happened, so they don't have him.
Exactly. Like, he is important to that, but especially if he's not knocking down the threes like he did. Like, it was starting to feel kind of weird with him getting the minutes that he does, but he's so important because you need someone that actually handles the basketball and kind of keeps everything organized, and it feels like he's the only guy that does that at a high level.
Yeah, so that part, though, is just a theme with the Rockets ever since Fred VanVleet got here.
Yeah.
They just have not had adequate backup point guard play for the last year and some change now. It's just a thing with them. But kind of, I guess maybe to spin it to more of a positive way, the thing that stood out to me last night was that Reed Shepherd did step up and seemed more aggressive or assertive and confident in himself.
I mean, slightly, right?
Slightly. Yeah. At least in the beginning of the game, he was taking shots, and you just need to see that increase. You need to see that go up like a whole nother level.
Well, he got himself 17 minutes to be able to do that. And I think he was running with Aaron Holiday a little bit, who took some of that responsibility. For me, I know that Kelly Iko was tweeting that he wants to see Reed hunt his shots, and I think that's fair. I would like it very much more, though, and I think I'm hoping for things that the Rockets don't do, and I need to be better about this. I would like to see more assists and more people setting up Reed Shepherd to be a catch-and-shoot guy. There's not enough catch-and-shoot on this team. That's just not the way this team has been situated thus far.
They don't have that. And
they did it again. They didn't have three-point shooting again last night. I mean, it's been kind of the ongoing thing, and that's what Reggie's talking about. But I'll tell you what, ever since Adobe shape, Şengün's been on it a little bit.
Hey, Udoka knows how to give you the right little, kick in the ass, and that's exactly what it seemed like Alperen Şengün needed. Yeah. He's needed this before in his career. Like, I want to say it was year 2, so 2 seasons ago, same thing. Comes in a little bit out of shape. Yeah. The Rockets are out there starting Bruno Fernando.
Forgot about that.
Over Alperen Şengün. You want to send a message, tell somebody, even just slightly indicate that Bruno Fernando might be preferable over you and see if you don't get serious. And that's exactly what he did. So, that is the big takeaway. You're right, though. Like, in terms of the A topic from the Rockets game last night, it's that Alperen Şengün, and this is in back-to-back games now, if I'm not mistaken now.
27.
27 both, in back-to-back games where now Alperen Şengün more so looks like Alperen Şengün. And then even Jalen Green, I will point out, even on an off night, also looks like he is still taking that leap that you wanted him to take.
Absolutely. In addition to Tari Eason being the ball of energy and effort and chaos that he continues to be. But yeah, Rockets got another victory last night. I didn't even get to the spicy one, which is the talk about, the possibility of Giannis wanting a trade and all those things. So you know who gets to have that fun?
H-Town Hoops?
H-Town Hoops podcast. Sure. H-Town Hoops podcast hosted by B. Scott and Adam Spillane, who we will talk to about that tomorrow.
Yes.
B. Scott, it is always a pleasure to have you in. We appreciate you giving us some of your time.
Appreciate y'all, man. And I'm headed straight here to do the H-Town Hoops podcast, so make sure y'all check that out if you do want to hear about what we think about the possibility of a Giannis trade or not. Podcast, you get your podcast, baby.
That is a professional tease by the consummate professional himself, Brandon K. Scott from Hiram Clark.
You teed that up. You teed that up for me. I appreciate it.
Hey, man, the teamwork indeed makes the dream work. All right, you're listening to In the Loop right here on Sports Radio 610. And speaking of teamwork, it feels like there's some things that even when they start getting it together, some things slip out of line. So is the weak link in this, is it the O-line or is it Bobby Slowick? Lopez has a case for each next.
The Texans couldn't take down the
only at 5hourenergy.com. cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor.
KILT-FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, In the Loop on a Tuesday. Appreciate you hanging out with us. And thanks to 5 Hour Energy, the official energy shot of Sports Radio 610 and football superfans, for providing the 5 Hour Energy fan line where you can get involved. 713-572-4610. Where a lot of folks hanging out with us, talking back to the show. We appreciate that.
They're talking back to me?
All right, the dad jumped out. He was like, "What you mean talking back. What are you gonna do? Whoop somebody? Put somebody in timeout? What's up?
It's very much appreciated in this case.
No, absolutely. Yeah. It's very appreciated. Talk back to the show. Talk back to Lopez in particular.
Yeah. Talk back to the hand.
Yeah. He said talk to the hand. What is this, 2000? 713-572-4610. All right. So with this Texas team, everybody's been trying to figure out what is it, what is the thing, what is the last piece that is kind of keeping them from being their best selves. And Lopez, I feel like you did a little bit of a case study here.
Little bit. Is it the Texans' offensive line that's the problem, or is it Bobby Slowick? Simple question. Simple question. You know, there is a problem. You know, B. Scott was talking about, you know, first half, second half. Oh, they look pretty dang good. Oh, now they don't. CJ Stroud, that's the CJ Stroud we know. Oh, that's not the CJ Stroud we know.
There's the one that we like to know.
There is an issue with this offense, whether it's protecting C.J. Stroud and rattling him a little bit, as we've been talking about, or first half versus second half. And it's really a wild number to think about that they have not scored an offensive touchdown in 4 games.
15 points in those second halves combined.
Yeah.
15 points in the last 4 second halves.
Yeah. So which one is it? Let me ask you, because there is a case to be made on each. Let me state the case. It's the offensive line. The offensive line is the problem.
All right.
They need to make wholesale changes at the end of the year. It's the offensive line.
Case for the offensive line as issue. The floor is yours, counselor.
All right. Well, here's the first point. If you're now keep in mind we're going to get to the case that it is the offensive line and things need to change. No quarterback in the NFL going into week 11 of the NFL season has been hit more than C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, that's a deeply impossible place to be.
That's mind-blowing. I mean, he was sacked 4 times, pressured 9 times, as we've talked about.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned, right? Like, you sacked 4 times, and we were like, oh, look at the better play.
Hey, we're better.
Good job, guys. Way to come out and show surprise.
Are we? Laramie Tunsil and Titus Howard, I don't know if we can all agree on this, but I think more and more people will agree on this. You're not getting what you paid for. You're not.
Are we just talking about Laramie or the rest of this?
Laramie and Howard is what I'm saying.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, that's abundantly clear.
Right.
I mean, with those guys that are, what are they, top 12 paid tackles, both of them?
Yeah.
Your pass protection composite ranking, this is done by Ben Baldwin, who does some really good analytic stuff. So just composite all the way around, getting a general idea of all the different sites and places that do some level of grading and ranking on pass protection. 18th in the league, sandwiched between the New York Jets and the Las Vegas Raiders. I almost called them the Los Angeles Raiders.
Yeah.
I went back into. I don't even remember. Was you even born? Yes. How was I when they were actually the Los Angeles Raiders? Honestly, though,
91.
Still amazing. Still amazing that they did not let that team go to L.A.
Yeah.
Because you know what? They probably couldn't allow that to happen. That would have just been too much power.
Not back then. All right. So another case that it's the line, guys. We could talk about Shaq Mason step back. I mean, I think that's obvious, right?
Yes, and at this point, you wonder if that's like not a step back, but a backside of the hill.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like if you're seeing a decrease at a sports advanced age, because I don't want to call nobody old that is listening. I appreciate y'all doing that. You start wondering, like, is this we are straying further and further from the prime of this person's career? And that feels like that's probably an answer here.
Yeah, that's probably it. All right, one more. The case for the offensive line, that's the problem. The run game was completely absent when you made these changes. Maybe in the first half, the passing game was marginally better or a lot better, to be honest. And then it faded. But the run game was never there. And you had Joe Mixon.
Yeah,
you had healthy Joe Mixon.
It felt like one of the things that the Detroit Lions bring to this, shout out to Aaron Glenn, was a level of discipline stopping the run. And it was not just a level of discipline, but it was also a level of focus on stopping the run, where it felt like the run blocking was similar.
Yeah.
If not a little bit better to kind of what we had seen of recently. But there was just always that extra defender there when Joe Mixon was going to bounce, as he typically does, to then generate the yards that he'll get. Felt like there was always that extra defender there ready to just cut that out, and that limited some of the instances where Joe Mixon took a decently blocked play and made it better earlier on in the season, or, I mean, when he was playing in all of these games that he put up 100 and a touchdown. Felt like that was not available to him, and so it was really a lot more of just what was blocked up.
Yeah. right, so you might guys go. Well, let's turn to Bobby Slowick. Is it really the offensive line?
All right, so now the case for Bobby Slowick as the issue. The floor is yours, Counselor.
0 quarterbacks in the NFL have faced more 3rd and 10 or longer than CJ Stroud.
Oh, yeah.
0.
Is this where we indict run CJ Stroud?
Did you know that, Figgy?
Nah. I would have thought Deshaun was on that list.
Deshaun is second. Stroud, get this. You want to feel even better? Stroud has had plays of 3rd and 10 or longer 50 times this season.
Is that good?
That is not good.
Okay.
Aaron Rodgers and Deshaun Watson are tied for second with 37.
Goodness.
Think about that.
Yeah, I saw Ben Solak, ESPN, tweet during the game. In fact, I believe I took my phone and shoved it in Seth Payne's face about, hey, look at this tweet. Because, Ben Solak, young guy, covers NFL, really good about this. He's like, getting tired of seeing this run CJ Stroud.
Yeah.
Right? And that is something that has become a pattern that around the league is known, whether it's around the people, the media that covers the NFL, or just, I imagine, around the teams as well, understanding that, hey, man, run pass is coming, run pass. And in a lot of situations, especially if the run is not working well, there were some, some sets of downs where you saw 2nd and 5, 3rd and 1, first down. But that's by far the anomaly.
50 times?
More often than not, it's like 2nd and 8.
Yeah.
Or and then like 3rd and 9 or like whatever. Like it's seeing, and you're putting CJ Stroud in situations where defenses are pinning their ears back, coming after him and making it tough on him to feel comfortable letting that ball fly. Or even when he does get first down, you have to do a lot. There's a deep drop. He has to move around, find time, and then get his
And by the
ball
way,
to
in the
receiver.
first half, he converted a lot of crucial 3rd and longs.
They sure did. And
crucial.
That was in part because he was given time by that offensive line in the first half.
Yeah, but you're still 3rd and long. It took crucial conversions to do it. Here's another one. Is it Bobby Slowick? That whole tight end as a fullback thing, which I'm being completely honest, I was kind of signing up for during training camp because I thought, okay, Andrew Beck, you can steal another roster spot. You
Drank
got
the
some
Kool-Aid.
tight ends. I drank the Kool-Aid. It ain't working.
No.
It ain't working.
Yeah. No, and that's another reason why you start wondering about schematically what's happening here and if it fits, because this is the Shanahan offense is one that requires, or maybe not requires, but it's predicated on running the football, and then also running the football. Well, the fullback is kind of intrinsic in here. Now, I don't know how much that is absolutely necessary for it, but that's one of those things that absolutely comes up. On both of those fronts, right? Your run blocking has been woeful, and I didn't give you the composite grades on that, but just trust me when I say, not good.
Yeah.
Right? I think literally the Raiders and Patriots are the only team that have worse run block composites as of right now with the Texas team. You don't have the personnel to do it, and yet you're doing that. And then in the same way, fullback wise, you don't have the personnel to do that, as evidenced by gestures hands widely. And yet this
action, because we are at the point, and this happened, in the second half the other night. Like, you see Daria Gumbawali on the field, you're like, all right, pass. I mean, pass. Like, there's no real threat because they're giving it away because they don't have the protection from their running backs or a tight end in that role. One more here for you. We keep talking about his play calling and run, pass, et cetera. Let's talk about some of these screens and reverses and dump offs. I know you can probably find the data behind this, but I don't think we need any data.
Don't know me. You don't know what data I can find.
We don't need data to tell us that is not his feel for the game and feel for getting those plays set up to be successful. I thought the compare and contrast of Sunday was incredibly evident. Ben Johnson knows what he's doing on those types of plays, and Bobby Slowick does not.
Well, here's the thing. Like, I will just use as example the end-around reverse, right? You got John Mechie in an end-around. He tosses it to, who was a Tank, and there is a white jersey in the backfield waiting for him that pushes him further back, and he just has no opportunity to get around.
Yeah.
You know who messed up on that play in my estimation? Joe Mixon is supposed to get that block on the backside that ultimately then allows the reverse to come back around and have some space to get going. Joe Mixon misses his block. And this is not me trying to come for Joe Mixon, but I think that is indicative of one of the things that has really torpedoed Bobby Slowick in a lot of these instances is that instances of one guy missing a block and blowing up the whole damn play.
Mm-hmm.
Where sometimes I think, and yes, this is me taking up for Bobby Slowick, I think sometimes the play call is not bad, but the execution, even if it's mostly good, if it's not all the way good, it falls apart. And I thought that was one of those instances where I think we got on here yesterday talking about how, sometimes it gets too cute. Sometimes your guys aren't handling up with what they're supposed to do to make the play right.
Yeah.
And I think that is one of the things, going back to the players-only meeting, I think that's one of those things that these players are trying to hold accountable as well. It's like, hey, man, your coordinator's getting a lot of hell, and sometimes y'all are just messing up plays.
Yeah, but at the same time, and I mentioned this with Brandon Scott when he was in here, we're telling them, guys, D'Amico has said it, Bobby said it, we work on this every week. We're going to focus on it more this week. We're telling them it's just not resonating. Well, you keep saying that enough times, and people are going to realize, well, maybe it's you. Maybe you're not delivering the message. All right, so where do we fall on this? Is it the offensive line, or is it Bobby Slowick?
The unfun answer is yes. I think the offensive line makes it a lot more difficult on Bobby Slowick, but I also don't think that Bobby Slowick has had some portion, like the run pass portion of this. I think that goes over well if you can block better. But when you can't block better, I think that you need to change the way that you go about some of these things. There's clearly some things that I think you need to implement that you can help negate some of the pressure that is on the offensive line or some of the things.
Yeah.
Now, and of course, I'm not trying to give the offensive line a pass because we all know, it's been a lot of conversation about how it's not. And once that has become abundantly clear, there's some things that maybe you need to shift up in the way that you go about things from Bobby Slowick, and it does not feel like those have happened.
Yeah, I think it's an offensive line issue. But with it being Bobby Slowick and him being the offensive coordinator, I think he's going to get the blame, and probably I don't know if he's going to get fired or anything, but usually I feel like people look at coaching and be like, hey, if you can't coach these guys up, we'll find somebody else that will, that can do it. So I think it's the offensive line, to be honest. I talked about it before. I think it's an attitude. I think you got to get a real dog in there, man. Somebody that's going to fight for you. I just don't see anybody, for matter of fact, on this offense that will fight for you like the defense will. Defense got some dogs. I just don't see any dogs on the offense
outside of Joe Mixon.
Yeah, and he was just made a captain.
Yeah,
he wasn't a captain going into training camp.
This might be a surprise.
But he's been a vocal leader, supposedly.
Yeah, well, for sure. But I mean, this might be a surprise. Maybe not. I think it is the line. As much as that 3rd and 10 stat blew me away. That's play calling, but it also a little bit of offensive line. You're not blocking up those run plays. You're not converting some early pass plays or whatever. I'm looking at this line and I don't see it in Titus Howard. I don't see it in Laramie Tunsil. Just he does just enough.
It seemed like a good offensive line. You usually get some really good highlight. Look at the guy running that dude down or pancaking that guy right there. Like, what are some good moments from this offensive line like that?
And that word that Figgy used, I think, is very, very important in this case in trying to determine what you really think the problem is. Dogs, like. Laramie Tunsil uses that word a lot. Oh, so-and-so's a dog, so-and-so's a dog. Laramie Tunsil's a dog in pass blocking, but is he?
Which is funny because,
is he?
Yeah, it's funny because typically it feels like when you're talking about offensive linemen and we start talking about dogs, run blocking is where it starts showing up. And offensive linemen, the typical offensive lineman will usually tell you that they like run blocking more. They can go and they're on the offensive. They can go and affect their will. They can go and move some people. And it feels like that is rarely what you're getting. And some of that I understand is, you get the zone blocking scheme. Sometimes that makes it a little tough to get out and really go hit somebody because you're moving laterally. But even then, right, there feels like, to your point, Fig, there's not enough of those plays where it feels like, oh, somebody got him out the paint. It feels like you don't necessarily see them throwing dudes out the club, which is absolutely something that you would love to see.
It seemed like it's more moments of them watching them saying, "Dang, they ain't picked CJ up," or "Dang, why he just standing there?"
Or he stopped.
Yeah, or wow, he just rolled right past them. It seemed like it's more moments like that than them actually being dogs and taking up.
Hey, man. Unscientific survey here, but fans are blaming Bobby.
And I mean,
and that's probably fair.
Understandable.
That's probably fair because, like, let's be real, like, that's probably the cheaper option. I don't know that this whole offensive line like that. The easier solution is to find somebody else that could get to these guys.
And Bobby ends up being the lightning rod. And then Bobby is also the place where, as like an authority figure, he exists there, right? It is his offense.
It's the easy out
as the coordinator.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's the frustrating thing about it is I think that there's a level of culpability for both of these, but I think it like where the problem generates, the genesis, it does feel like that is offensive line.
Yeah.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you hanging out with us on a Tuesday. It's about that time where we do our lunchtime confessions brought to you by Sagamore Spirit Rye Whiskey, and we'll do those next.
It's safe to say.
Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. fan who cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Energized by 5-Hour Energy, it's the Sports Radio 610 video stream. A new way to experience Houston's sports leader. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions with Spirit Rye Whiskey.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Hey, did you guys know there was a Super Bowl last night? I watched it.
What are you talking about?
The Super Bowl last night. Did y'all didn't see it?
No. I don't know what you mean.
You didn't see it?
What are you talking
what
about?
happened? I was plugged in. YouTube Live.
What?
Almost 100,000 people watching.
Wow, on a Monday?
On a Monday night. You didn't watch the Super Bowl?
What are you talking
It
about?
said screw your Saturday.
I feel like I'm going crazy. What does he mean
Let's
right
move it
now?
to Monday.
The Super Bowl of food, of restaurants. First time ever, and this has been going on forever, that the Michelin Guide came to Texas for some unknown reason.
Yes.
Now, the listeners, some of our listeners may know the reason. I didn't really look for the reason why. That's on me. Michelin has never rated Texas restaurants.
Haters, that's what it is.
Last night, they rated Texas restaurants. And
who had the best?
Oh, dude, I think
we got some stars, man.
Top five. Who's top five?
The Houston got several stars, and I can tell you, the Michelin stars. But I was all plugged in on the barbecue. Let me start right there.
Yeah, they actually awarded some Michelin stars, but then they also kind of had the
Bib Gourmand.
Yeah. Okay. Yes.
Okay.
I know exactly about that. Bib Gourmand. That's my aunt's cousin. Yeah.
The Bib Gourmand means Michelin highly recommends these restaurants. They didn't get a star, but they got
honorable mention.
Well, no, they got recommended.
Okay.
And
But
basically,
not no star. But not no star though.
Truth Barbecue, Pinkertons.
Okay.
The Pit Room, Blood Brothers.
Okay.
Killins. And those were all highly recommended by Michelin. Which
all those places be having lines too.
They all have lines.
Lines out the door.
Not when you got Michelin.
All but one have been on the Bite Meat podcast. How about that? How about that?
Which
Very
one?
good.
Michelin star restaurants. You ready? BCN Taste and Tradition in Houston. Le Jardiniere of Houston.
Bad and bullshit.
March. Never heard of March. These got stars.
Okay.
Musafer from Houston, Indian food. Tatemo, which is in Houston, which is Mexican food or Spanish. And Corkscrew got a star.
Okay.
Corkscrew, our barbecue restaurant in Spring, got a Michelin
Pretty good too, man.
star.
That's tough.
That is hard to do, man.
I've always said, man, Houston is a great food city that probably could rival some of the best in the country. Like the one that I always point to is Chicago. Chicago's always held up as a great food city. I'm like, Houston got Chicago
Big time.
And so it was cool to see these Michelin stars kind of dropped on Houston as a confirmation of that take that I've had, is that Houston's a great city, but I always wonder if they would get the Michelin stars, that high honors, because it always feels like Houston's a great blue collar food city though.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Just
like that. By the way, the barbecue, that's a big honor, man, for Houston to get the Bib Gourmand.
Say it, then, didn't you? You can just say it. You didn't have to do the whole thing.
Hey, how about this? You want a little rivalry win?
Yeah.
6 restaurants in Houston got a Michelin star. 1 in Dallas.
Oh. Ooh.
1 in Dallas.
I have said Houston is a far better food city than Dallas.
Some place called Tatsu, Japanese restaurant.
Why are you looking at me like I was supposed to be there?
Hey,
you like Japanese food, don't you?
Yeah, I ain't got money for all that. What you mean? Come on, man.
So I was plugged in, man.
That's cool, man. No wonder everybody be late to NRG, man. That's the purpose.
There's just CJ Stroud. There's just so much to eat.
There's so much to do. So much food. We full. So it take us a little slower to get to the
Everybody got the itis. Got to catch a nap before the game.
Yeah.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I gotta confess, my brain is poisoned by what I'm calling the conformist style of NBA play. I'm very used.
The conformist.
Yeah, you understand how in the NBA people complain about the analytics because there's a style of basketball that's designed to be the best.
Oh,
at this point,
I know where you're going.
Where everybody's shooting threes and everybody's getting to the bucket. And nobody's taking mid-range shots, and it's especially weird because I would watch old like all-star games, whatever, on NBA TV, and I'd see like a fast break, and I'm like, oh, he's gonna kick it out to the corner. No, he's just gonna dunk it. That's right. Oh yeah, that's right. And it's like, and I feel bad because I'm like, man, my brain is in that place, and I'm feeling that feeling again watching these Rockets because I have to shift my mentality. And the reason why I feel most bad is like, this is some of the reasons why people don't like the NBA is because it feels like everybody plays a style of play that seemingly is mathematically the best way to go, but there's not a diversity of styles, and that's one of the kind of nice thing about the Rockets is they have a diverse style, and I have to shake away what I've like kind of beaten into myself, which is, oh man, with an NBA team, oh, look for that corner three, look for this, and
I'm with you.
The Rockets play differently, and I really do appreciate it about that.
I'm with you,
but it made me realize, oh yeah, I've just been NBA pilled at this point.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Man, I was cutting it close today, man. So I'm still trying to figure out the right time to leave the crib to avoid like the most, I guess, painful traffic.
Yeah.
Because sometimes it depends what time you leave.
There's like a sweet spot with some places.
I've been trying to find that sweet spot. And yesterday threw me off because yesterday was Veterans Day. And I forgot a lot of people were probably off.
Oh, you thought you had hit the note. You were like, oh, he found it.
Got the route.
I'm like, oh, okay, cool. I can leave around 8:15, 8:30, and it's only about a 22-minute ride. So I tried to do that today, and today it was stuck at like 40 minutes.
Oof.
And I'm like, oh, okay, maybe let it die down a little bit. I'm like, if it gets about 35, 34, then I dip out. Waited around. It was still at like 39, 38. I was just like, oh man. So I was cutting it close. I'm like, man, I just gotta get out of here, man. So I ended up dipping out. It took me a whole different way this time. I ain't know where the hell I was at, but I ended up getting here. I got here about 9:20.
You bought some cologne.
Yeah, I was about to get on the elevator. I looked over there in the little area on the lobby. I'm like, ooh, is that some cologne? And the elevator door opened, and I did one of these.
Yeah,
like,
what am I going to do? What am I going to do?
I'm like, let me go over here real quick.
Yeah.
Spent about another 20 minutes over there just picking out different colognes,
That's
man.
all right. But you know what you realize? You can do that because the show going fine, man.
Yeah. So I'm like,
who needs to be to work early?
I got up here about 9:45, and I'm like, all right, let me get to work. Let's get it together.
I got to tell you though, Figgy, as a former longtime commuter, as you well know, that search for the right route that's just a little faster is never going to end.
Yeah.
You're going to be doing it for as long as you live in that house.
Man.
Like, maybe I can steal 5 minutes if I go this way.
Yeah. I thought I found the sweet spot because, it might be heavy traffic around 8 o'clock or something like that. So I'm like, if I wait till like 8:30, maybe it'd be about a 20-minute ride or something like nah. It didn't work, man.
Nope.
Veterans Day fooled me yesterday.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I'm sure it's a psychological thing, but for the life of me, it's so weird when someone else makes your lunch instead of yourself making your lunch. It just tastes better. I don't understand
when somebody else do it.
Someone else, so I had the game. Obviously I was there late Sunday, and I always make my own lunches, as you know. Usually just a sandwich, whatever, carry me through the day. But my wife made 2 lunches since I was going to be late. Why is it that a meal, whether it's breakfast or lunch, it just tastes better? You could make the exact same thing. It's just a sandwich. It just tastes better when someone else makes it.
It's kind of like if you order the same thing and the other people's food tastes better than yours.
Why is that?
It's like it's
got to be a
thing.
psychological thing.
Oh yeah, I'm sure it's a psychological thing. I wonder if it's like the same, something similar as to like when you actually cook and then you're done cooking and you're not hungry no more.
Maybe
like if because I know that's a part of our sense of taste is smell, and is it just like maybe in putting it together you got the smell already, so you did part of it? I don't know. I'm just throwing stuff at the wall.
It's just a sandwich, but I'm like, man, what a good sandwich.
She probably used a little more love to it, man. She probably
the secret ingredient.
Yeah, love.
Love. She probably did a little kiss on the side of the sandwich. Just
man,
a little.
I'm telling you.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
If you've listened since I've been here, you might know that I have 3 televisions in my living room. I don't say that's the flex. I say that for context.
Little bit of flex.
Nah, I mean there is, but I don't say that to do that. What I say is to give context, because what I've tried to do is that thing where you go, hey, TV's over here, but not TVs in the bedroom. Like this has always been like a big debate. Do you have a TV in the bedroom?
Yeah.
And I've never been on that side where it's like, oh, it can't have a TV in the bedroom. But I just didn't put one in since I moved in. And I realized that I have a problem because I'm like, I need to put a TV in the bedroom.
No, don't do it.
Don't do it?
Don't do it.
Yeah, I don't have a TV in my bed. I moved down.
There's got to be one place where you can just whatever, just
I need
chill,
peace
go to
and
bed,
quiet. Yeah.
I mean, you can turn the TV off. You know it doesn't have to stay on.
Don't do it
Yeah.
because you won't.
You don't want to be.
Because you won't.
Yeah, it's like the only time I want to be in the bed watching TV is if I'm sick. If I'm sick and I got to be in the bed and I want to watch a little.
And you'll probably just lay on the couch.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but
don't do it.
The bed is a lot more comfortable. Like there's times where I'm like, I want to watch this thing that I'm watching in the living room, but I would actually like to lay down as well.
There's a TV in your bedroom. You're gonna watch.
Yeah, nah.
You're
keep the
gonna
bed.
watch it.
Keep the bedroom nice and peaceful, man.
Yeah.
You don't need those spirits.
He's
from
still
the
gonna
TVs.
do it. I can tell by the look on his face. Yeah, I'm still getting
Now,
TV in the bedroom.
I will say this: since I got the house, it do look cool to put a flat screen on the wall and all that stuff. But my wife was like, "Nah, let's keep it how it is."
Yeah.
So I'm with
832, man. What TV in the bedroom is a must? See, y'all lying. The people say the TV in the bedroom is a must.
See, the thing is, when I go to the bedroom, I'm going for one thing: the sleep, the rest.
Oh, I thought okay.
And that thing.
He said, don't forget that one happens too.
I'm not going to the bedroom to watch TV.
Yeah, exactly.
I watch TV downstairs or in the sitting.
I watch a lot of TV, man. As do you. I don't need to be watching it as I'm going to bed.
Yeah, everybody. I don't know. Look, y'all. I get it.
Do it, Reggie.
I work with y'all. Y'all ostensibly have my best interest at heart, but the people on the 5-hour energy fan line.
Not all of them.
Tell me I need to mount a TV in the bedroom, man. All right. Those are our lunchtime confessions on Sport Radio 610. Coming up next, it's time for CF Boat.
CF Boat.
College football on a Tuesday. Let's talk about the happenings in college football. We'll talk about it next.
The Texans couldn't take down the
For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5-Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Cranks up the energy with every game. 5-Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor.
Kitchens at the best price. Texas Star Grill Shop.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
In the Loop, Sports Radio 610 on two little coach football on a Tuesday, otherwise known as
CF boat.
There you
baby.
go. Do it into a turn.
I thought you were going to say it.
Well, I was trying to tee you up. I probably could have let you know that I was going to tee you up, but I wanted to see if we could make it organic.
No, we couldn't.
I'll
that was a no.
I'll avoid doing that next time. All right, let's revisit the week that was. Now, I believe later today we're going to get the second iteration of the college football playoff rankings to see what's happening there. But as you know, the official position of I shouldn't say the show. I can't speak for both of y'all, but of me personally, is that stuff don't actually matter until we get to the.
No, it doesn't. I think most of us agree on that. But I'm glad you brought up the college football, playoff bracket, because the ACC and SEC is getting real interesting all of a sudden after the week. It is,
and honestly, maybe more importantly, the Big 12 is.
Big 12,
because the Big 12, there is a circumstance that if they're not careful, because remember, in order to get those kind of those high rankings or the bias, I think is. The top the people who will automatically get their bids into the college football playoff is the top 5 ranked conference champions.
Yes.
If they're not careful, I mean Iowa State got another loss this weekend thanks to University of Kansas. If they're not careful, there's not going to be a very great team even if whoever wins it, right, Colorado or what have you, wins it. They might still be ranked behind someone like a Boise State, maybe an Army, and one of those teams could get the automatic bids, and then you would have to be vying for an at-large at that point.
Yeah, you would. SEC? How about SMU, man? I mean, SMU is in a place where that could happen, and they got games against Boston College, Virginia, and Cal left. So that could happen. And then in the SEC, obviously Alabama and Ole Miss with enormous wins. Either A&M or Texas, could have 2 losses. Tennessee could have 2 losses. They face Georgia this week. SEC champion probably will have 2 losses. SEC is getting real interesting in terms of rankings as well, kind of what you're talking about.
Yeah, for sure. So it's going to be a fun thing to watch if you care very much about the actual and the rankings of it all. How do you feel about just like college football in general, considering that we have so many of these teams at the top that are losing to each other, and it does not feel like you have many elite teams outside of like Indiana?
I think the playoff came at the perfect time.
The 12 team?
Like I've always liked the idea of a 12-team playoff, if not more, but let's say 12 teams. I think it came at a perfect time. This is going to be extremely entertaining. It's going to be kind of like ultimately it'll be bigger than March Madness, but it's going to be kind of like a March Madness with upsets on the road early and stuff like that, because you're going to have teams like true sort of Cinderella, whether it's an SMU or an Indiana, or something like that. Oh man, Indiana, and it could not have come at a better time. I think it's going to be extremely entertaining.
I'll wait to see. I've been a little bit of a hater of the expanded playoff because I don't think that what we really say that we want, especially like the idea of like a true champion. I don't think that really is going to exist when you're doing 340 teams or what have you. But regardless, I'm not here to be
the best we got.
I'm not here to be your curmudgeon, right?
Yeah.
So, hey man, we'll see how it ultimately goes. But what we can say for certain is that 10 Indiana has come upon us, ladies and gentlemen. Kurt Signetti has popped into this program and done the unthinkable for the first time in 136 years.
Say that again.
First time in 136 years.
That they're 10-0.
Indiana is 10-0.
136 years.
And he called his shot, too.
Yeah, he did.
He said, Google me, I win. And what has he done? Nothing but win.
Yeah.
At Indiana. Like, this is the thing that makes this incredible, right? Is college football is not a sport that's built to have, really success out of places that are not expected and really sustained success. So, of course, Signetti thing, like, we haven't seen the sustained nature of it yet, which that'll come with time. But, like, and I understand that things shift a little bit in the NIL sphere, but you have to have people putting in money, right? It's just there are the teams that do well have built-in advantages, whether it's geography, whether it's institutional investment,
history
in sports, history, prestige, and even prestige is tough because you look at Penn State and that's all they're eating off of, right? But there, you have to have these institutional advantages to be a good team, and usually the teams that have found a way to win without that, you come back around in a couple years, you find out they was cheating, right? Like those are the situations that happen oftentimes,
or it wasn't sustainable,
right?
Yeah.
And Indiana comes out of nowhere to do this in a crazy, unlikely turnaround that you've compared to Kansas State.
Yeah, look, I obviously I used to cover college football on a daily basis for about 10, 12 years, and I never, ever thought I would see a program that was, to your point, it was dead. Like dead.
And it's a basketball school.
As Kansas State, what Bill Snyder did to Kansas State.
Oh, Kansas State. No, Kansas State was wildly or frequently referred to as the worst program in college football.
I think they win about a 15-year stretch where they were averaging about 2 wins a year.
And that's in large part because they don't have any institutional advantages. It's not like a super well-funded program per se. The geography is really terrible. Middle of Kansas, like what you're doing there. There's not, it's not a huge population center. All those types of things, right? Like it's just not. It's not really built.
And then this
to
happened.
Be successful.
I think Indiana's right up there with it. No, he has to sustain it a little more. But what Indiana has done, what Kurt Cignetti has done at Indiana is every bit as impressive. Because I never ever would have guessed that they could do this. Figgy, a little nervous? They got a bye week.
Yeah.
No, they have a bye week.
Bye week before they face off against the Ohio State University.
Yeah, I'm a little nervous, man. I can't even lie to you, man. I ain't looking at this like, oh, this is just Indiana. No, this is Indiana.
This is Indiana.
This is 10 Windiana is what you want to call it.
And Ohio State ain't been looking like Ohio State.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't be surprised if they got.
Yeah. You see the Utah AD after the game Saturday night, the late game Saturday night. I call it BYU and Utah.
Yeah, this was real nasty.
This, at first, I was like, yeah. Well, listen to the AD first of all.
I've been an athletic director for 12 years. This game was absolutely stolen from us. We were excited about being in the Big 12, but tonight I am not. We won this game. Someone else stole it from us. Very disappointed. I will talk to the commissioner. This was not fair to our team. I'm disgusted by the professionalism of the officiating crew tonight. Thank you.
Clutching his pearls. Oh, look, think of the children.
That's the AD. It was stolen from us.
It was stolen from us.
And if you watch the play, it might have gone either way, but I think most people would say, yeah, he kind of held him. It was a defensive holding, basically.
And look, this is a petulant place to be in a new league. I haven't seen really what the Big 12 is doing.
They reprimanded him and are going to fine him. That came down this morning.
There you go. Perfect. I missed that this morning. But, that has to be it. Come on, man. Like, also, where are you going? Right? Like, where are you going at this point? Because if you feel so poorly, and look, I don't think there's anybody with any of these conferences that feels so great about the conference that they're in and the officiating that they do, But ultimately, man, where are you? Are you going to bounce from the Big 12 because of this?
Yeah, what are you going to do?
Right? Like, I don't see the benefit of doing that, and you really did.
He absolutely did. Just embarrassing. If it was just an absolute, and this is a big rivalry game, so he does have a lot on the line there, of course, Utah, BYU. But if it was just like an egregious, made up, flag that was dropped for no reason, that was defensive holding.
Welcome to college football, man. Like, what are we doing here? Another thing that I wanted to bring to the fore here, I kind of slowed down on the Ashton Genty watch, who is the running back, who it feels like he is at the head of Heisman watch here.
Travis Hunter too.
Travis Hunter still there with a fun Colorado team that, mind you, bowl eligible and all. But Cam Ward having a tough go of it against Georgia Tech. Georgia Tech gets a victory over Miami because Cam Ward just could not carry the entirety of that Miami team, which Mario Cristobal maybe has to answer for that. Ashton Genty and Boise State get yet another win. And Ashton Genty, he is now on pace for just over 2,200 rush yards, which slowed a good amount. And there was a point where he was on a good pace to possibly get close to Barry Sanders' record, but it's a good 400 yards short of his pace now, short of Barry Sanders' record, which congratulations to Ashton Genty for being so good, but that speaks to just how much of an absolute monster Barry Sanders was at Oklahoma State.
It was stupid. I think I mentioned it to you before. You remember that very well, watching. It's just stupid what he did. But what Genty's doing is right up there with him. And by the way, he might pop off another 300-yard rushing game and get back on track.
I don't know if that'll happen, though. State, mind you, got a 28-21 victory over Nevada. But 209 yards. But he's had a couple of 100-plus yard games, which clearly won't keep you on pace. Teams are geared towards stopping him, and then they've done a good amount of kind of sitting him in the second half of games once the game is out of play, just because of how outsized his role is.
A couple of funny things that I wanted to get to. Did y'all see the video of the Georgia player? Ole Miss upsets Georgia. Fans storm the field, music's playing, everybody's jumping up and down, and the camera pans, and there's a Georgia safety jumping up and down with the Ole Miss people.
And Kirby Smart chewed his
tore him up. So the kid said that there was some family members on the field that he hadn't seen in a long time, and he was just celebrating that. We might get your final answer on that on Thursday, by the way. But he called Kirby Smart, literally called him an idiot. He said he's an idiot. It's like, okay, coach.
Tell me how you really feel, coach. Also,
okay,
coach, do you have any time to answer about how you've taken what is supposed to be the program that absolutely tears teams down and lost to Lane Kiffin's Ole Miss? You want to talk about that a little bit?
Didn't want to talk about that.
I imagine he didn't. And then real quick, so LSU is just going to have all the problems with all running quarterbacks then, because Jalen Milroe towed him up.
Destroyed him. Right after Marcel Reed did it for a half, Jalen Milroe did it for a game. And LSU, they don't, as we all know.
And what is it, 4 losses thus far on the season?
4 and 8 against ranked opponents in Brian Kelly's career, and that ain't gonna fly.
Yeah, it feels like he gets fired, and it's not just because of the standard; it's because people don't like him.
Yeah, they don't like him.
Right? You can't be not liked and then also not get the job done.
Yeah,
that's tough.
Yeah,
because also at that place, people can go, Ed Orgeron, I don't know if he knew English.
They like Ed Orgeron. They'll take him back in a second.
They were like, I don't know if he knew English, and he won a national title.
They'll take him
that's
back
the standard here, and they don't like you and you're not winning.
How about Dana Holgorsen real quick?
That's true.
Dana Holgorsen got hired 6 days ago
as an offensive coordinator or offensive analyst.
Just got promoted to offensive coordinator. They demoted the coordinator.
He is their problem.
Dude.
Shout out to Nebraska.
He came in and said, yeah, I'll be an analyst. No, I'm not. I'm going to be the coordinator. I'm going to be the coordinator. How'd you like to be that coordinator that said, oh, God, here comes Dana Holgorsen.
Shout out to Nebraska. I hope they have plenty of Red Bull stock. All right. That's the college football on a Tuesday. A quick prance through the weekend that was in college football. We'll see what happens with the college football rankings tonight. I imagine Oregon still stays the top of that. All right, coming up next, CJ Stroud's clearly had a little bit of a step back in some way or somehow. It might be confidence, whatever you want to deem it. But how do you go about rebuilding whatever has been seemingly missing from CJ of late? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about that next.
What happened? Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. band who cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Happy Tuesday to you. You're listening to In the Loop right here on Sports Radio 610. You got John Lopez, you got Figgy Fig, and Reginald Atatula hanging out with you. How does one rebuild the confidence that CJ has seemingly missed of late? 713-572-4610 is the 5-Hour Energy fan line. I think we don't have to make the case that CJ has kind of lost something in his play, or there's some level of, I don't know, difference from CJ when he is playing at his most confident and his highest compared to what we've seen of late. Even in the course of that Lions game, it felt like, as we were talking about with B. Scott earlier, there's kind of a dichotomy between almost a lot of the first half and seeing CJ Stroud really operating, getting the ball out quickly, really spinning it. And some of the instances where, even on the interception that he throws as he was targeting Tank Dell, it was picked off by I forgot who picked it off again. But you have CJ Stroud on a play action, and he sees the man come open, and he just kind of waits a beat, maybe a beat and a half, and then lets it go and doesn't even drive it in there. He kind of lost it in there. And those are the types of things that you don't feel like CJ Stroud typically has. Sitting there, for me, I was like, what's he waiting for? Throw the ball. Yeah. And it feels like, is that a lack of confidence or what have you? But whatever that is that's missing, how do you go about rebuilding that? Especially if you feel like the offensive line has gotten at least a plateau of a bottom line, baseline level of play. Is it perfect? Absolutely not. But I feel like you found something with your offensive line where at least there's something that you can work with as a baseline.
You've lowered the bar, and that's what you're going to get with the offensive line. You know what's interesting about that question, though, is I don't feel like C.J. Stroud goes into any game not confident.
Sure, sure.
I think he's just that way.
Is there a better way that you can think of to describe what it feels like I'm talking about? No, I think it's a good
question. I think it's a good question, but I think it's almost like to the point of, can you? Because I don't see him going into this year anyway. I don't see him going into any game thinking, oh boy, I'm not, or even just showing signs of not being confident or not believing in whether it's his lineman or the play call or the game plan or whatever. CJ Stroud is wired in such a way. I mean, he's the self-proclaimed killer, that from the offseason podcast that he was on, you're sitting next to one. I think he's a very confident guy going into every game. Here's where it gets tricky. Once he gets, hit, once he gets hurried or rushed out of the pocket, I think it just becomes like a reactionary, thing, and he just becomes a less confident guy. So how do you rebuild that? And does he have to be untouched for an entire game? Yeah. He's a confident guy. He goes into every game confident, believing in things. I'm sure of it. But once things start crumbling around him, that's the danger, because that's when he kind of gets rattled.
Well, here's the thing: is if the idea is that he has to be entirely untouched in order to get back to the CJ Stroud that is slinging it and getting the ball out quickly and finding his wide receivers, I think you're SOL.
Of course.
I don't believe that to be necessary, though, because we can look earlier on in this season where CJ Stroud looked a lot better, and he was still dealing with some pressure, and he was still trying to find some things. And so I'm kind of surprised that on the 5 Energy fan line, the YouTube, the Twitch, we did not get the easy, low-hanging fruit answer. So you know what? I'll take it for myself. Nico Collins coming back would help a good amount in this, because one of the things, it felt like, and I believe, Figgy, you mentioned this yesterday, it felt like there was a real comfortable rapport between CJ and John Mechie, right? It felt like you had that. But I don't know that I've seen that to a bigger degree than when he's going with Nico Collins earlier on in the season. And I wonder if just the confidence that you have in Nico Collins and the strength and the speed and the ability to find space will help bring some of that up just inherently, first and foremost.
Well, I think that'll help, right? It's impossible that it doesn't. Get stretch the field, have Nico, have him as the outlet. He's the big body guy that you can throw it up to and just believe he's going to get it. That'll definitely help. But even some of those Nico games, it becomes a 2-point game. It becomes, oh my gosh, they have to have a fourth quarter rally of some sort. So almost it's really interesting, because I'm not trying to talk myself into saying, well, his confidence is not going to be the same until after the season and they go into a new year, when you line, whatever. Because I think what also might help is how about a nice, comfortable double-digit win? One where he doesn't have to start, scurrying around in the fourth quarter just to try to get his team a victory. Go into Dallas and win 28-10. It doesn't have to be 40 points, but just go in there and win comfortably. Maybe that could kind of help him. Yes, because you're right. He's never going to play a game in his life where he doesn't get hurried at least a couple times or hit at least a couple times. But you got to stay confident. I think part of that is a nice, comfortable win.
Right, and again, the word confidence here is kind of tough because from the 832, come on, nothing to do with his confidence. He's always confident, even if it's bad. And again, I don't feel like that's quite the right word, but you can see that something is kind of slowing down the process. And I think that some of it also is just CJ Stroud being the mature young man that he is, right? Wanting to take on responsibility, understanding the role that a quarterback typically plays on a team as a leader and all that, is trying to put a lot on his shoulders. And I do wonder if some of this is making these things a little bit simpler for him as well, right? Because that he's, in addition to watching these routes develop, he's also watching, to see where the pressure does indeed come from on the offensive line. And does he have to do that? The first half, you saw him look a lot more like the CJ Stroud that we're talking about that you're trying to get to. And I feel like one of the things that was done was also quick passing.
Yeah.
And the sporadic when you could, or very, very seldom when it happened, but some screens in there as well, getting the ball out quickly to the guys in space. And I feel like that will also be helpful if you see more of that implemented in this game, in his game plan, not just in this particular game, but in the ways that the Texans run their offense.
I'm going to disagree with the texter.
Okay.
And I think the evidence is right in front of you. When you see CJ Stroud retreating, and then just crumbling down, that's not a sign of a confident quarterback. He went into that game confident. When you see CJ Stroud not stepping up in the pocket, which I know they're telling him to do, be confident enough in his line to step up in the pocket, and he's not doing it, that's not a sign of a confident quarterback. When he bails early, that's not a sign of a quarterback. And then the infamous play that we've talked about a number of times, CJ Stroud makes that play 10 out of 10 times last year to tank down.
Yeah.
He comes out, boom, zips it, gets it to him, walk-in touchdown. So what he did there is not a sign of when he has been rushed and hurried and rattled, he's lost confidence. I totally disagree. Those are signs.
Is the better word here from the 713, the text from the segment 713, composure?
Yes. I mean, that's part of it as well. But I think, okay, again, I like that question because I'm like, is there an answer? What is the answer to all of a sudden get him for 4 quarters, even when he's getting hit a little bit, to still step up in the pocket, not to just retreat and collapse under pressure? What is it going to take? Maybe that's the hidden value of playing 3 quote unquote winnable games in a row. That even if they're not beautiful, it's win, 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 and they're successful enough, and it's not a 2-point game, that all of a sudden he feels better going down the stretch.
Right, you put some games under your belt, you build the level of confidence back again. One of the things that kind of made me think about this is that on Twitter, someone was kind of tweeting about the idea that not every quarterback needs to play in a Shanahan offense, and they did not feel like Stroud and Slowick were a good fit. Deontay Lee, who writes about football for The Ringer, he wrote a tweet quoting that and said, Stroud would be great in the Andy Reid tree of offense. Spread RPOs, more max and chip protections in the 5 to 7 step game, and allowing him to work through mesh and more college-y concepts. And I think that's one of the things I've been wondering about with the Bobby Slowick of it all, the Shanahan offense, where you have a lot of a lot of run expectations in the game, and I think also that in some ways leads to the run pass of this. And I do wonder, and I don't think this is something that you can shift on a dime, the entire mentality of the entire system. But I think you can shift some of the mentality towards some things that are a little bit closer to that, kind of system of offense, where you're having him get the ball out a little bit quicker, have some of these simpler, not necessarily to try and kind of denigrate CJ's capability. We know he's incredibly, but simplify it into and make the defense make some decisions like the RPOs that you get in some of those instances. I would like to see some of these things lighten the load of CJ, because it feels like he's also dealing with the processing of this all, in addition to trying to make sure that, keep an eye out for where the line might break.
Well, that's a big ask. That's a big ask to make those kind of shifts. That's an off-season thing. To do those types of things.
Yeah, but I think within any offense, you can adjust. You can find the edges of the offense that are a little bit closer to where you're trying to be.
You can adjust, but is that still going to fix, some of the pressure that he's under? When he gets under pressure, is all of a sudden he starts to rush and get out of his skin a little bit. I don't know.
I don't know that you can completely get him out of that place, but I think that you can mitigate those things, because CJ was showing a good ability to navigate some pressure. Mm-hmm. It's when the pressure became constant that this became an issue, and I think that there might be some instances and some things that you can do offensively to mitigate some of those pressures with the way that the offense is. But that's going to require, I don't think a scheme change, but maybe a scheme tweak.
A scheme, sort of a tweak might be the best you can ask for right now. And let's just be honest, you get hit more than any other quarterback in the NFL.
That'll do something.
That it doesn't matter who you are.
So maybe it's just block it up. Is that what we're doing here? Just block it up.
I mean, that's the gist of it. That's at the core of it, is block better, be better. Don't stink. That's the gist of it. But it's not that simple. And so it comes down to giving Bobby Slowick maybe the combination of some plays that can work quicker and better, maybe more on the edges, but you still got to block it up. I mean, you still got to have guys that are going to get it done up front, or else you're just going to continue to be rattled. That's the biggest danger right now that the Texans are in.
Correct.
Are facing.
Correct.
You don't want to lose CJ Stroud.
And I think that might be it might sound a little alarmist, and I don't know that you lose CJ Stroud, but do you lose the fullness of CJ Stroud? Are you are you losing bits around the edges? Mm-hmm. And that's what we're talking about. Like, are you getting the fullness of CJ Stroud? And it feels like in watching that game, particularly against the Lions, but even before that, you see some of the ways in which CJ Stroud typically makes that play, or typically gets the most out of that play. And those are the portions that you don't want. You don't want to take a extravagant young player and make him any closer to an average player in any way, shape, or form. You want to get the fullness of that, because that's the beauty and the benefit of having that guy.
And that's why the Detroit game to me is probably the most alarming. And the reason is he was humming.
Yes.
Like he was humming in the first half, getting a little better protection, making throws, boom, boom, boom down the field. I know they settled for a couple of field goals, and you would have hoped for more there, but he was humming. There was no reason for him to not have confidence going into the second half. And then he started getting hit. He threw a pick, and then he started getting hit and sacked and rushed, and it turned like that. That to me was the most alarming game, because CJ last year, he would have just bounced back from that interception and continued to be confident. But as soon as things started turning bad, it flipped, and that was worrying. That things are in his head when they start to go bad.
I mean, this has been the hope all the way around, but you hope that this offense and Bobby Slowick and the somewhat improved line play will continue to get better into a place where you don't see a sliding back CJ Stroud, because people have felt confident enough to say, oh, well, there's a sophomore slump, and we know that that's not the case.
Yeah.
But regardless, the numbers, even though they're relatively close, they're still a clear dip from year one, and you don't want that to remain the case.
Yeah.
You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you hanging out with us on a Tuesday. Coming up next, it's about that time where we turn it over to Figgy for the mixtape. What we got?
Yeah, man, we had some dry play-by-play that happened this weekend. I'm going to play that call. Plus, Pimp C gave some advice to Kirk Herbstreit.
Okay.
Can't wait to play that. And a new Christmas movie based on a true story. And that story's still going on to this day.
Oh, wow. It's a full mixtape. We'll get to that next.
All right, guys, let's talk about Low T Center. You've been feeling a little
For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Choppa's John Deere Reaction Monday.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy Enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is Figgy's Mixtape on In the Loop Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Tuesday. Happy Tuesday to everyone out there. Hopefully you having a good day. And I want to start this off real quick. I think I'm becoming a fan of just bad PBP calls, man.
Oh, really?
I like
Everybody's a fan of that.
Yeah, I just like, to me, I know people was complaining about Al Michaels last year. I didn't really hear that complaint this year as much, but last year for sure. You got Bob Costas in the playoffs, a lot of the dry calls, and our next victim is somebody I actually enjoy a lot, but Gus Johnson.
Oh yeah.
He had a poor call. I don't know.
It feels impossible because just Gus Johnson always feels like he is just over the top.
Yeah, you think?
Oh, it's very. I can't wait for y'all to hear this one because I couldn't believe it, man. I'm like, dang, do we have is he part of the coaching staff for Purdue or something? Like, what in the world is going on? Am I listening to the Purdue call?
Yeah.
This was Ohio State and Purdue. And Ohio State just kind of ran through them. This was a fumble recovery turned into a touchdown, and this is how that call sound, courtesy of Gus Johnson.
First down to the 25 for Purdue, and a fumble on the play. Ohio State is there to pick it up and run it in for a touchdown. Jack Sawyer. Tough day for the Boilers, tough season for the Boilers.
It sounded like a golf call, man.
It sounded like what Al Michaels was doing last year.
It was not that bad. It wasn't that bad.
It wasn't that good.
Wait, play. Ohio State is there. They pick it up and run it in for a touchdown. Jack Sawyer.
Why was he so sad?
He couldn't even fake the funk in that moment.
No, he could not. And that, keep in mind, that's Gus Johnson.
Yes.
That's Mr. Hollywood. Remember that?
Yeah.
All right, so this fumble return touchdown happens in the third quarter, right?
It was already, I want to say it was like 31-0 already.
Yeah, that made it 38-0.
Yeah.
And so, look, man, the game is gone, first and foremost. I don't even know at that point he needs to, like, if he could sell what's happening here. And you know what might be happening? That man might have been ready to get out there.
He got 1 foot out the door.
Yeah, he was ready to go get him a drink.
Hey, he probably was kind of, I don't want to say pissed, but he probably like, man, I got to call this game. Purdue suck.
Yeah.
They ain't having a good season.
You know
it's
what?
Going to be a blowout.
Shouldn't do it. I don't care. Shouldn't do it.
No, that's fair.
And by the way, he's all.
Okay.
Might be a little Michigan.
But he had a little jelly.
Yeah, but then you'd be excited about Purdue getting stunted on, right? Or I guess Ohio State. That's fair. That's fair.
But he had some okay calls earlier that game.
Yeah.
Where he was just like Jeremiah Smith touchdown.
Yeah, I don't think Gus doesn't really be. He doesn't seem like he doesn't dial it up for Ohio State. You know, because he did that Maserati Marv.
Oh,
like he really did. He leans into it.
Yeah,
I feel like he's
for some reason. I don't know what was going on, but
and a fumble on the play. Ohio State is there. They pick it up and run it in for a touchdown.
Okay,
Jack
Al.
Sawyer.
Okay, Al.
My man was done.
He was out.
like he could at least been like fumble, another fumble or something. He was just totally out of it.
We have insight from our gambling expert here at Sports Radio 610. He hosts the host of Payne and Pendergast, Sean Pendergast himself, texted in that the spread was 37.5. So maybe.
Oh, that's it then.
Oh, yeah.
That's it.
Maybe
that's exactly what it is.
Yeah. Maybe that's when it crossed the threshold.
Which is, again, a lot like Al Michaels. A lot like
It might have been when it crossed the threshold into not making money.
I think now we know what they have in common.
So he was disappointed.
Yeah.
He was disappointed, or maybe he was disappointed in the Boilermakers, disappointed in Ohio State for messing up the ticket. I don't know.
God dog it.
There goes that Gurr.
Speaking of college football, Curb Herstry, we talked about it last week. He lost his dog Ben and battled cancer.
Mm-hmm.
And it was really emotional on Saturday on the set.
Oh, with Ben?
Yeah.
Great tribute they did.
Yeah, it was a wonderful tribute.
Mm-hmm.
And look, I know how it feels to lose a dog. Lopez know how it feels to lose a dog.
Mm-hmm.
And Pimp C, rest in peace to Pimp C. but I think he got some good advice for Kirk Herbstreit when it comes to dogs or even getting like a pet like that.
Hey, man, you know what, man? F*** a pet, man. You know why I'm making them hoes die, man, and I be sad to the mother. Hell no, man. I'm gonna give me some fish. I got a fish tank in my new house. I'm finna get some fish. You know what I'm talking about? Because, hey, man, I can't tell you, man. My mother dog died, and I be sad to the mother.
He not wrong.
Yeah. Hey, that's the first person I thought about. Every time somebody's dog pass away and it's like a big deal, that's the first person I think about. I'm like, man, I ain't getting no more dogs, man.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get some fish.
Some fish.
I'm gonna get some fish.
Fish don't be tearing you up when they go, man. You just get you some more fish.
Yeah, but would you wouldn't trade it for the world, would you, Figgy?
I wouldn't, but see,
no one would.
But see, the thing is, like, it's cool to have that pet, but when it's gonna pass away.
Exactly.
But that's life,
and
man.
that-
Like
yeah.
good,
But
good
they don't
you know,
live
good
long.
things aren't forever.
Yeah, but dogs don't live. That's their one flaw. They only have one flaw. That's
Yep.
it. They only have one.
Yeah,
That's the only one. You sure?
No. Dogs only have one flaw. Everything else is perfect.
That's the tough part.
Not you having a pickup day. Anyways.
No.
Yeah,
no, they feel bad about it.
And see, right now I'm
Do
still.
they?
do.
Are you sure?
And see, right now it's in hostage right now. So I'm fine with that. But if it wasn't for that, man, I'm like, man, I don't want to go through another dog death, man.
Oh, it hurts, man.
Yeah, like I don't know if I could. Like if the little girl decided to take Jackson, I will probably never look at another dog, man.
Yeah, you
I
gotta-
can't go through that death again, man. That was tough.
Yeah, you got to heed the advice of Chad Butler.
Yeah.
The late Chad Butler.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to get some fish.
Get you some fish.
So we got a new Christmas movie coming up, man. And
Is this the one that's being advertised right now?
yeah, this is based on a look like a true story, and this story is still going on because this couple is still together. So I'm gonna play the trailer for you, and I want y'all to guess to see who they could be talking about.
You should ask her out.
Like I would have a chance with her. I'm Drew. We're a big fan.
Am I supposed to know who he is? He's the best receiver in the world. Get his number. It's her! It's her! I want to see you again. Put her in a movie. Like regular people. Like hot for you.
Like regular people, huh?
Don't screw this up. I promise not to fall in love with you.
And I promise not to fall in love with you. The more I'm with you, the more I really like you.
I'm just with you for your fantastic body.
I know we're trying to keep this a secret, but I don't know if I can keep this up.
It was nice to feel like a normal girl dating a normal guy. Neither of you are normal.
I don't care who's watching, a million people or nobody. Are we doing this?
It's freaking.
Oh!
Christmas in the Spotlight. Premieres Saturday, November 23rd at 8. Part of It's a Wonderful Lifetime.
Oh, Lifetime movie. I was about to say, I was like, what entity was like, you know what we got to do? Make the Travis Kelce, Taylor Swift movie.
Exactly, man. So they pretty much doing the Travis Kelce, Taylor Swift Christmas movie.
Well, that's the right demographic. Because I was wondering, I was like, who is doing this? Is this like a Tubi movie? But I was like, who on Tubi watching this?
It'll be on Hallmark in an hour and a half.
Oh, yeah. It'll start on Lifetime. It'll rerun on Hallmark.
It's not
100%.
even good enough for Lifetime.
Yeah. Well,
by the way, I just read it's Hallmark movie season.
It
God,
is,
I
man.
hate it so
is Jan a Hallmark movie?
No,
person?
she's really not that bad.
Well, then you good. You good in the house.
It'll be on, and my daughter, when she comes, I'm like,
oh, so your daughter is. That's tough.
Gosh.
Yeah, are you watching this? Do you plan on watching this?
Hell no, but it's going to be on. I'll be walking through the room with covering one side of my face so I don't have to look at it.
You should watch it, give a review on it.
I can give you the review right now.
See how accurate it is, though.
Big city girl takes over this antique shop, a bookstore. The big city girl takes over a bookstore in a small town.
It's actually a bakery. Sir, it's a bakery.
And there's the repairman who has to do some upgrades on the shop.
He's actually a plumber.
Boy, he's got that flannel shirt and really down to earth. And all of a sudden, they hate each other and they only talk to each other. And then all of a sudden, they get back and they realize that there's a little fire here. All of a sudden, I got to move back to the city. No, you don't.
After
okay,
3
Hallmark
days.
movie. Yeah,
and then shifted the whole life.
There's your review.
Hey, man, you got to review this one.
I
man,
just
because
did.
This one different because she's a singer.
Yeah.
And he's a big-time football player.
Yeah.
So we got to see if it's accurate or not.
The problem with reviewing that is I would have to watch it.
Oh, you're going to watch it. You just said it. It's going to be on. I think that they're, like, when you look at the Venn diagram of listeners to Sports Talk Radio, and folks that will actually watch that Lifetime film willingly. I'll add that caveat. 3%, over under 3% is where I was going with. Because I just feel like a lot of sports talk fans are just sick of this.
Yeah.
They're sick of that particular relationship, even though like it ends up being one of those ones that continually is put on TV.
Yeah.
A lot of people just seem sick of it. And I feel like the people that were just like, it's fine, it doesn't matter, I'm here to watch football, they're not going to go seek out other media about that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, it's kind of interesting that they actually making a movie out of this a little bit. Like, I get a kick out. To me, one of my favorite shows is Law and Order. Whenever something juicy or some type of legal stuff happen in real life, I'll be hoping Law and Order just make a episode. I'm waiting on the Deshaun Watson
Law and Order episode.
Yeah, I'm waiting on the Deshaun Watson Law and Order case.
And then the little disclaimer that any resemblance that it may share to something in real life is completely coincidence. No, it's not. You know what you're doing, Law and Order. I see you, Dick Wolf.
I'm waiting on that episode.
Is Dick Wolf still with us?
Yeah, he is. He is.
I was gonna say, I was like, I know that.
Still making shows too.
Yeah.
But I'm just waiting on that Law and Order episode where this star football player get accused of 25 different from 20. I'm just waiting on that episode.
Oh, and by the way, the big city girl ends up moving back to the small town.
That was going to tear me up if I didn't know what the end was.
Come on, man. You just spoiled it for me, man.
I spoiled every Hallmark movie.
Oh, man. Come on, man. You just lost the list.
Oh, man. Look at the folks on the text line from 346. My mother-in-law, sister-in-law, wife, and wife's grandma, they record them and watch it. Oh, my God.
That's even worse.
Oh, no.
Hey, look, I understand if you have it on in the background during the Christmas times and nobody watching it or something, but grandma or something, but man, you can't record it and go back to it, man.
The 346 got a good point. As soon as you see that Hallmark logo in the corner, turn around. Turn around.
Wait, is that also because if you watch a little bit, you're gonna get hooked? Is that what you're talking about there?
I think that is because
you'll just be curious. What's happening?
Even though Lopez spoiled it, you do kind of wait to see how it ends. And it's just like that's the same ending, and like, all right, this was ridiculous.
Yeah, why was I here?
Yeah.
Is there another storyline in the NFL of late that you would actually want to see made into a movie as opposed to like Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce?
Bill Belichick and his new girl? Now that's a Hallmark movie.
Nah, that's like Hitch, isn't it? Like, what are we doing there? Like,
that might be pay-per-view.
That might be Dirty Grandpa.
Yeah, that might.
Yeah, right.
All right, I'm gonna get you out of here on this. So, are y'all familiar with the term "like that"?
Yeah,
they're not like that. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, well, sort of. So we kind of use that term in a different way. Like, I ain't like. I don't know I'm like that.
Yeah.
I want to see if you kind of understand this term or if you even use this term. So this is Tony Rock, who is Chris Rock's brother. He kind of gave a funny explanation on the term "like that" and how black folks use it.
Okay.
This is the blackest in the world. Like that. Like that is the barometer that all black people judge other black people by. Like that. And everybody not like that. White people like what? Everybody not like that. Sometimes you know a dude, but you don't know him like that. You might even with a dude. You like, I with him, but I don't with him like that. Every black person here right now, that made perfect sense. Every white person, like what?
Do that make sense to everybody?
Of course. Yeah, I think it does.
Yeah, man. Like Tony Rock doing his thing. I saw that clip. I think yesterday. Funny enough, I appreciate the humor. It does. It is kind of like harkening back a little bit. I feel like the comedy sphere has moved a little bit away from black people do this, white people do that. But I appreciate it. It was a nice little nostalgic kind of comedic bit.
Tony Rock is one of those underrated comedians and underappreciated because obviously people go to his brother Chris Rock. But look, Tony Rock get it out the mud, man.
Yeah. He's been doing it for a while. Yeah, interesting case because, like, obviously, rest in peace to Charlie Murphy. Well, I guess that he had some funny stuff just in a different space than obviously Eddie.
Yeah, so salute to Tony Rock, man. So I heard that. I'm like, dang, is this
universal?
Yeah.
Are we all
accurate.
Yeah.
Do we all kind of understand it like
Do we understand that term like that?
like that? 713 said Hallmark movies are why you need a TV in the bedroom. God forbid. And Fig, actually, this is one that helps you out. 832. They already did an episode on Law and Order, very similar to Deshaun's case. Honestly, at this point, with as many seasons of Law and Order as there are out there, I wouldn't be surprised.
They probably had an episode like that before Deshaun Watson got in that mess.
Yeah, probably did.
They foretold the legend of
2016. They had an episode like that.
281. Kirk Cousins. How you like that?
Yeah. Oh, that's a different one.
That's definitely different. I don't think he meant that in the exact same way.
Yeah.
There you go. Figgy's Mixtape, 1:20 p.m. every weekday right here on Sports Radio 610. All right, coming up next, we get ready to hand it off to the fellas to drive. But before we get there, just how much do you get from the possible return of Nico Collins to this offense? We'll talk about it next.
It's safe to say CJ Stroud.
Cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Who cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Over 30 years, you'll always find what you love and love what you find. Only at Total Wine & More.
Drink responsibly, B21.
Need to hire? You need Indeed. Their end-to-end solution helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates all year round. Schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from your Indeed dashboard. Learn more by visiting Indeed.com/credit.
Thank you, Figgy.
Live from the Twin Sportsradio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop on Sports Radio 610. You heard Big Voice Man. You got John Lopez, Figgy Fig, myself, Reginald Atatula, hanging out with you all Tuesday. Hope you've had a good one. Getting ready to hand off to the fellows of the drive. Clint, Ron, and T-Mill all getting ready to take you through your afternoon. And they'll, early on in their program, take live D'Amico Ryans is first, talking during the course of this week after the Lions game, and of course as we gear up for Week 11 on Monday Night Football versus the Dallas Cowboys. So yeah, 2:30. That's where you will hear from the head coach D'Amico Ryans.
What do you think the tenor of that is going to be?
That's a really good question.
Figure, what do you think it's going to be? Is it going to be we all have to be better? Because that's getting a little, well, it is, right? It's a little old.
Yeah, but D'Amico don't care about that.
No, he doesn't care about that. Do you think it's going to be, or do you think it's going to be post-game from the Jets, D'Amico Ryans? More to the point, more, adamant about things that need to happen, things that could happen, or is it going to be
just some stuff you got to clean up?
Stuff we got to clean up.
We got to clean up.
We all got to get better.
Yep.
It's all of us.
It's all of us. We got to clean some stuff up.
I'm interested in that.
Yeah, and I am as well. I think we'll get some insight into it listening to the drive here in just under an hour when they get D'Amico Ryans live for talking to the media at 2:30. Some other players have there's been player availability that have been talking a little bit earlier today. We'll hear a little bit from there. Actually, let's Mechie, who was one of the bright spots in this game. There was quite a few bright spots. Obviously, you need those if you're going to go up 23-7 on a team. Don't talk about the other things.
Yeah, well.
But yeah, we could just stop there, John. I saw it in your eyes that you wanted to bring up other things. It's not necessary, okay?
Okay. We all know.
But, I mean, I know that you also don't feel great about having not stayed on the John Mechie bandwagon as he put up a good performance. He was talking, and this is Mechie 5 here, about his performance, his breakout game versus the Lions.
I mean, you could say it like that. I think it's just, do you do your job when your name is called, right? I think that's it. Like, are you ready to get your job done when the opportunity presents itself, right? I don't think I did anything super spectacular aside from doing my job, honestly, being where I was supposed to be, making the plays I was supposed to make and stuff. So, yeah, you could say that.
So he doesn't even view it necessarily as like a breakout. He's just saying, man, this is an opportunity to do that, which I imagine, like, confidence-wise.
That's what they say.
Is very much what a player would be, because, like, a player's like, no, I could always do this. I just got the opportunity. But that's also, as you mentioned, that's been their mantra. The mantra, that's been the talking point, for lack of a better term, is just, we don't need you to do anything special. Step up and do your job. And in that instance, his job was to catch those footballs as best as ability.
Yeah, but we all know. I mean, it had to have felt really, really good to actually put it on paper. To actually put it on film that he could be that guy. And it got me thinking, of all things, about Nico Collins.
Yeah,
it really did. Like Nico comes back. We know Stefan's not coming back.
No.
So you're going to have Tank things more consistently. Sure be nice to have another guy.
Yeah, that was the question that I kind of asked and that we were asking ourselves, is that what do you get with the potential return of Nico Collins? And I guess let's start here. Do you feel confident Nico Collins plays on Monday night? Because, I mean, he was, designated for return on Friday. He gets out there on what is admittedly a lighter practice on Friday.
Yeah.
But he's dancing. He's, showing that all of that jubilation and such. But then he is, not made available for this game versus the Lions. And I understand he's been dealing with a hamstring. That can be kind of a tricky injury. Do you feel confident that he plays on Monday? I mean, and it's real early. I'm not giving you the benefit. I want to make it known. I'm not giving him the benefit of all these practices that will give us a lot more insight into it this week.
No, I was going to give you a very definitive and authoritative, I don't know.
Very good. Well done.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Because I said this yesterday. It's kind of hard to buy into Friday practice reports anymore. And so I think. Well, actually, the days are pushed back this week.
Yeah, today's their Monday.
So tomorrow's their off day. So really, Thursday, Friday practices are going to be more important than Saturdays. Because if he can, he didn't practice Tuesday, Wednesday last. I know this is confusing, but Wednesday, Thursday last week, and then was out on Friday. Or no, I had that backwards.
Yeah, he practiced on Friday.
He practiced on Friday.
That was when we got a little bit of hope. It was like,
you're
designated for return.
Yeah, and you're thinking, okay, but now who knows? My gut doesn't even tell me anything at this point. I would guess. Remember, he was dancing on Friday.
That is the vivid image that we were all excited about. Just like the starkness of the reveal that he was designated for return. Because after Thursday, we were looking at it like, did not practice these 2 days. It feels like he's not going to go.
And then he's out there going.
And then they designated for return. He's practicing on Friday, and it felt like that was like, maybe that means that they're gearing him up for that, and there's a possibility. He did not play, and I mean we might need to get more into it tomorrow as well. But like, what do you anticipate the Texans get from the return of Nico Collins? Because it's easy to talk about Nico Collins returning, but like, what are you thinking of when it comes to what comes back? Because I know for me, one of the things I thought of, and you had one play, I think it was the touchdown play, where Robert Woods sets the edge really well, but there was quite a few tosses in this game, and I know Bobby Slowick kept going to it, and that's another thing in and of itself, but you couldn't set the edge. And there were some times where I was like, I wonder if just having someone like Nico Collins, big, strong dude who is pretty damn good in the blocking game as well, setting that edge on a crack block and then allowing him to get on the outside. Yeah. I do wonder if even that, outside of like just the raw 100-yard games that you get from him, is something that you bring back.
No, I think you hit it right on the head. Nico Collins, and it's sort of like a weird place because I think he's clearly their best blocking receiver, but he's also their best receiver. So, you have to balance that at some point. That's one of the flaws that this receiving core has had really all year, even with Stefan here. The best blocking receiver was Nico Collins, and Stefan was you get what you can. Tank Dell, you don't want to put him in too many of those situations, but you get what you can. Build a lot. Like, they were in a bad spot in terms of blocking when it comes to receivers really all season. So when Nico comes back, even just that makes him better. Just his blocking.
Yeah.
Forget what he can do otherwise.
Right. I think that's a big thing when it comes to it. Another dude who is incredible in the quick passing game, right? I feel like the only player that I can think of, and correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm trying to do a cursory search of my own mental memory here. I guess all your memory is mental, whatever. But the idea that he might be the only dude, or he's clearly the best dude to be able to actually execute screens with. Get the ball to him quickly, let him go in space, and then even like you talk about quick game, like slants and these types of things, great with his body protecting the football.
Yeah.
I think that those are also things that you get back and that you can elevate with, and we already talked about it. I think that those are things that might be helpful, and they seemed helpful in using them in the first half, getting the ball out quickly for someone like Mechie, who seemed like, Mechie has a little bit of that, using his body to protect the football to come up with a slant. That you've been kind of desiring, but it's not on the same level of Nico. I think that having those and having somebody that CJ trusts to also give them that opportunity in those 50-50 situations, the guy that CJ is like, I give him the benefit of the doubt because I believe him to come down with the football. I think that would be huge for this team.
I think having the game that Mechie had, and they do this a lot in this offense, sort of the layered routes, the the 2 levels, the 3 levels, or whatever. I think gives you a little bit of a threat there too. So no, it's nothing but good that he's back. It's really going to be good for the run game. And I think in the pass game as well, if you get and then Tank Dell, you'll be kind of back onto something, that you had with Stephon.
Plus, and I think this might be the most obvious thing, if you do and get Nico back for Monday's game, is just that's a dude that a defense has to game plan for. That's a dude that defenses slide their defense over to anticipate. And so I wonder, do you get even more out of a John Mechie? Do you get even more out of a Tank Dell? Do you get even more out of a Dalton Schultz just by the basic thing of Nico Collins being on the field and generating that and drawing that attention?
Yeah. No, I think you absolutely could. By the way, from the 832, hey, Joe Mixon was dancing before he was scratched as well. Yeah, no.
So clearly the dancing is the issue, obviously.
That's what I'm saying. You can't trust a Friday injury report anymore. And that's kind of what I was saying, so who knows?
All right, welcoming in the homie, dressed up like a Jayhawk, even though I don't think those things are real, is our guy. Like a Jayhawk. Like the bird on your hat right now is Ron Hughley. You don't got your mic on though, so I just want to make sure. I was like, you're just talking to me right now, which is fine. I'm cool talking to you all day long.
I just can't have a personal conversation with my guy, man.
Not while we at work. Well, not right here at work.
Well, literally working.
Well, yeah, while we're actively working.
It's all the same to me, baby.
Hey, man, for you, we were just talking about the idea of, well, one, do we feel confident Nico Collins will come back? Now, of course, we've got time to figure that out. But what is this team getting back in Nico Collins? Because it's easy to not think necessarily just about the actual physical, tangible things that you get when you.
We're going to talk about this a little bit later on.
Very good.
But I want to be honest with you.
Very good.
There's a part of me that's a little nervous. A little nervous. And there's a part of me that's almost scared about him coming back.
Because of aggravation?
No.
Ooh, that sounds like a tease. Like I don't.
No, that's a tease.
I feel like I want to let that be right there.
No, I'm gonna give it away right now.
Yeah.
We'll talk about it later. It'll be a completely different audience listening. But what if it don't? What if he don't solve it?
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's the weight of like, all right, you got Nico, which is legit. Nico Collins, real quick, is still 18th, 3 or 4 yards behind, tied for 16th in receiving yards in the NFL.
Well, Ron, he ain't played in 5 weeks.
Nobody on the Chiefs is ahead of him.
Yeah.
In terms of receiving yards, it's crazy to where he is. He was playing like. Not just the best receiver, arguably the best behind like Saquon and Derrick, like one of the best weapons in all of football. So you get him back, but like the secret is they're only averaging 19.7 points a game.
I put it a different way earlier, Ron.
And they've averaged 24 in the 5 games.
The way I put it, even with Nico, they were playing 2-point games.
Yeah, and averaging a shade under 20 points.
Yeah.
In those full games that he played,
problem solved.
That's
you know what I mean?
That's the only thing that makes me. I know it has to be better.
Yeah.
this CJ than he last played with. This offensive line, I feel like it's feeling even more pressure and in shambles. There's no digs to there's going to be a lot of. That's just my only thing is I want to see him play. God knows it. I've about had it with Xavier. I want to see him play, and nothing against you, Xavier. I want to see him play. But that's the only part of what if he did.
Yeah.
Solid.
That's a little tease for you. You got that coming up on the drive.
Let me break it to you, boys.
Yes, sir.
If the Texans can just play the level of football that they played Sunday night against the Detroit Lions, they'll win 11 games.
They'll win 11 games.
I'm with you.
It ain't enough to beat Baltimore. It ain't enough to beat Kansas City. It's not enough to beat Detroit. It's not enough to beat Green Bay. But you can beat the Cowboys.
Yeah.
You can beat the Titans twice.
Mm-hmm.
You can beat the Jacksonville Jaguars. Depending on what Dolphins team shows up, that's good enough to beat the Dolphins.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's with or without Nico. So the fear is not, will it be better? The fear is do you scrape by the most scraps you got left on the schedule, and then you get to the playoffs.
All of a sudden.
It's the product that is Houston Texans football.
Yeah.
I think you can muck your way to 5 more wins. To be honest with you, not that they will, but you can.
Yeah.
The key is when they get past 17 games, are we sitting here going, these guys can make a run to the Super Bowl, or are we going, hey, look out at home against whoever's coming down here?
Yeah.
Baltimore.
Yeah. All right, fellas, we're done in the loop. Time to hand it off to these fine guys. You're listening to KILT HD2 and Odyssey Sports Station, and right now, the drive.
Clint right there, and you see Tyler as well showing his nipples. This is around the time where you if you got on top of shaving.
Yeah, that's rough.
Like you're 2 weeks too long. And that's why
or too early.
But that's what I'm saying. But
it grows so fast.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. You have to get on top of it. Now you get there, and now you got to start using Nair, and now you got to start taking.
Oh, I'll never touch Nair again.
But you look like the way black folks get their hair cut. You look like it every 2 weeks.
I mean, that's probably accurate. It needs to be every 2 weeks, but dude, it's a lot of work.
I'll be honest with you. You're doing black folks a disservice. I've been around a lot of black folks that get hair cut every 2. That's rough, right? It looks like some mange right there.
That's not even that long since the last Manscaped.
I'm thinking that's 2 weeks. I feel like me and you, we should get on the same hair cutting schedule.
It's a lot of time.
I'm going tomorrow. You shave tomorrow, and then in 2 weeks, you just keep doing it. Because now, like when you let it go that long, and the people on YouTube and Twitch, you see it. When you let it go that long, don't rub around them little nipples. When you let it go that long, it takes so much longer to have to take care of it and have to cut it. If you got on a 2 week schedule,
I'm so covered though. It's gonna take long, no matter what.
No, not every 2 weeks.
It's 50 minutes minimum.
It ain't gonna have that much there.
I still got to cover the same surface area, no matter how long the hair's got.
From a fellow hairy guy, from a fellow
You ain't that hairy. You can't let it get.
I got to be the hairiest.
You can't. There's no way.
Well, I've never seen him fully. I've never seen him fully. Mine's pretty rough.
If you just let it ride for about a month, you can go Tom Selleck. You can go Magnum PI.
Mine's not that dark. Mine's red and gray, so it's not that dark. But thickness, it's ridiculously thick.
And we could see it coming out of his shirt.
Absolutely.
I mean, I'm connected eyeballs to feet, man.
I trimmed the whole thing, but it's like, here's the deal. You got to either keep that. If you're gonna pull your, this is if you're gonna pull your shirt up. Who gives a damn? But if you're gonna pull your shirt up and show your nipples to our folks,
that's how you know the drive started.
You either got to get that thing shaved up, or you got to keep your shirt on and let it grow out until it's just good and thick and hairy, and you just own the hairiness. One of the two. You can't pull up that mangy looking stuff.
It is about to get cold outside. I need to grow my winter coat.
I think you should. The problem with Tyler is he got kind of hair where it don't just hang out of his neck; it'll come out of his sleeves.
Oh, it'll
curl
everywhere.
around his sleeves.
Oh.
I don't have that.
No, everything is literally connected. From the only space I do not have hair is the small area of my forehead between my eyebrows and my hairline. Other than that,
I think if you hit it every 2, you would let it. If you hit it every 2 weeks, it'd be easier.
Well, I would let the hair go. My problem is my hair, like on my body, grows all different directions. I got cowlicks all over my shoulders and my chest and my back, so it just looks like hell. I can appreciate a good, solid, thick fur coat now.
Maybe once a month, maybe once a week. Maybe you should do it. But right now you're going every 6 weeks, and that's a killer. Or or you go until hey, I am going I'm going out of town. I'm going to Germany. I'm going to.
I need to be more
whatever.
aerodynamic.
So I have to have a shirt off, so now I'm going to shave.
Yeah, as many vacations as you take, you do need to keep that thing trimmed up.
And then you had that one situation where did you injure yourself with that nair or something? You burnt?
Oh, dude. Yeah, I almost completely removed my nipples from my body. I was not aware that nair could damage the nips.
I want to move off this. Shout out to the 5 Hour Energy fan line. 5 Hour Energy, the official energy shot. Sports Radio 610 and football super fans. But yes, he does got a Teen Wolf type look going. But man, you like that is past razor. Like that's past what a razor. Like you got to do something. Like you got to do something to cut it down first. You might have to get some shears or something.
I use clippers only. Nair, never again. You almost took my nips.
Yeah, don't do that. All right, coming up on the drive at 2:30, we expect to hear from D'Amico Ryans, and we know that Clint is expecting and hoping to hear a new sound, a different voice from D'Amico Ryans. And hell, they're having team players only meetings. Maybe it feels like there is some more serious nature to it. The word on the street is that Maldonado led that players-only meeting. Martin Maldonado, the Houston Astros, stepped in, and he led the players-only meeting.
He led the Texans meeting, huh?
Yeah, you know.
Let's go, Roger.
I mean, if Martin Maldonado sniffs there's a players-only meeting, he's going to be involved. Those times he did a players-only meeting for the Astros and then walked across the clubhouse and did one for the Twins, because he felt like they needed to have one too. So Martin Maldonado loves a good team players-only meeting. And so word on the street, he led theirs. I'm going to have to check on that. Cheryl might have to check on that. But no, we should I can't wait to hear what he says. I know many of you all don't give a damn based off of some of the social media, but I would sure wonder if this is the week that we get some sort of an update on Christian Harris. 113 days since training camp started, and we saw him for 15 minutes at a practice. So we'll and by the way,
where art thou?
Still from the understanding, it's a strained calf. So all right. I think there's some people. I think there are some women out here who were pregnant and have given birth since the injury to Christian Harris, since that whole started. But we'll hear from him at 2:30. So hang out with us there. A little program note for that. It is Tape Drop Tuesday, and Clint. A lot of people still talking about Bobby Slowick. Oh, John Crumpler's lost his damn mind. Who covers the Texans? Like John, and he's on the Bobby must go train.
A change is needed.
Unbelievable, right there. Bob must go.
It's nice knowing you, Bob.
Interesting thought there, but I know you watched the tape, and I know you've watched it. Saw you watch. What's your thought now coming now off of that Sunday night game against the Lions?
Well, once again, folks ain't gonna like it, but Bobby Slowick was absolutely tremendous in the first half. And I mean, tremendous, better than I thought in the first half. And if we're being completely honest, he wasn't bad in the second half.
You ever watch Bobby?
As I mentioned yesterday,
You're about Bobby Slowick, though.
Bobby Slowick. As I mentioned yesterday, this just is not the week to call for Bobby Slowick's job. The reason they scored 23, the reason they should have scored 30, the reason they had a chance to score the 30, what should have been the 33rd, but would have been the 26th point, and took a lead in that game late in the fourth quarter, is because Bobby Slowick made the adjustments that were necessary. You want to run down the list here of Bobby Slowick in the first half?
I want to hear it. Yeah.
The first touchdown, the formation and the motion, if you remember correctly, it was when he lined up Joe Mixon out wide to the right, brought him in motion, found a new little, gave him a different look, different motion, and the outside zone. It's the one time in the game where the outside zone actually worked and was effective, but got on the board after an early turnover, got a 7-point lead immediately. I talked yesterday at length and at depth about the multiple quick concepts, particularly using Tank early on and as the number one in the progression, and then using him later to what should have been the 30th point and put you up 30-13 over the Detroit Lions, who I think are the best team in football. That happened. Second touchdown was one of those where it took Bobby Slowick dialing up 3 straight plays that were all there. CJ missed touch on the first one, a little snag. He ended up throwing it away over the top of the Mixon's head in the end zone. Mixon was double covered. 19 was wide open underneath, or was open underneath. Tank then drops the out route on the sideline. Again, gets a soft corner, calls play. It would have been 3rd and 2 right there. I mean, it was just absolute beautiful scheme. And Tank dropped one, and CJ missed the other one. Luckily, he comes right back, and Mechie runs a great route. CJ makes a great throw, and it's a touchdown. The reverse that everybody's hung up on, I wanted to get a good look at it. Again,
that's the only thing I think happened in the first half.
If Joe Mixon thumps his guy at all, he play fakes and kind of runs into that defensive end that ends up making the play. If he thumps that guy, if he just connects with him, if he just gets a better effort, gives a better effort to block that guy, that play has a real chance. There's one DB out there, and we had a wide receiver that may have gotten in his way, but Tank Dell in the open field with one DB, I like that. I like that 10 out of 10 times. And the truth of the matter is, Ron, there were, and this holds true throughout the entire game, there were several opportunities for big plays where the scheme is ultimately what got it done. Several opportunities for big plays. The sack, one of the sacks, if CJ just comes right away, it's wide open over the middle of the field for about a 12-yard gain. If he just comes off the play action and jump, that it's going to be there. If he comes off that play action, delivers a football, he would have taken a hit, but big-time quarterbacks do that all day on Sunday. That's there, but instead they end up punting. The interception to start the first half was just blatant, obvious cover 2 to that side of the field. I don't know why you even think about throwing an out route, a quick out into that cover. Have no clue. There's one of the other sacks. There's an open receiver. I'm just screaming wide open. Remember the late throw over to the left right after the PI call gave us a big chunk play.
Mm-hmm.
The late throw over to the left that almost got picked. You said you were more worried about the pick. Tank was open, but the ball was late.
Yeah.
That's late as hell by CJ. That should have been a throw in the ocean completion right there. Bobby schemed that thing up. So yeah, man, I thought Bobby was tremendous in the first half, and he was good enough to win that game comfortably in the second half. If we're talking just about Bobby Slowick.
The first half, they put up 23 points, kicked some field goals, had some. You do wish they did more with what they ended up really 2 turnovers in that half. The third one was a Hail Mary in the half, but 2 turnovers there. But yeah, like I said, there was the quick game, as you talked about yesterday, was evident that they went to in that first half.
Tremendous.
I thought there was some creativity. Yeah, maybe they now listening to you talk about the reverse that a lot of people are thinking about. Maybe there's a thought that they trashed that when it was slow developing, but as you said, maybe just some execution.
I mean, it was not a horrible call. I didn't like how slow developing it was, which it seems like that was the concept from the beginning. There's things I don't like about it. I'm not saying I would have called it, but I mean, literally, if Joe Mixon hits the guy that ends up making the block, if he just stays connected to that guy and doesn't let that guy have a free run at Tank, then the play's completely different. I mean, it's not even on the radar of what's going on. And so I just know that was a topic of conversation.
Yeah, there was some creativity. I think the screen game we had complained and had some issues with. He had a great screen set up to Joe Mixon that got him down to the one that should have been a touchdown, but there was a holding penalty that backed him up. The first touchdown was a creative play call to get it to Mixon on that reverse thing. But I think a lot of people, as I see on the text line and YouTube and Twitch, are moving to the second half. What about the second half? The lack of adjustments in the second half. That's when he's been really bad. And there's something to it. Hell, they scored 15 points in the last 4 games. It's 40-6.
Yeah, look,
they got shut out yesterday. What in the second half?
I'm not here to address the second half issues over the last 4 weeks. We talked about that. There's a lot that goes into that. But I can tell you right now that you go interception, and then they get the ball backed up on the 1 because Kamari Lassiter gets the interception, right? And you run the football to kind of get you get you some room. Then Robert Woods drops an 8-yard, what should have been an 8-yard catch. It bounces off his chest, right? And on that play, CJ's a little late getting the ball to him. And then the very next play, CJ bells the pocket. You got John Mechie on a little rub route. You've got Dalton Schultz. If you be patient with him, you got him. He'll uncover and come open. So CJ's jitters in the pocket hurt him then. Then you come right back out, and then the interception that would tank wide open in the end zone. Like I just disagree with the lack of in this particular game. Like I disagree with the lack of adjustments being this fireable offense that people are calling for. I wholeheartedly disagree with that. You look at the film, man. There were things there. There were plays to be made. The quarterback could have avoided sacks, big losses. He could have avoided interceptions. He could have converted first downs if certain if he just isn't quite as a happy feet in the pocket. So I have a real hard time. Like Bobby Slowick's adjustments in the second half are well down the list of things that I would address if I were DeMeco Ryans, in my opinion.
Yeah, as I see people, first quarter Bobby, second half Bobby is different. They need to bring Gary Kubiak in as an assistant. I'm not upset with Slowick over his offensive scheme for last week. I'm upset with him over him allowing Tunsil to have such lackadaisical attitude. He doesn't practice on Wednesday. Like, why would you? Like, how do you think that falls under Bobby?
Yeah, Bobby ain't got control of Laramie Tunsil. Look, I will say this to that texter's point. What should concern everybody a lot more than Bobby Slowick is the level of soft. I've beat this dead horse, it's the reality of who the Texans are. The level of softness that is allowed on the offensive line. And it's just right now there's so many guys that are guilty that it's the problem is that it's allowed. I mean, that's just the problem. Dare Ogunbowale, he's in the backfield, right? Which I think he's on the field too much if we're trying to get our best players and our playmakers on the field. He's on the field too much. I'd rather J.J. Taylor be out there. At least that guy can do some things with it. Dare's just not that caliber athlete. But nonetheless, he's out there because he's dependable. Ron, he got chip protection. His duty is to chip the defensive end and slow him down a little bit for Titus Howard. And when I say it was set up for him, and I'm not saying you got to be egregious and just murder the guy's ribs, right? But when I say it was set up for you to give him your shoulder, just dip your shoulder, put it in his ribs, put it on his shoulder, and push him back onto Titus Howard. And when I say he went up there and almost it was like he was scared, like his elbow was sore or something, like his left arm, like Dare's left arm was sore. He just kind of like let that D lineman know he was there. He didn't do a damn thing. Like the level of softness. Schultz, it's just all the time. It is all the time. The level of quit.
If he gets on somebody, it used to be.
Well, it's just the level of quit, man. If it's not just a perfect scenario, it's just I'm gonna pat you on the back as I go by because I know I can't block you from the side. This is 2 weeks in a row, man. He ought to be embarrassed. Andre Ware talked about the quitting stuff, and that's true on that play where he tried to strip the ball from CJ. But the level of softness, I mean, he's blocking, like runs away from him. He's blocking guys, and there is so little strain, like his back is arched. Like he's just riding along. He's just along for the ride. And this guy's going wherever he wants to, and he's just along for the ride. And it's snap after snap. The level of softness that is involved with Titus Howard is unbelievable. And it's blatant. It's not like he knows what he's doing. It's not. I don't want to be physical. He is allowed to do that, and it is absolutely awful. Juice Scruggs and Laramie Tunsil, they got a double team. Backer is outside Laramie Tunsil, so they're doubling a D tackle up to the backer that's outside Laramie Tunsil. And they stand up, and Laramie's got the D tackle, and so Juice is going to the second level. And instead, you either go to the second level right now because you know that Laramie's got him. Or you let that sonbuck know that you're there and you give him a good push and help Laramie Tunsil get control of him and push him even wider so that the run can hit behind you. He literally rests his hands on his left hand on old boy's shoulder and pauses and then doesn't get to the linebacker at the next level. The level of just being willing to allow defenders to dominate you and push you around is unbelievable. The run backed up inside the 1 yard line, Ron. Inside the 1 yard line, you know what I'm talking about? They went interception, then the Kamar lasted interception right by. They snap the football and run it. The ball was on the 2-yard line. Take a wild guess. You got 5 offensive linemen in the game. How many of those guys do you think were on the 2-yard line or beyond? Got any level of push? How many do you think?
I'm going to be naive. 1.
None. They were all laying on the 1-yard line. They all got pushed back.
Thought Juice
like it's just like no. Tegan Cotoriano got up to got up and made a little movement right there. Like and look, I'm not to be honest with you. I'm at a point now to where this is on D'Amico. This is on D'Amico. This is on Bobby. This is on Strouser. This is coaching. This is being allowed to just because we're too many games into it. If this weren't being allowed, then these guys would be benched. It's that egregious. You saw what happened to Dalton. Like, Dalton's not even in the game anymore when you know you're going to run the football because it was so soft.
Yeah, it's like to me when you talk about firing people, when you talk about all of that stuff, it is hard to just gloss past what we all know the game starts with up front. All right, coming up, we are looking to hear from D'Amico Ryans at 2:30. We'll hopefully hear from him as he will speak to the media. We'll carry that live right here on The Drive.
All right.
cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Radio 610 video stream, a new way to experience Houston sports leader. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, we will head to NRG as soon as D'Amico Ryans starts his press conference with the media. Tyler will send us there. He'll let me know, and we'll let you hear exactly what D'Amico has to say coming up next as he speaks to the media. And this is the first time, fellas, we've heard him since the loss, in which he was clearly frustrated and understandably frustrated after that loss, in which, to be honest, they just had like a second half collapse against the Lions, blowing a 23-7 lead in the second half. So we'll hear from him, and I agree with you on this one, Clint. I want to hope that we hear a little more sense of urgency. I know you're probably not betting on it because this ain't just 10 weeks. This is the entire time that D'Amico has been here. We've not really seen a lot of chippy D'Amicos. Been mostly a positive guy, which has worked for him up to this point. But I do hope that we hear in maybe tone and in words, Clint, a change in, like, no, No, we got to fix stuff and not mixing in the. All right, yeah, but look at the good thing. Whatever. I do think and hope that we would hear something that is a little bit more to, the tenor of the situation they're in right now.
Yeah, I mean, there's no question about it. That's all I've been asking for a month now, and it just gets more and more frustrating as the losses pile up. Losing 3 of your last 4, it's like a every week you can call it, man. I mean, after the game, it's unacceptable. We got to fix this. We can't win with that. It's a long season. Every team can beat you. Blah blah blah. Everybody's pissed off. Everybody's unhappy and everybody's embarrassed. And then by Wednesday, boy, everybody's back to that whole, man, we are, it's swept it under the rug. It's about having fun and about getting back to having fun and loving the game. And, it's not a big deal, man. We'll get this fixed, so-and-so, man, we gave up 8 sacks, but so-and-so, we had some pretty good pass protections too, I mean, it's our quarterback's the most pressured guy in the league over the last 3 games. But man, we've had some good snaps of pass protection as well. Like it's time to move off of that. Like it's time to move. It's time to move beyond the hey, let's look at the positive, and that's fine. I'm not saying that you just drop the hammer on guys. I'm just saying it's as a fan, I would like to see things move from the happy-go-lucky, everything's gonna be fine to, hey man, we realize that. We got a 10-game sample size at this point in time. Good at things. And we got to work our way out of these situations. And that work starts Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, or I guess this week being a Monday night football game, everything moves back. So it's Wednesday. I guess it is, right? No, it's Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
Yeah. They travel.
Travel Sunday, play Monday. Whatever it may be. You got, actually, to be honest with you, now that I'm talking about the schedule, you got an extra week this week. I would probably use that day in the week to really set the tone of, guys, we've got to be better.
Tommy on YouTube and Twitch, we appreciate you. We see you out there, Champ Slice, 99 Reasons, Tommy. Tommy said, what exactly does Clint want D'Amico to say? I want an example. Put on your D'Amico hat.
Yeah, I mean, it's very, very easy, guys. We are not very good in pass protection. We have been awful in pass protection. We've got to be better. I would like for D'Amico not to allow rest days on Wednesday with offensive linemen. I would like for D'Amico Ryans to say we are flipping every stone to protect our quarterback and make sure that CJ Stroud stays upright. And you know what? CJ Stroud's got to play a little bit better. CJ Stroud's getting happy feet. CJ Stroud's because he's been hit so much, we got to figure out a way to get him back in this groove of being nice, cool, calm, and collected in the pocket, right? Offensively, the physicality sucks. We have got to find a way to be a more physical football team, or we're not going to win. He don't have no problem talking about his defense being physical and swarming, raining. We don't have no problem talking about that, right? Well, let's call a spade a spade. We've all watched the same film. The lack of physicality on the offensive side of the football is disgusting. It's embarrassing, right? You bench Kendrick Green. I mean, what about these other guys? What about 3rd and 10 when Laramie Tunsil lets Jared Parr, am I getting his name right? Some guy that's in a track stance down there, knowing you're fixing to get a speed rush, run right by him in a critical situation. How about we mention those guys? We didn't mind mentioning Kenyon Green getting benched and Kenyon Green not being good enough, right? But let's talk about some of the other stuff. It's not about to me. It's not about being necessarily like degrading to folks as much as it is, and it's not even as much of specifically what he says as much as it is. Let's quit smiling and laughing on Wednesdays, Tuesdays. Let's it's not going to be okay, right? I mean, yeah, we can be happy-go-lucky and realize that, man, it's damn near impossible for the Colts to catch in this division. So you can be nice and cool and happy and all the joy and have all the fun you want. But you get to the playoffs and you got to face a real playoff team and what's going to happen. Or you can make these guys very aware that what they're doing is not acceptable.
Because clearly, like they've had What is it, Tyler? You said, have they had multiple players-only meetings? Have we got reports?
That's the thought. It's possible.
It's report they've at least had one.
Yeah.
They haven't players-only meetings. Like, you don't have players-only meetings to just go or furniture. Like, they're like, we're in a, like, clearly the players or somebody feels like we're at a turning point. We're at a crossroads right now.
Yeah.
That something needs to change, fellas.
Well, I mean, look, it's like Joe Mixon. Why? Like, here's my deal. Like, Joe Mixon goes up there or talks to the media after the game. We got to start playing to win and quit playing not to lose. Like that, for whoever the texter is, I would love to hear that from D'Amico Ryans. Not following the game immediately on Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. I would love to hear that from D'Amico Ryans.
Yeah, we got injuries, but injuries isn't our issue right now.
Yeah. I mean, I would love to. I'd love to hear the coach be critical about the lack of physicality on the offensive side of the football. And you don't have to do it in a way of pinpointing Laramie Tunsil and Titus and Dalton Schultz. You don't have to do it that way. Hell, you can say, hey, man, we need more people that are playing the game as physical as Joe Mixon. We need more people to get on Joe Mixon's level and let's ride. Yeah. But it's just the happy, joy, let's sweep everything under the rug and it's a long season approach is going to get you is going to hold you back, I think, in my opinion.
Yeah, well, hopefully we potentially hear something different there, as we will have that for you. We expect to hear from D'Amico Ryans when we come back right here live on The Drive.
All right, before we do that, though, I got to tell you about Academy Sports and Outdoors. Y'all, look, here's what's up, man. If you've lived around these parts for any amount of time, you know all about Academy Sports and Outdoors. And I've been saying this for the last month or so. The weather's starting to change, man. Cold weather gear, right now you need that cooler gear because it's nice out. But when it gets to that cold weather gear, either or, Academy Sports and Outdoors is the way to go. They got outdoor brands, Carhartt, Burley Bow, Columbia, Hey Dudes, Birkenstock, Magellan Outdoors, Freely. I'm telling you, the list goes on, and they're all at prices that you're going to love, man. Hunting, fishing, grilling, golfing, working out, anything. You know, you can get it at Academy Sports and Outdoors. Tailgating is what I got to tell you guys about. It's that time of year. Tailgating now. Your destination for all your tailgate essentials is Academy Sports and Outdoors. Coolers, grills, chairs, canopies, wagons, whatever you didn't have at your last tailgate, damn it, you can get it at Academy Sports and Outdoors. There's locations all over the city now. If you're hearing this, there's one right around the corner. Get on down there before you forget about what you need and grab it at Academy Sports and Outdoors. And when you go to Academy Sports and Outdoors, you're always going to find them prices that you'll love.
What happened? The Texans took a 23-7 lead into halftime, but couldn't hold on in a heartbreaking last-second loss to the Lions. That makes 3 losses in the last 4 ball games. How will D'Amico's bunch respond in Dallas next Monday night? Insider Access.
$7,000. Visit online at dmautoleasing.com.
We make leasing easy at P&M.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, let's head to NRG and pick up the head coach, D'Amico Ryans.
They'll adjust to you and sort of take it accordingly.
Any game plan, when you talk about adjustments, I think that's always a factor when you talk about scouting yourself, the self-scouts, and also scouting your opponents. So you're always looking at tendencies and things to change, things to add or do something a little different. But it's at the end of the day, you still have to execute whatever changes you make. But that's part of any game, is about, adjusting.
In the second half, what stood out?
With the inefficiencies, just not only offensively but defensively, it's just a matter of just us focusing in and being on the details of our job.
What goes into an evaluation of how you guys operate on offense, and when you evaluate play calling, who else involved in that? Is that the rest of the staff looking at Bobby? Is that Bobby going back over his stuff? How involved are you in something like that?
Yeah, when it comes to our calls and all those things, it's just at the end of the day, myself, Bobby, Frank, we call the games, and as we call our players to execute what we call the right way. So it's not only just the play call, but it's also how we executing the calls in the right manner.
Players normally like to have a routine. How do you say the team has adapted to playing in a Thursday, then Sunday night, now Monday, and all the schedule that comes to adapt?
It's typical NFL season for me. Is schedule changes. You play Monday, Sunday, Thursday. We adjust our schedule accordingly, and guys go out and play. Guys are built for this. That's why they're here in the NFL, because they can handle all those different things that happens with the schedule.
Mika, I know you touched a little bit on the night match you had on Sunday. Since you've looked at the film, what else has stood out in that game and just in general lately about his game and what he's bringing for you guys?
The thing that stood out about Metch is just his progression over these past few weeks, just seeing him play with more speed, jumping off the football, running his routes, being more decisive with his route running, and also just beating man coverage with his feet. He took the practice, he took the coaching points, he took it to the field, and he executed the right way, and he showed up and made plays, especially big on third down. And even we knew they would play aggressive man coverage going into the game. So we talked about it all week. You're going to have to make competitive catches. And that's no better play he made than in the end zone on the touchdown. I mean, the defender has his hands in there, but he goes up with aggressive hands and makes a competitive catch. So I'm just really proud of just his improvement and him taking the practice to the field on Sunday.
Think that improvement has allowed him to kind of create a larger opportunity for himself in the offense moving forward?
Just keep owning whatever opportunities you get, right? That's what it's all about. Whether it's larger, small, whatever the opportunity is, it's just about maximizing that opportunity. It doesn't matter how many it is. What are you doing with the ops that you get?
With Nico being activated and then not playing, was there any setback?
No setback with Nico. That was just a game time decision.
What did you see from the Titus Howard CJ kind of, fumble kind of exchange? What happened there?
With that play, it was to start the play, we had an issue with the cadence. We all weren't on the same page with the cadence. Guy got off the ball quick. We were late off the ball, and they were able to get the sack on CJ. And I'm not sure what happened. From my perspective, it looked like Titus was just trying to make sure he held CJ, and it's just something that, he wasn't trying to take the ball. I would say if you're, speculating there, he wasn't trying to take the football. He's just trying to protect CJ.
What do you say? You guys have a fair amount of young players, and when you've been around the league long enough to know that there are these ups and downs. How do you help them to stay, I don't want to say focused, but I guess positive through these kind of valleys as you're trying to move forward?
Yeah, you have to. That's typical NFL season. You have to grow through the season, and are you getting better throughout the season? And it's my message to our guys. We went, team and expected to win the game. Didn't play winning football or make winning plays in the second half to finish the game. But that's how the season goes. How are we learning from this game and from our past games? How are we learning from that, and how are we growing? You can learn from it, but are you growing and making the necessary corrections, to get stronger as you go through an NFL season? And for our young guys, it's much longer than college seasons, but it's just about just attacking each day and with the right mindset with our guys, and not getting too caught up in the grand scheme of things. It's just about focusing just one day at a time, one play at a time. That's what it's about.
You referenced the blocking the other day. You made a line change. Where do you think it made strides in terms of the pass block, and where do you think in run blocking there was maybe a reason why the run blocking wasn't what it normally is?
Yeah, with the change on our offensive line, when it came to the protection, I thought the guys did a better job of protecting this past week. And with the run blocking, it was too many negative plays for us, where we have to definitely attack the line of scrimmage more, be more aggressive running off the football.
Coach, with a player like CJ, and to piggyback off of what Kim was asking,
he's a player that takes a lot on his shoulders. He takes a lot of accountability for good and the bad. How do you get him to not come into this situation this week trying to do too much?
Yeah, that's for all of us, right? Nobody can shoulder all the responsibility for CJ. Yes, just like those 10 other guys and CJ, all the defensive players, special teams, like everybody has a job to do, right? And everybody is expected to do that job to the best of their ability, and it's just about everybody focusing on themselves, right? And if everybody execute and everyone plays the proper way and do their job the right way, then we'll be fine. Nobody needs to do more or less. Just do your job the right way.
You guys activated Nico on Friday, practice on Friday, game time decision. Do you anticipate he'll practice tomorrow and practice the rest of the week?
Yeah, I anticipate him practicing.
Hey, D'Amico, you talking about CJ, how do you think he's handled, not from a performance standpoint, but just over the past several weeks where he's had faced a lot of pressure, taking a lot of sacks? How do you think he's managing that?
Yeah, he's done a good job. I mean, we had some issues there, with the protection, and it's just, he's made some good decisions with it, and with that protection, it also involves him as well, right? It's CJ, it's the offense, it's everybody playing together, right? Making sure we're operating on time, and it's, I think he's handled everything really as best as he can. Being a young player, he's handled it really well. He always carries himself the right way, always has the right attitude. You talk about a guy who, shoulders a lot of the blame, shoulders a lot, good and bad. He's that's what a leader looks like, and that's why CJ, second-year player. That's why he's a leader for our team. Just because he's built the right way, he's able to withstand, withstand it, and that's why I really, really love him. I love his mindset and his attitude, how he attacks every day.
How much do you think Nico returning helps a lot of the issues that you've had on offense the last 4 weeks?
Anytime you get a starting receiver back, and Nico, a guy who's been, before he was out, he was the top receiver in the league. So I think anytime you get him back, it's going to help everybody.
I know it's about how Bobby and how Frank are involved as far as the coaching staff is concerned and calling the plays. Do you ever take any I don't want to say advice, but like Gerard, is Gerard involved in some of the play calling as well?
Yeah, when it comes to the game planning, all of our offensive coaches have input on plays, suggestions, all of those things. So every coach is suggesting whether it's run game. Everybody has different phases of the game, different situations, third down, 2 minute, whatever it may be. So all coaches have input on putting the game plan together, and they put it together, together. And, I have some input as well on things I've seen, of things I may suggest to Bobby as well when it comes to the game planning mode.
Listening to D'Amico Ryans as he is talking live with the media.
A lot of the times, the second half, you always mention, players got to make plays. How much does adding a guy like Nico help you guys kind of snap out the lulls in the second half? Because it feels like a lot of times teams they make that small, slight adjustments, and it's kind of moving the coach and Nico help alleviate some of the issues in the second half.
Yeah, I think, first of all, the biggest thing, coaches make adjustments all throughout the game. So it's not like a big second half adjustment that happens in games. Defenses, they don't run one coverage the first half and come out and run a different coverage. That's not what it is, right? They're always rolling different calls, and you have to be able to make plays based on whatever you're seeing from that perspective. So it's not so much about, for me, not the adjustments. I look at us first and foremost. Right? A lot of people can focus on whatever adjustments defense makes, but it's about us and our focus and our execution, and I'll continue to speak about that because that's the only thing that matters to me is the Texans and how we execute and how we operate. And right now, first half, we had some really good things that happened. It wasn't all perfect, and the second half of the game, we didn't execute the right way. We couldn't get plays started. We got penalties. We got negative plays. We're not blocking the right people on our assignments. So let's do that right, and then let's see how we can play and finish in the second half.
I know you've got a quick amount of time to make the decision after the third down incompletion.
It's 4th and 4. You guys opt for the field goal. How much consideration was given to keeping the offense out there and maybe trying to never give the Lions back, and how much consideration was also given?
Yeah, all of those things go into consideration. Emi made a long one on the other side. He made it from right there before, so I made that decision to go with the field goal.
Your experience when guys aren't executing, the plays. Why did, in your experiences in basketball, it doesn't have to be particularly this one, but why does that happen? Why does that happen?
That's football. Every game, nobody's perfect. Guys, there are always miscues. That's why big plays happen. Most time, big plays happen in football is one side is probably screwing something up, and it's about taking advantages of the miscues that happen on either side of the offense or defense or special teams, for that matter. Like, that's the game, right? And that's the history of the game, right? Everybody has a responsibility, a role. Everybody's assigned to be on a certain guy in different plays. But guys, at some point, guys mess up here and there, and you take advantage of it and you make them pay. All right.
Thank you.
All right, that was D'Amico Ryans. It's football.
Oh my God.
I know we have to go to break. I don't know how much I heard after he watched the film, and that's what he saw from the Titus Howard situation, that he did not try to take the ball from. Interesting. All right, coming up as we continue there, we'll see if we got anything left over from what we just heard from the head coach. But he spoke about his quarterback, and I think it's time to have a serious conversation about CJ as well. We'll do that as we continue riding live right here on The Drive. Out there, if you are suffering from ED, the Men's Clinic, and I'm going to say it one more time, the Men's Clinic is the spot for you. 95% success rate. That's what they.
Up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. From a fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. From a fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Tickets are going fast. Secure them now at HoustonTexans.com/tickets or call 832-667-2390.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live here on The Drive. You just heard from the head coach, D'Amico Ryans, as I see many of you on the 5-hour Energy fan text line. 5-hour Energy, the official energy shot of Sports Radio 610 and football super fans. And those of you on YouTube and Twitch, I see some spirited conversations being had based off of that press conference from D'Amico Ryans. But Clint, he spoke a lot about his quarterback. There were a lot of questions about the protection still with his quarterback and how CJ is. I know you watched the tape, and I know you watched the film of a lot of different things. And obviously when you're watching offensive football, it's hard not to see CJ. You talked about some of the tough plays he had. I ain't gonna lie to you. After Sunday night's game was the first time that I actually had concern about CJ Clinton, and not just like, man, they're gonna physically he gonna get his ass hurt because he's getting hit so much, but just real concern, like, of him taking steps back, in his game. That from that, especially that missed zone, like that there was a lot to me, and it was the first time that I felt, all right, maybe there should be concern about CJ moving forward.
Yeah, well, the concern, here's the deal, is that for those that have a problem with Bobby Slowick, what you're watching from CJ Stroud, in my opinion, is what is worthy of being disappointed in. What we're seeing from CJ Stroud, the regression of CJ Stroud.
And you would use that word, regression.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, he's nowhere near as comfortable as he was last year. He's nowhere near as efficient as he was last year. The numbers show it. The play shows it. His feet are happy. Yeah, so, I mean, the chemistry's not there between him and the play caller. The chemistry's not there between him and all of his wide receivers the way they were last year. He's under a ton more pressure than he was last year. So, yeah, I think the quarterback has regressed, whether it's him or it's a supporting cast or it's a play caller. I think as a whole, the Texans' offense has regressed. But here's the deal is and again, I warned folks of this early on. CJ goes out there and the Texans win and he throws for 350 and nobody gives a rip what it looked like or how it all happened, knowing he was scrambling around for his life and throwing the ball back across the grain and luckily finding Nico and putting up yards. Well, ain't no big deal, man. CJ can do. That's not the life you want to live in the NFL. Why? Because it's 18-week season, 17-game season, and at some point in time, if you can stay healthy, right? A lot of guys get hurt because of these kind of things, but if you can stay healthy, quote unquote, seeing ghosts. You start belling the pocket early. You start getting happy feet. You start not getting through your progressions. Right, you start floating balls and throwing into coverage. Right, that is natural for all quarterbacks. When you get the hell beat out of you, you start feeling pressure when pressure's not there. You start seeing ghosts. It happens, and so this CJ Stroud stuff. I view it. It's all a response to Bobby Slowick being bullheaded for 9 weeks and running out there and doing the same stuff over and over and over again and getting your quarterback killed. It took your quarterback for a 3-game stretch to be the most pressured quarterback in the game, where everybody on national TV was talking about it, for them to go, wait a minute, we got to get these quicks, we got to throw these screens, we got to commit to the run even when we're not gashing them at 6 yards a carry. We got to keep running the football. Like we've got to change what we're doing offensively or we're going to get the kid killed, right? And so you make that adjustment, but when you make that adjustment, it's so late and he's been hit so much that all of a sudden you see his feet, he's missing throws that he didn't miss last year at all. He's missing a couple of games. And everybody wants to talk about the 2 interceptions. And I agree, those are two Those are two rough looks for CJ Stroud. But let's take it beyond that, right? You know, let's be honest about he got bailed out on the PI on the go route to Hutch. I mean, CJ Stroud usually hits that in stride. That ball was underthrown by you got the PI because the defensive back was in panic mode.
As he always is. Or Arnold, 0.
Right? So if let's have a conversation about how CJ Stroud is playing, and let's all understand that the CJ Stroud bar is the best rookie season I've personally ever seen. And this is a top 5 quarterback conversation, right? That we've all agreed before the season started. That's where we're going to talk about CJ Stroud. I believe the bar is still there, and so you gauge everything accordingly, right? He got bailed out on the underthrow to Hutch. That's a go route in a tight game against the best team in football. You absolutely have to make that throw. He got bailed out on a PI, right? Then you come back, and it's a quick play action. This is maybe the next play. I think it's the next pass play. Quick play action. You come up, boom. The dig route's not there across the middle of the field. You automatically kick your eyes back to the sideline, and Tank Dell's open on the sideline. And instead of just the micro movements like we've heard CJ Stroud talk about, just a quick little shuffle, keep your shoulder down the field, and drive the football to Tank, he spends time because, again, he's seeing ghost and feeling pressure. And there was a little bit of pressure, but it should have just been a nice little slide. And that ball should have been on time, and it should have been an 18-yard gain. But it ends up being a near pick, right, because the ball's late. And it is a direct result of him getting pressured more than any other quarterback for the last month of football. But it still is what it is. That play CJ makes typically in his sleep. We'll go to one of the drives that stalled a little bit earlier. It ended up being a sack. I believe it was the first sack of the game. It is blatant that Hutchinson's going to be wide open over the middle of football for about a 12 to 15-yard gain on a little stop route. CJ catches the football. There is a little bit of pressure up front, just not immediate, but a little late pressure right up the middle. And I watched it from the back. CJ Stroud could have stepped into the throw, threw it to Hutch. Now, he probably would have got hit, may have drawn a flag because it would have been that gray area. But it's a throw that you expect a top 5 quarterback in the NFL to make 10 out of 10 times. He bails and ends up getting sacked, right? I've talked earlier about the drive that led up to the touchdown, the Mechie touchdown, right? The play before it where he's got Hutch open down there inside the 15-yard line. He's got Hutch open, and he doesn't let it rip. Instead, he throws it away to Joe Mixon, right? Then you throw the 2 interceptions and those decisions on top of it. Ron, CJ is off. He's seeing ghost. He's panicking. I mean, you've never played quarterback in your life, and every time I flip a play around there on the film, you go, man, look at his feet, man. His feet are happy. Like, you can literally see how unsettled he is by how his feet are moving. And it's a direct response of this is why I harped for a month on Bobby Slowick and D'Amico Ryans and Gerard. They got to change what they're doing, man. They're going. The kid, even if he survives, it's going to be a mess. It's going to be a struggle. And you're starting to see the results of a quarterback getting the hell beat.
I think it was, to me, it seems like it may be some hard-headedness going around in a lot of spaces because it's got a habit of, as you kind of highlighted last week, of looking high to low.
Yeah,
like he's gotten a habit of. Yeah, like
he brought some of it on himself, no doubt.
Or the reverse of last year of some of these, I'm holding it longer than I would, and the why doesn't even see maybe an example of a Hutch is because he's looking, high to low and down the field and not adjusting. And you could understand, like we talked about in the offseason, like I think he's going to have some confidence with the guys he has, not only in himself for the year he had, but the guys he has and the confidence and the chemistry he has with these guys that he's going to throw more picks because he's going to be a lot more aggressive. Now, the offensive line and protection has just fallen apart on him, really from the second game of the season, to be honest with you. And there hasn't been an adjustment until last week. There was an adjustment last week, I think, play call and him in terms of how they were going to do business. So I think some of it is a bit of trust in him that he may be able to kind of react a little bit here the last couple of weeks and take some of the stuff before. And then some of it, as you said, is – which I feel like they did. I think they took it out of his hands a little bit more this week. Hey, they forced
it, which they should have done. It should have never been on him. He's a second-year quarterback. But you watch what he did last year. You watch what he did last year, and all of a sudden you expect him to do it again. Now, here's the other thing about the second half this week. And again, this goes back to all the receiver conversations that we had our offseason, right? Nico Collins is best set to sit over here on the boundary, and you just stay put. Now, if they try to load me up over here, if they try to, like Detroit, stack the box, even if they try to play a hard cover two, if that backer's not out there with you, hey, man, I'm coming to you right now, every time. Boom. He does not – here's the thing about CJ. Like, CJ, I know he's comfortable with Tank. I know he's really comfortable, more so than you can really even imagine for a fifth, sixth string receiver to start the season. But he's really comfortable with John Mechie. I think he's really comfortable with Hutch. He's really comfortable throwing the football to these guys. But I do question at this point, how much confidence does he have in those guys winning man-to-man battles? Like, I think he feels good about Mechie after he won a couple games, a couple of matchups this week. I think he feels good about Tank in certain situations. I think Nico is the one that it's like, y'all gonna play man? You gonna put me a hard corner to cover two? I'm going to Nico right now. Like there is a level of confidence. Like, I dare you to give me that when Nico's on the field, and you don't have that right now. And I thought he would be there with Tank, but I'll be honest with you, I don't think he's been there this year with anybody but Nico. I don't even think Diggs was there. So that you can also point to no Nico as in the second half would have made a big difference.
Now, what's your concern? Because you put it in there. Because when you say Seton Ghost, that reminds me of Sam Darnold.
Yeah,
That reminds me of other things. And you're saying he's panicking. Is there, like, what's the level? Because this is where I was. Like, what's the level of concern that he's able to snap out of that?
Well, the level of concern is high, Ron, because this wasn't a game. Although late, he got pressure. This was not a game where pressure was a problem, right? I can pinpoint inopportune times and moments in the game where it really killed you, but it wasn't we've watched games where it's just overwhelming. Like this
Jets game was just constant.
Yeah, this was not one of those games where at any point in time your left guard could just whiff and it's right in your face. Like he didn't. This is not a game where the in-game pressure was bottom. You could, like, the pressure that the problems that you saw were cumulative. It was several games in a row. And so, yeah, my concern level is as high as it's ever been right now with CJ Stroud as it pertains to handling the pressure. Now, this is where it goes back to having a quarter. I'm talking about a guy that stood his ass in the pocket, got hit, made plays, Gerard Johnson. Gerard Johnson should have started yesterday, right? But every day there has to be 10 minutes. 10 minutes a lot. I don't care how you find it. Within the day, every day for CJ Stroud at practice, there has to be 10 minutes dedicated to dealing with pressure. We're going to beat the hell out of you with bags. You're going to move violently. People are going to be yelling, and you got to keep your eyes up and deliver the football down the field. You got to read right to left progression and throw tank. Instead of just throwing routes on air, no, we're going to throw routes on air like you always do after practice with a couple guys, but we're going to yell at you. We're going to beat the hell out of you. You're going to move around, and we're going to call a play, and you're going to get through this thing, and we're going to really work you every day for 6 days before we take the field again on making sure the noise around you doesn't affect you. Reiterating how important it is to push up in the pocket and finish every single that is the most that is the most important thing the Texans do this week. That is the most important thing the Texans do. If they take what they did Sunday night and take it to Dallas, they're going to beat the hell out of the Cowboys. Unless CJ Stroud misses throws, floats balls, misses third down throws. And the only way the Cowboys compete with this football team is if a subpar CJ Stroud shows up.
There it was.
And they have got to get it right, man. And it's just there's no secret potion. It is lonely work. It is you and everybody around you focusing on your ass doing the very basic fundamentals and stopping that backslide.
Yep. Speaking of what needs, what can help CJ is, as you said, it wasn't a high pressure game. They were better at that. How would you describe the Texans' performance from an offensive line perspective on Sunday? Because that's the biggest thing and the biggest conversation walking into it, coming out. It seems to be fire Bobby Slowick from some, but going into it, it was the offensive line. Your thoughts on the offensive line? We'll discuss ours coming up next.
All right, I tell you, CJ Stroud got to go to work, you need to go to work, baby. Low T center, man. If you're out there and you're dealing with energy, low energy, and you don't.
Cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. fan who cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Furlough mattress, handcrafted for your comfort and guaranteed for life.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Obviously, we're grading on a curve, fellas. I thought the offensive line, I came away from that. I don't know, Tyler, you were watching it because you broke your ankle. Someone, by the way, said they blame you, Tyler, because you didn't make it to their tailgate like you said you would. Someone on the
Well, Tyler didn't hold up too many promises this weekend, did he?
I was hurt.
Yeah. So the only promises he had was,
didn't he? Sprained his ankle, took 3 days off. Sprained his ankle, took 3 days off, huh?
I think he was really
I didn't
hurt.
take any time off, actually.
Well, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I mean, I would say Sunday Night Football is a taking it off if you don't show.
I mean, I watched it. I don't get paid to be there.
Friday. Yeah, but you got stuff up. You got stuff up and down your arm. You ain't missing Sunday Night Football in the age.
Dude, I was hurt.
Okay, that's
fell
fine.
off the ladder.
Okay, I said you sprained your ankle and took 3 days off. I mean,
He was more of a Will Anderson injured than a Laramie Tunsil injury.
Oh, okay.
He had to miss it. He had to miss some time. Fell off a damn ladder.
He spat it up.
I think he tried to give it a go. I
just can't take down decorations.
Were you a game time decision, or did they claim you out?
No, I knew as soon as it happened, I was going to be done for the weekend on the couch with some ice.
So when that injury report came out Friday, he was on it. It wasn't game time.
Yeah.
Out.
Doubtful.
No, out.
It wasn't
it was out.
It was just out.
We knew early.
Got hurt last year taking down freaking Christmas decorations. Got hurt this year taking down Halloween decorations. I'm going to start outsourcing that.
Yeah. Who put them up?
My wife.
Yeah, she her ass would have climbed up there and taken them damn things down.
Talk about accident prone.
Yeah, man, I got to call somebody to do that.
I don't do Christmas lights. I never do that. But now I just got to get. I can't do any of it anymore.
I had to change that laundry room light. Almost went down that ladder. Got shaky. Had to grab that door. Almost went down on that ladder. But no, I felt the offensive line. I felt that, and I understand that they had 4 sacks that they gave up, and that Shaq Mason just got his ass beat.
Ooh.
But there were many moments, Clint, that they picked up blitzes. In fact, I was listening in Detroit, and they were saying, the Lions came back in that game. It was a great game, but we really need to get Zadarius Smith back or get him in the lineup. He said, Mixon, nobody got near CJ Stroud. Like, we sent 6. So, especially when you grade off the scale of they had 3 consecutive games where it got worse and worse and worse in terms of dropbacks pressured from CJ Stroud, especially in the first half. And really, in the second half, you'd like to avoid your quarterback getting taken down 4 times. But I would say it felt like, to me, that's why the sack thing is kind of misleading. Because I would say, to me, it felt like Jared Goff had more pressure on him throughout the night, even though the Texans didn't record a sack. It felt like he was under more pressure than CJ actually was from their offensive line. And to me, I felt like they can survive and win games with this. The stuff we were seeing before, I don't know if they could survive. They could survive the pass protection. Now the run blocking, that they were putrid. But from a pass perspective, even though they gave up 4 sacks, I thought they were a lot better, and I felt better about the new lineup. And the thought is, hopefully Juice grows more into that left guard spot, and in 5 weeks he's better, and Patterson continues to grow into that spot, and he's better. But as annoying as it was, and as I don't care what D'Amico says, as Titus Howard went back to try to strip his own quarterback, his quarterback was going down after all of the stuff, it felt like they were a lot better on Sunday.
Oh, there's no question they were better. Now, the opponent, I don't believe, was as violent, talented inside at the rush positions, like the inside D tackles. I think their guys are a little bit more geared towards stopping the run, a little bit more geared towards commanding double teams so that the linebackers can scrape and play. So we'll see how this particular lineup fares against Micah Parsons next week. You got to believe that Micah Parsons is going to move inside out. He's going to take a shot wherever the hell he wants to with this line. And look, Micah's obviously great. He tortures whatever offensive line he plays. So the key against a Dallas Cowboy team this week, not to get too soon, get too early off into the Cowboys yet, because we'll usually do that midweek. But when it's all said and done, everybody's going to focus in on the guy that's getting his ass whooped by the rusher with the Cowboys. My mind is Micah Parsons. Right? Everybody's going to – and it's going to be – the reality of it is it's about the other 4 guys, right? If Micah's whooping somebody and the other 4 guys have their guys locked up, then CJ has room to maneuver. CJ has room to make him move. CJ can hopefully get rid of the football and do some things. If you get a Micah Parsons that's eating somebody up as well as everybody else is collapsing the pocket, that's where the major problems come into play. So I think this offensive line, I know this offensive line was significantly better this week. And especially if you take into account, like D'Amico said, if that for whatever reason, when the blow by Laramie, and if that was snap count, it's unacceptable, but that at least explains it. There's Shaq Mason gave up a couple. Jarrett Patterson gave up 1. But, I mean, there was overall offensive line was better.
We're comparing it to what we had. Like, when we were watching, I was like, they can – because that was the Lions, right? That's one of the Super Bowl contenders.
Sure.
Like, that was like, they can survive with this. Like, someone texted Ron, what game were you watching? The offensive line was terrible. Again, grading off the scale of what they have been. Like, there were moments like, hell, I don't know if CJ would have, the past couple of weeks, if CJ would have had time to throw the ball to Hutchinson to get a penalty.
Yeah, I just disagree with the offensive line was terrible. They didn't run it as well as
the running part, the run game.
Look, I mean, and I guess Joe Mixon has been great. Don't get me wrong. And I think the run game has been great, but they're not going to just run it at will like they have when they bump up against a good run defense. That's the best run defense that they faced. I mean, I'm pretty sure it is. I mean,
they were hell bent in putting numbers up there.
Absolutely, they were hell bent on stopping. Joe Mixon in the run game, and so while it wasn't, the overall numbers weren't great. There were moments in that game where they went run, first down. Right? I mean, there were moments in that game where you're sitting in 2nd and 4 and you're sitting in 3rd and 2 because you ran it good on first down. Now, there's obviously they didn't run it good overall. Obviously that, Bobby Slowick leaned a little too heavy on the run game down the stretch and in critical moments. I would agree with that. But man, you look overall, I think the offensive line played well enough to win that game. I'll tell you that.
As crazy as this sounds, fellas, I like to push the button. If I'm a Texans fan, You tell me, all right, man, you're going to push the button. This is the level of offensive line play that you're going to get. Based off what we've seen and how bad it has been. Like, I would push the button.
Oh, I would too.
I would push the button. Like
you're not going to fix the level of softness, so you better push the button and take what you can get.
Like, yeah, I mean, maybe as you said, maybe with better run teams or worse run defenses, there's a seam that may be open on one of those cutbacks that Joe could get or hit or whatever. But I mean, the last 3 weeks, I mean, it would seem it was over half the dropbacks were, almost immediate. If you don't check it down, you're getting hit, or if you don't take off, you're getting hit.
Holy mother of God!
So that they were better, and I think the other part is you had two new people in different spots, and that are young, and that the hope is that those two can grow into it and get better.
They're better, but you're just handcuffed. You didn't have Nico, so if you go to 3 wide receivers, you're literally putting Tank, Hutch, and Mechie on the field, and that's your ones there. You can't leave Dalton Schultz on the field and run the football because he constantly gets his ass whooped and it's just soft. So I mean, he's handcuffed in a way of like you've got to kind of flag when you're going to run the football, and against good run defenses, you're going to struggle anyway. But then those kind of things are just going to make it damn near impossible, right? So I would take that offensive line product 10 out of 10.
It's not what you want. It's not. But right now, as you said, right now,
big picture down. Next year, you got to be better. But right now, what we've watched, I'd take that offensive line product 10 out of 10 times.
We went a whole half where you didn't feel like the offensive line was a problem, especially in pass protection. All right, coming up, college football playoff, the second week. It comes out, and there were a lot of L's. It feels like we're going to run into this each week. There are going to be losses that are going to change the top 12. And now it's got me to thinking, is there a chance that we may see a 3-loss team slide into this piece? Is there a chance? Because it seemed like almost everybody has a loss. Will we see a 3-loss team make it into the college football playoff? We'll discuss that next.
All right, Kashada Casino.
Up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Coupons do not apply to Ted, Sephora at Kohl's, and Kookaburra by Ugg. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Texas Star Grill Shop has the best grills and outdoor kitchens at the best price. Texas Star Grill Shop.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Welcome back. Appreciate you, however you're taking us in. If you're on the Odyssey app and you missed, or even if you're not, and you missed D'Amico Ryans, he spoke, and we carried that live right here, 2:30 right here on The Drive, as he spoke to the media about things concerning injured players, concerning some of the things from the game after having some time to watch the film. Some interesting things he had to say there, so you can catch that right here on The Drive. All right, Clint, tonight is a big night. I hope to see Tyler's best bets tonight. You got some college basketball. You know, you got the Jayhawks stay on too. I think your Aggies play tonight too. Got a little action on there. Hopefully, maybe we'll see what to see. But between that, between two big college basketball night, Kansas and Michigan State, and then Duke and Kentucky. But between that, they will unveil the latest college football ranking, basically their bracketology, and there are several predictions. And these are a little easier to couch and catch here. This one is from Andy Staples. This is the latest projection, as there was some movement and some loss. Georgia, who was, I believe, the 2 seed last week, they lost to Ole Miss. They've dropped completely out of the top 12, according to this poll. And we'll see. 1, Oregon, who stayed undefeated. 2, Texas, because they now lead, and this helps A&M. So it's in front of you, A&M. Texas, they moved to the 2 spot in the poll. BYU, they're the 3 spot. They'll lose to Kansas this weekend, so they'll probably drop out. 3 spot. 4, SMU jumping in with Miami falling out. Somebody called that one. Ohio State's 5. Tennessee is 6. They've got a big game this weekend against Georgia, so that can be a decider. Alabama, who just absolutely bum-rushed LSU, they're 7. Ole Miss jumps in quickly. They were out of it last week. Now they're in the 8th spot after beating Georgia at home. They would face 9 Notre Dame. The Indiana Hoosiers, they were on CBS. That crowd looked crazy. Joe Buck was in attendance. They are number 10 as they are unbeaten. And then Penn State is 11. And then Boise State is the team outside of the Power 4 that is in. They've got a great Ashton Gentry, a great running back who I don't know if he'll be in the Heisman race or at least invited to New York, but his numbers are insane. So that is the top 12. The first 4 out, Tyler: Georgia, Miami, A&M, and Prime's Colorado Buffaloes. Colorado Buffaloes. No, you're good, though. I'm looking at this, Clint, and I think this is probably close to what it will be. I don't think Georgia will jump in over anyone. I think this is what it will be, as they've got 2 losses. But I'm wondering, Clint, the way this thing is shaken down, I mean, everybody but Oregon and Indiana have a loss. And Indiana's got to go to Columbus. They got to play Ohio State. They got to bye a week. And then they got to. It feels like there's going to be a lot of teams with 2 losses, and I wonder how many of these are going to be in 3 losses. I think we've talked about it before, and you thought that 3 losses is going to take somebody out. Are you sure about that? Do you think there's so you think if Georgia, like even Georgia
loses again, they're done. Now you can't.
You think they're done?
Yes, I do. I think they're cooked. You can't lose to Alabama, Ole Miss, and Tennessee and get in. Can't do it.
What if they?
And they got Georgia Tech too, who's a sport playing.
Can they still get to the SEC championship game with 2 losses? Yeah.
Yeah, because I mean, everybody in the league's got 2 losses except Texas. So
and Tennessee, but they play Tennessee
this week.
Yeah. So, but if they were to get to the SEC championship game and lost to Texas, like they'd be 3 losses, they'd be out.
Yeah, I think they'd be out.
I want to see how it unfolds, because I think as we've seen before, we've talked about it, I think the SEC is also going to get more of a benefit of the doubt here. I think if Indiana loses to Ohio State, I think they're done. Even if they go and win the rest of their games and they go 11 now, unless they get into the Big Ten title game, which I don't think they would if they lost to Ohio State. Obviously, Ohio State and Oregon will probably meet again. But I think if they were to go 11-1, I don't think the committee would have Indiana for SEC 2-loss team, because their schedule. Ohio State and Michigan are their 2 best opponents.
Yeah, but you've been given Big Ten schools the liberty, the 1 loss, the luxury of having 1 loss, no matter who it was to, and still getting them in with that old Big Ten schedule. I mean, the year Ohio State won it all with Zeke and them boys, and they lost to a 6-6 Virginia Tech football team at home. So, look, and they got into a 4-game, a 4-team.
But Ohio State's different than
Indiana.
No,
I agree, but they got into a 4-team with that. Now, you're telling me similar to something happens to Indiana and they don't get into a 12-team? Yeah, no, you're right. I mean, there's going to be I do not in any way, shape, or form believe that there won't be some level of unfairness to Indiana.
Because I'll tell you right now, if A&M beats Texas and they went out and they beat Texas, and they're sitting there with 2 losses, and Indiana loses to Ohio State, A&M's going to get in over Indiana.
Gig them.
Well, if A&M does that, they'll be in the SEC championship game.
Whoop. Would they? Yeah, I guess they would.
I mean, look, there's just a lot of football left to be played. But the truth of the matter is, your point is very valid. Indiana is going to get they're not going to get the benefit of the doubt.
I think they got to win out to get in.
BYU's not going to get the benefit of the doubt, even though that they're 9-0 right now, and it may be very, very difficult to. But they're not going to get the benefit of the doubt.
Big 12's only going to get one team. I think the champion is the only team they're going to get in. Like Colorado's the only other team.
Yeah, that would give them 3 losses. Yeah.
Yeah.
But as you look down this thing, I mean, you got Boise State, SMU, BYU, and Indiana. Those 4 teams are not going to be given the benefit of the doubt, especially, and if you want to go any deeper, you can get into Boise State. Did I say SMU? Army. The thing is especially with the likes of Clemson down in the mix, A&M down there in the mix, even with Prime, you got Dion, you got Colorado down there in the mix.
God, please, Colorado get in.
They're not gonna get the benefit of the doubt in those situations. So
I am contemplating my football team sacrificing a loss to Colorado for them to.
Yeah, you guys still got them, don't they?
Yeah. I'm contemplating. I can't do it. I can't make myself root against my team, but for the greater good, if Dion gets into this piece,
I think it'd be just right for you, Ron. Your team sucks early on, so they're not even in the mix, and then they go knock off the next school that they don't.
The team you wanted.
They beat Dion and Colorado, the team you want.
You know how much more entertaining it would be if Colorado was in that 3 spot besides those very nice Mormons. BYU.
I know who you're talking about.
That would be. You know what? I'll give credit to the text line. I'll back off a little bit. Someone said, "What if Indiana plays Ohio State tight?"
A 1-loss Indiana team gets in.
You think so? You think because Indiana, what they have left is. I don't know how.
But Ron, they're going to be butted up against Army and Boise State
they're not going to be up against it. They're going to be up against all of the
I'm just talking about where they're going to have 1 loss, which puts them in the 10, 11, 12 range, and that's going to be that. I mean,
all they got left is Ohio State and Purdue, so they're going to
blow the doors off Purdue, and Ohio State's going to be a nail biter.
You think it's at Ohio State?
It'd be a good game.
If they play them tight, maybe. But Clint, they've got FIU, Western Illinois, UCLA, Charlotte, Maryland, Northwestern, Nebraska, Washington, Michigan State, Michigan. Like this, I don't know how they figured out a way to avoid everybody else in the Big Ten. They've got no Penn State, no Oregon on this thing. No, hell, not even USC is on this thing.
How does A&M get in with 2 losses? You got no Georgia, no Alabama, no Ole Miss on your schedule.
But they're still playing Notre Dame. They're still playing Texas.
They got a couple of games. I think a 1-loss Indiana team gets in the playoff because
the Big Ten takes that much respect.
Yeah, and I think a 1-loss football team is going to be very difficult to keep out of it.
Because I'm looking, Ole Miss has 2 losses. They're going to be an array of SEC teams with 2 losses,
as there should.
And that Indiana skit, I don't think Indiana beats. I think they've got to win out, unless they play. You remember Ohio State, Michigan several years. I'm reaching several. I'm in knowledge. Think about it, but they played a really, really tight one. Chad Henne and who was Ohio State's quarterback? He won the Heisman Trophy that year. Was it Troy Smith? Troy Smith. They played a tight.
Won it over DMAC somehow.
Tight game. And they were thinking both of them maybe if they play a game like that, 37-35, something like that. Maybe, I think that obviously helps Indiana. But if Ohio State beats them by 2 touchdowns,
yeah,
I don't know if they're going to be sitting out there 11-1 getting in. All right, what you got coming up at the foot?
It's easy, baby. It's a tape drop Tuesday now. It's a tape drop Tuesday, and the biggest talk around the town is Bobby Slowick. And I watched the tape, Ron. I watched the tape, and the big eye in the sky don't lie. Some of y'all going to be pissed off at me. Some of y'all going to cuss and discuss, but I'm here for every single bit of it. That's next right here on Sports Radio 610.
But, Ron, what if I'm lacking energy at work each day?
Well, I'll tell you, you're never lacking energy because you're one of the fans. You're one of those great fans. Now, you were on your couch on Sunday against
cranks up the energy with every game. 5-Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5-Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio play here, an Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
Still reeling from that old gut punch on Sunday Night Football, but good news is the Texans they're rating well per Houston Cron, Greg Rajan. Per NBC, Texans-Lions was the most watched Week 10 matchup for Sunday Night Football in 5 years. 19.3 million viewers across the network and Peacock. That's big. A lot of people saw that second half doozy, if you will. It was great if you're a Detroit Lions fan or if you're just a random NFL fan and you like to see action. You don't like to check out in the second half. They damn sure got that, but unfortunately for us here in Houston, it was enough to piss you smooth off, and it's got folks pissed smooth off here on Tuesday, and I don't imagine it's going to go away anytime soon. By the way, I want to thank everybody out there for listening, and regardless of how you listen, we greatly appreciate it. But the Odyssey app is the way to go. I want to encourage everybody out there to download the Odyssey app, AUDACY. In fact, if you do download the Odyssey app, there's a rewind feature on there, and you can go back and listen to D'Amico Ryans. He was on right here, SportsRadio 610 with his presser. The lineup for media availability, if you will, for D'Amico and CJ and the coordinators. Everything's moved back a day because they play on Monday Night Football. What time was that, fellas, when we had D'Amico on? What was the timestamp on that?
About 2:35.
About 2:40. Yeah, 2:35, 2:40.
Hit that Odyssey app, hit that rewind feature, 2:35, 2:40, and just pick whoever you like better, Tyler or Ron, and check that timestamp. But D'Amico Ryans was, I like the tone I heard from D'Amico Ryans.
Did you?
The tone, I don't care. Everybody thinks that I want to hear him, like, dog cuss people. And it'd be nice. I wouldn't be opposed to it. But that's not what I'm asking. Like, I just want to listen to my head coach, and I want to know, damn it, it is painful. Damn it, there is a sense of urgency. Damn it, we got to get this thing right instead of that it's 1 week at a time and every game is, new game, long season, where we love what we're seeing. No, you don't love what you're seeing. So the tone is – now we're going to pick out a couple of things. Tyler actually got a cut out of D'Amico Ryans that I got to play to just kind of set an example of what I'm talking about. But download that Odyssey app anyway it goes. Also, I want to give a big shout-out to The Bull, one of our sister stations, 10-Man Jam. Last night, I went over there talking about Old Dirty likes to party a little bit. Went over there and didn't get down too much, but me and my bride, we took in a little live music.
I saw the boots you had on yesterday. I figured that you were just...
Yeah, they weren't hoof boots like Will Anderson Jr., were they?
No, they were goat. Just a nice little kick-around pair of boots. Scuffed up a little, moving around, moving and shaking. I don't do too much working in my boots, obviously, but I do like to get out and not worry about scuffing them. And them old takeovers, they're goat. Just nice brown color to them. Yeah, it's a good-looking boot, man. Good-looking boot, and I had it on last night with.
I knew you wouldn't just.
I just went with a nice little tan pearl snap and some light jeans. It was nice. It was a good look. But the 10-Man Jam was tremendous. By the way, did you just break wind over in that chair?
I did not.
Swear
Swear
on something you love.
I swear.
Swear on something you love.
I swear on my children's.
You in there farting, dude?
He hiked that right cheek up just a little bit, and
trying to read.
I would bet a good amount that I heard a.
Interesting.
I thought, and it was a little grunt when he did it. I didn't know. I'd have bet good money that was you breaking wind right there. But sorry, I was gonna wait to the break and ask you, but I can't. I wanted to laugh, so I couldn't get it out. I couldn't wait, man. Damn farts, they just do it to me, man. I was gonna give it to you though for a guy that I mean, I literally have damn near exploded over here trying to hold him in because I know you don't like it, and you just ripped ass over here. I'm thinking, wait, ain't no way.
That's almost disrespectful.
Well, I'm dead.
Traffic to do it,
but I'm dead serious. I thought I heard something over there. I thought your body movement went right in line with you.
I went for the lift.
Yeah, your body movement was like, ooh, got that one out.
Hold on,
got that one out while he was talking. Don't have to worry about that. But anyway, tape dropped Tuesday. It did. The tape did drop, and I was able to get a really good eye on the offensive film. I didn't have time to slow mo and watch the defensive film yet. But I on the offensive film, and it reinforced a couple of takes that I had, and it cleared a couple of things up for me, Ron. I know yesterday we talked about Bobby Slowick. That is the offensive coordinator for the Houston Texans.
Is Slowick losing it?
Yeah, well, I mean, some would say, and it's been a rough stretch for Bobby, no doubt about it. I am not happy with Bobby big picture this season. But this game in a vacuum, the Detroit Lions Sunday Night Football game, Bobby Slowick, as I said yesterday, was really good in the first half. He was actually better than I thought. He was tremendous in the first half. Just to outline a couple of things, the first touchdown, the run by Joe Mixon, the formation in motion made the play, creative way to get to that outside zone, and it worked beautifully, untouched into the end zone. Multiple quick concepts, screen concepts. And by the way, everybody out there, I don't care if the quicks and screens necessarily work. Now, in this game, they worked pretty good. A lot of people are I hear pissing and moaning about the screen game. Why doing this? Why throw a screen to this guy? Why this? Why that? We can have that conversation, but I just wanted to see the screens, make a defense expand sideline to sideline and defend the screen game and the quick game. Make them DBs come up and defend the quick game. I just wanted to see it, and I thought Bobby Slowick did a tremendous job, and it worked really well in the first half. The second touchdown, CJ missed an opportunity to get a 5 or 6 yard gain. Tank Dell drops a football, both great scheme. Then he schemes up the Mechie touchdown right behind that. 3 plays in a row. Great job by Bobby. The reverse that everybody's talking about, not liking, hate the call. I'm still not a big fan of the call or the design because it was too slow developing. But the film shows that if Joe Mixon, the guy he runs into, he takes a little play action fake, and the guy he runs into ends up being the guy that makes the play on Tank Dell. And if Joe Mixon would have just give me anything. Now, I don't know if that was his assignment. He was running out of a run, but he did hit the guy. If he gives us anything on that guy right there, if he just sticks him instead of kind of avoid him, then that reverse is a good play, potentially a great play. You got Tank Dell one-on-one with the defensive back in wide open field. So not as bad a call there as one might think. And I'll be honest with you, throughout the game, Ron, there were several plays that were schemed up, and either the throw was late, the quarterback bailed the pocket, the protection broke down. Scheme in the first half and the second half was better than I thought it was based on Bobby Slowick's, again, play design, game plan, and play calling. There's not a whole lot in the second half with there's 7 drives. One of them was the missed field goal. 2 of them were the interceptions. One of them was a drop touchdown by Tank Dell. That leaves you 3 drives to really kind of pick apart. There were opportunities that stalled and ended in punt. There were calls and schemes that were good calls and good schemes that ultimately were either missed, the quarterback bailed, the protection broke down, or several of those excuses. So, Bobby was good, man. In the second half, he was decent. Wasn't just terrible. Wasn't like fire this guy bad. So he was better, I think, overall. He was better in the first half than I gave it credit, which I thought he was tremendous, but it was even better. In the second half, I thought he had left a lot to be desired, and it really, to be honest with you, it wasn't that bad. It had a chance. They should have scored 10 points. And if we're being honest, the drives that stalled there were opportunities within those plays, within those drives to make big plays and to move the football and move the chains, and they didn't get executed. Yeah,
Clint, as you know, and I'm never a big complainer of play calling.
Yeah.
Unless it's just absolutely blatant. I think a lot of times we say things like, "Oh, I want to see adjustments." Well, what are you talking about? And as D'Amico said, there ain't no major big time adjustments because it ain't like the defense is just going to play the same damn thing they've just been playing all game long. They may change some things, and so that's for me. I'm a little off that on that stuff, but there are some certain things that we can see. And you scored 15 points and no touchdowns in the last 4 weeks in the second half. Something is up. But there are some things that we can clearly see. Like, we can clearly see they should have had 30 points on the board. Easy. Like, we clearly saw that happen in the second half. I may not know why he's calling certain things. If he knows that, as you know, you've been in there, that somebody may be hurt, somebody may be feeling some certain way of why you don't call stuff a certain way. There could be we don't know all of the situations that they know of why they're doing things. We don't know what has been handed down to him. I can't imagine. Hey, it's 23-7. Let's make sure we're smart. We just threw a turnover. Our first two of our first three possessions in the second half. We just turned the ball over and didn't get points. Let's be smart. Like, that clearly to me, that fourth drive, which was run, then drop back pass. That was a hold, like 5 straight runs to start a drive. Like,
which by the way, it was run, first down, run on first down, and that first down run was for 6 yards. And then so they were very productive runs.
Like, but you just like went the play calling thing. But one thing we do know is there was a play schemed up that should have made the score 30-13.
Yeah.
And that to me completely changes the entire conversation of the game and how it goes. Like, we don't know anything else. Like, just the same thing for CJ. We don't know maybe why he threw. He had some of them incomplete. What he saw, but we do know that occurred. And so, like, when we look at what Bobby did and the complaints of Bobby specifically in this game and the people wanting him fired and things like that, like, I just, the stuff we do know and what we did see, like, as you've said just now in the last 2 days, it clearly that is too far.
Yeah, right. Yeah, look, I've been as critical as anybody of Bobby Slowick over the last month, and it's because I don't give a damn who's in the game. What you were doing, guys aren't capable of doing it. What I watched Sunday night was make the adjustment. Guys are capable of doing it. They're executing it well, and now you got to take into consideration, like, I can't be mad at what I saw on Sunday big picture because I understand what he's dealing with. Now I'm willing to talk. Like, before I wasn't willing to talk about Bobby Slowick's injury issues and this and that, because what you were doing, it didn't matter who. You could put the 5 best offensive linemen up there. They weren't handling the pass rush. It wasn't going to happen. He adjusted, and so now I can take into consideration, okay, no Nico, no Diggs. It makes it a little tough when a team plays man-to-man, especially when the top teams in the NFL plays man-to-man defense or even tight zone. Makes it a little tough when you're expecting Xavier Hutchinson to create separation and you're expecting John Mechie to create separation. You can start taking those things into consideration. I mean, I hear a lot, and like, everybody thinks the playbook should be expanded and wide open. You can't even execute your basic mid-range pass game protections. And some folks out there want to expand the playbook.
Five wide.
I don't give a damn what you line up in, Ron, but like, if your thought right now is expand the playbook, then you're watching a different Texans team than I am. Like, if Bobby tried to expand the play, like when I say expand, I mean do more, not like when I'm asking Bobby to do more simple stuff like screens and quicks and eliminate certain runs from the playbook. If somebody wants him to expand the play, literally this offensive line can't execute basic protections. And what you're saying indirectly is you're okay with your offensive coordinator. You would rather this offensive coordinator, and you wouldn't be calling for him to be fired if he trotted out there and continued to call the same stuff that guys can't execute and get CJ's ass killed. That don't even make sense. It doesn't even add up. And so I don't know. Look, bottom line is this. I'm there. I told a lot of people I didn't want to get too aggressive with the Bobby Slowick stuff because I wanted to watch the film first to get a really good gauge for what it was. I've watched it all the offensive film right now. Bobby Slowick was unbelievably good in the first half with the adjustments, the commitment to the run, featuring Tank Dell in the quick game. It was great. And then the second half, I thought it was probably leaning towards the bad side. I was wrong. After watching the film, Bobby was good enough to win this game in the second half. Unbelievable in the first half, good enough to win the game in the second half. As I offer.
All right, coming up, is there a obvious collision course headed our way? And if so, who is the one that has the potential to not get there first? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, did you wake up with chronic joint pain?
Only at 5hourenergy.com. 5hourenergy.com. Cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Who cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Join Payne and Pendergast in the Loop and the Drive on a Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday. Game analysis, inside info, and your reaction starting at 6 a.m. on Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Tonight, one of my favorite shows comes on, The Accused, and I used it earlier in just a bit here. But
is that tonight? I ain't seen that show yet.
Yeah, it's pretty good. It's one of those shows where it's a different story every.
Are you? I know. Are you going to? I mean, you feel like you're going to address it. I mean, are you going to come clean?
I'm going to address it. No, I'm going to address.
Talking about you farting in there.
I'm going to address my feelings.
I would have bet good money on it before you told me a bold-faced lie that you didn't do it.
I didn't.
Hot air rises, man.
I'm leaning up to try to read. I don't
there
have
was a lean,
my feet's not touching the ground.
There was a lean, a pop, and an exhale.
There was not a pop. There's a
little deeper than that.
A little popper.
It sounded like a little. You know, we all know the types of different kind of types of farts, right? It was kind of one of those little, like a bubble that you just a little bubble that you could almost feel it between your cheeks, and then it kind of
just real quick.
Yep.
I will address.
It went.
It didn't either. I will address this.
That's what I heard.
For starters, your ass has headphones on, and you were talking at the same time.
That's how loud it was.
So that's how loud. Yeah, that was.
The microphones pick up a lot. Man.
I will.
And he gave a little flinch too when it happened.
It's just a bold face.
I'm telling you, there's too many. The stars have aligned. There's too many coincidences.
I will address what I've been accused of.
This is what my wife did. The first time my wife farted in front of me, this is how she acted. No, wasn't me. No way.
No, I have not done that.
I can tell the look on his face.
I have not done
his
that.
face right now. Can't you tell
I have not done that.
Seems a little guilty to me.
Does he look guilty?
Nope. See, I knew you were going to say that. I bothered you that you just made that lie up. I didn't get up there and did. Oh no! I said, come on, man.
Everybody farts, man. We all
know it, and I don't fart in small spaces like this. And I will get to this. I want to get to this news about the Texans real quick. Texans have made some moves. They released cornerback Des King from the practice squad. I think he was called up a couple of games ago, as well as David Sharp, offensive lineman. And they are signing D'Angelo Ross back to the practice squad, who D'Angelo, before the game last Sunday night, over that weekend, they had released him, waived him. So they bring cornerback D'Angelo Ross back. That is interesting because we know Kamari Lassiter had a concussion or was in concussion protocol. We'll see more about him tomorrow when that injury report comes up. But D'Angelo Ross, who started and played 100% of the snaps 2 games in a row against the Patriots and the Packers, they waived him out of nowhere and we're just rolling with Kadar Holman. But now he comes back and they tell Des King for the second straight year to kick rocks. I'll be honest with you. I have wondered what's up with this King and why he is not getting a shot in the slot corner spot. When to me, some may disagree. They've had Tavier Thomas in there. They've had Jalen Petrie in there. Eric Murray has played in there some. Over the last Miles Bryant. They've had in the last year and 10 games.
They've rolled through a bunch of them, ain't they?
Des King, to me, has been the best who's played that spot. And it seems like they've done all they could to avoid playing him, and now they have released him 10 weeks into the season.
Maybe he's an energy vampire.
And on top, maybe that is the case. On top of that, also, they have worked out another cornerback in Rashad Fenton today. Apparently today, and we'll see. Hopefully this means Jeff Okudah is close. Not sure. He did not play in the last game, but hopefully the release of Des King says he's close, but then it's odd because they bring back D'Angelo Ross. So they've made some moves in that secondary today, adding and subtracting players that they've had on the roster.
Yeah, it's interesting. All of this conversation just takes me to one place with our Texans, man. For me, is, as I've said before, Ron, and I don't mean to go off in the weeds here, if the Texans take that Texans product, offense, defense, and special teams. You take that product that was on the field Sunday night, as painful as it was to watch, and you play that level of football moving forward, you're going to win 10, 11 games. You're going to get in the playoffs. Now, I don't know if you're going to be any closer to being able to beat Baltimore and Pittsburgh and the better teams in the AFC to get to a Super Bowl, but you're going to have – that product was a huge upgrade relative to what we've been seeing. I can see where that product will give you a chance to win against the better teams in the AFC. I still don't think a chance to get there. And, Ron, I say all that to say Nico's obviously coming back. D'Amico mentioned that in his presser today that he will be practicing. You just mentioned all of this movement with Kamari Lassiter, what appeared to be a concussion. Have we?
Well, I just know he was in protocol.
Yeah,
right. He was in concussion protocol and didn't return to the game.
Jeff Okudah potentially coming back. You saw last week you got Azeez Al-Shaair and Jimmy Ward back. Right, John Mechie coming into his own and looks like he's going to be able to do a little something at that wide receiver position and fill a void and be a legit third guy. You look, the Patterson, Juice Scruggs move looks like it was a decent little move. At some point, you get Dameon Pierce back, your backup running back. There's some. If you can just take the product that you had there, which you were missing a bunch of dudes, and that product to win, and then you start plugging in 3, 4, 5 guys that are coming back from injury, like some of them are impact players. It'd be easy to get over this Detroit loss and get real excited about this team if they take care of business Sunday.
Yeah.
Or Monday.
Yeah, Monday night. Yeah, so moves that they're making. Nick and D'Amico are working, baby. Moves that they are making. And Des King. Des, I don't even have it in me to pour out another one for you. It's just we've poured out so many. I'm damn near emptied the cup. I feel like this is just not goodbye, just to see you later, because they'll drag you right back in here. To you. All right, I do want to address, listen, I didn't fart. And I will tell you, you would have smelt it. It would have stopped you in your tracks.
Oh, my.
Are you rancid right now?
No, listen, and maybe this is a bit of an issue with me and the farts is, you asked Courtney, man. 9.5 out of 10, man. Not like there's going to be a stench.
You're rancid, huh?
Are they silent but deadly, or is there noise associated too?
Loud ones doesn't matter. When I fart, there generally is a like, oh yeah.
Good God!
It stops you in your tracks, huh?
Yeah, like there's no way that you would have said that and not had the evidence of smell. Like Tyler lies and says this, and says that my farts don't stink. They don't.
Well, sometimes they really don't.
They don't.
Sometimes they do.
They don't stink. Nah, mine. I understand about myself. Mine do. I don't have just a sounder.
Yeah,
and nothing else.
Wow, dude.
Mine are silent but deadly and loud but deadly.
And they hit hard. Yeah, that's
you would have smelled it.
Well, I'm gonna tell you, I was raised by a woman that has that problem. Astro Granny, she's pretty rancid. Hankster.
I hate to tell you.
Rest in peace, big bro. He was a nasty sunbuck like that right there, boy. It was, and Capetillo, my boy John Cap. He's not drinking anymore, but when he was, it was as bad as I've ever experienced. Like it was bad enough to piss you off. Like I'd be like, come on, man. Like, this is. I'm just trying to sit on the back patio and watch a little ball, man. It to the point where it'd piss you off. So
I could cut through some outside. Yeah. I've been that. So
I didn't get a hint of it, but it was just a little tiny bubble. So I don't know how that.
You would have known.
It sounded like that bubble climbed smooth out of that big long crack of yours and just.
You would have gotten it. You would have gotten it.
Those poppers, man.
Coming up.
Big boss man enjoyed that conversation about them farts.
I think he did. But we did business in front of it. I tell you, the thing that makes me really, really nervous for the Texans is the one thing that I think everyone's begging to get back. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, look here now. Ain't no need to wait. Y'all go ahead and buy that dream.
cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. 5hourenergy.com.
Your marketing budget, work harder, and drive more revenue. Contact us at scalemarketing.com. That's scalemarketing.com.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in to The Drive. Fellas, and I want to get people's thoughts here, 713-572-4610. Those of you on the 5-Hour Energy Fan text line. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch as well.
Who is the most rancid person in your life? Is it your mom? Is it Ron?
You can join in that. I'm not in really in many of your all's lives, so you're going to have to find somewhere else there. But
do you have a Ron?
Do you have one? Do you have one? And does that person know who they are?
Sorry, I'm getting you off record here.
Jump in with us. You can jump into this conversation. Fellas, I've said this. I cannot wait to see Nico Collins return, and hopefully the signs are showing that he will return Monday night. As he returned to practice last Friday, it was a game-time decision. They decided not to roll with him in the game on Sunday, and truly they could have won the game without him. But obviously when he left, he was the best, or at least the most productive receiver in football. And as I said earlier, funny, he is still in the top 20 in receiving yards right now, and he's not played in 5 weeks. He is still in the top 20 at 18 in receiving yards in the league right now. And the thought is, and D'Amico said it, you've said it, Clint, when you have a Nico Collins out there, clearly he is going to make life easier for a lot of people. The quarterback, the play caller, the offensive line, everybody. He's going to make life easier. But the nerves to me, Clint, and nerves I think for Texans fans potentially is, what if D'Amico, or what if Nico Collins returning, Clint, doesn't cause a huge change in this offense?
No, God!
What if him returning isn't a deal of like, oh, wow, the flip has been switched in this offense? That was the missing ingredient, missing piece. Like we saw when Joe Mixon returned, like the running game completely looked different, right? And we could see that. And I think what many people have been holding on, I have too, is like, all right, let's see what it looks like when Nico gets back. Let's see what it looks like when there is Nico and there is Joe and there is Tank. Because hell, Nico and Joe ain't played a lot of games together. Let's see what it's like when they have all their weapons. And I just kind of start looking, and I'm like, he played 4 full games this season. Texans offense averaged 19.7 a game. They played 5 full games without him. They've averaged 24.4 a game without him.
Yeah.
Which not their offense better without him. No, hell, they had scored a second half touchdown, really, in 4 weeks. But that is the wonder, Clint, is how big of an impact does he make, and how much does he fix? How much does he cover? How much does he mask when he returns? And boy, if we get in here and Clint, if we see similar struggles, that's going to be really disheartening, I think, for the Texans.
Well, it'll be really disheartening for multiple reasons, just because we talked about it yesterday. Like, I don't know why I can't explain it. I mean, Nico's a great player, don't get me wrong, but, like, it's until this week, like the screen game and the quick game that Nico excelled at had just disappeared because he got hurt. Like there wasn't even anybody else involved, right? The big play over the top, the post that we've seen a handful of times over the top of a safety that's got his eyes in the backfield. Like, I mean, you don't have it Nico, but Tank can run those routes. Like, all that stuff has just completely disappeared. Now, you can't protect the quarterback to get the receiver down the field long enough to do that for whatever reason. But where I'm going with all that is like, the main reason that it would shock the hell out of me is not because Nico's so good, but it's because Bobby Slowick is so much better and CJ Stroud is so much better when Nico's on the field. Like, it just completely changes the way, again, with the exception of this week. I thought Bobby Slowick did a hell of a job, but for whatever reason, they have to go back to some of that quick stuff, some of the screen game stuff, and the shots, the deep plays are still gone. So, yeah, I would be shocked if it didn't solve a lot of the problems. I don't think it's going to make you any better against the better football teams in the league. Like, I don't think Nico's going to just go out there and all of a sudden this offense is not going to be able to be suffocated. No, I don't. Because
that's where I was going with next is because even like it's been 5 weeks. This is even a different offense that it was when he left, right? CJ Stroud to me is a different quarterback, and hopefully he gets back to where he was.
Yeah,
but like this was a CJ that wasn't missing throws like that, or whose footwork was off and skittish in the pocket, and we understand the reasons why when you get hit like he has been. But this wasn't this isn't a CJ that he played with, and this is going to be more like last year, Clint. There's no Steph Diggs out there, and I would imagine teams are going to be more aggressive in how they cover him and how they try to potentially take that away from him. So I do wonder how this offense now functions when you get him back with no Diggs, and how this offensive line is clearly a problem still, and how CJ has played of late. I am curious to see what that looks like.
Yeah, I think it looks significantly better. The ripple effect that he has on the quarterback and the play caller, I think, is unbelievable. Along with what we just watched on Sunday Night Football, where it was, I know a lot of people don't like it, but it was significantly better than what we had watched. You're still going to have the same handcuffs as you cannot protect the mid-range game. Like you can't call a pass play. I mean, you have to throughout a game, but you want to minimize how often you literally want to limit the number of mid-range pass games that you call, right? I mean, the go route with the 18-yard dig behind it, where your quarterback needs to get deep in his drop and push up in the pocket and one hitch and boom, lay the ball in the void underneath the safety and over the linebackers. Like, that stuff's like, you can't do it. Like, Nico's not going to come back and all of a sudden you're able to do those things, right? Nico's not going to come back and all of a sudden you're able to protect long enough for CJ Stroud to take some of those shots down the field. And those problems are going to exist until the offensive line figures it out. I do think that CJ Stroud and Bobby Slowick both did a much better job this week, which you saw the results. It protected the offensive line. It kept the offensive line from just getting absolutely shredded. It allowed the offense to feature a guy like Tank Dell multiple times. It allowed the offense to feature a guy like Dalton Schultz. It allowed the offense a chance to feature the screen game, particularly with Joe Mixon, which he had 2 catches, I think, for 40-some-odd yards, right, with a big, long screen that he caught. Which allows you to feature more guys right now and assure that those guys are going to get the touches. That will continue with Nico. But the thought that all of a sudden C.J. Stroud is going to be able to sit tall in the pocket and hold the ball for a couple of extra counts because Nico came back, that's not happening. If that happens, it's because the Patterson Juice Scruggs move really worked out.
Yeah, from people from the text line. So basically you're saying it's not coaching, it's because Nico's not there. No, I'm not. I think it's all of it.
What's because of that?
That the offense has struggled. Listen, I think the offensive struggles have a lot to do with it. I think Nico Collins being injured is a big key. I think their coaching could be better. I think their quarterback play could be better. I think their offensive line play is an issue. Their protection is an issue. I think a lot of it. I think all of those things. I don't think it's just one major. I think all of them come through and become an issue. And I'm not saying I just think it's Nico not being there, but I do believe that is a holdout of, all right, this offense has been struggling, but they haven't had Nico. Let's see what it looks like when Nico gets back. Well, I understand why people are there, and I get that. I'm just like, boy, I hope it works. I hope if he plays on Sunday, we see, a Cowboys team that's been scored upon, as we just saw the Eagles walk right through them like almost everyone has.
Yeah.
What's your point?
The hope that my point is that we would see hopefully the Texans' offense improve. Tyler.
Jerry,
he said you said it through you. Is what he said. But no, I hope that is the case. I hope we see him put up a 30 spot. Just as you said though, just be honest. There's some of those things that ain't going.
Hold it with Micah Parsons rushing if you want to.
Yeah. All right, coming up.
Titus will be trying to strip the ball again.
Speaking of Nico Collins, coming up, we'll hear from the head coach as he gave the latest update on Nico Collins and potentially his return, as well as moves they've made. They've made some additions. They've released some players as well, brought some guys back into the fold. We'll discuss all of that coming up next right here live on The Drive.
For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. Up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
We have a liftoff.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock, and congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, old dirty and non-farting in public, Ron Hughley.
A big deal.
As well as T. Mill, a.k.a.
Fluffer Ron.
Psycho T, and I guarantee you, Clinton, there's no reason for you to even ask Tyler if you have room tonight.
No.
We got to get to Moneybags because Moneybags went 0 for 6 for the first time yesterday at all his picks. So we'll get to Moneybags in a bit when we get to T-Mill's best bets, which only means he's really going to jump back on it tonight.
It's exactly right.
Yeah.
It felt like it ripped my nuts off.
Yeah, it did. And that's what Clint was trying to get in on there. Luckily for you, you didn't have anything.
I'd have been 0 for 1.
And 0 for 1, yeah. But you would have had the Kelsey one. You would have had the
I'd have had
Chase
the Kelsey one, and I had the Jamar Chase one,
so
I'd be in the green.
Yeah, you'd have been in that. All right.
Really broke it off on me, man.
The latest is 5 o'clock Fire is brought to you by Kirk Holmes. And also, we heard from D'Amico Ryans. He did give an update on his star wide receiver, Nico Collins. Here's the latest from him with Nico Collins.
No setback with Nico. That was just a game time decision. Yeah, I anticipate him practicing.
He says no setback, game time decision. He anticipates him practicing. Clint, do you anticipate that this is the week that we see Nico back against the Cowboys?
Yeah, I do. When he was answering the game time decision, he was referring to what it was last week.
Yep.
He was asked about Nico Collins and why he didn't play. He said it was a game-time decision. They decided not to play him. This week, he's going to be back at practice. So, yes, I absolutely expect Nico Collins to play against the Cowboys. And I know it's not it's not the way that I'm wired, and I know it's not the way that a lot of our listeners are wired. But the truth of the matter is the Cowboy game is one of 5 games that are left on this schedule. 7 games left. And 5 of them are very, very, very winnable games for you. That's the Dolphins, the Cowboys, the Jags once, and the Tennessee Titans twice. You got to win at least 3 of those games. I think the magic number's 9. Hell, it may even be 8 now that the Colts messed the bet again. So, that number's going down. But this is just one of those games where, boy, you can really solidify and win this division early if you handle your business.
And when, to the point you're making about handling the division, handling your business, I don't know that the Colts are good enough to capitalize on it. They have not been thus far, but they have the 31st easiest schedule the rest of the way through in terms of their opponents.
The Colts do?
The Colts do. In terms of their opponents and what they have left, they've got the 31st easiest schedule. The Texans are in the top half of that with what they have, and that's with some sneaky ones in there, like the Dolphins, who look different after we saw them last night. They look a little different. We'll have to see that the Texans will face a different Dolphins team that's been playing the last several weeks with Tua back. But I don't think that the Colts are good enough to handle it to the point you're making if you go ahead and take care of business in the games that you should win, that you absolutely should win. And Nico Collins clearly helps that. I got no problem with how they've handled the situation thus far, Clint, because that's just he's a player you got to have, and you can't afford, as Nico said, he wasn't specifically talking about him, but talking about players in general, to have any kind of setback with the hamstring, and you maybe give him an extra step, because when he has played, Clint, he has been spectacular. When he has played, he has carried this passing game at times, it seems like, on its own. And he seems to, which is weird, Clint, right? Tank last year, I would have argued he has the best, chemistry with CJ Stroud, and whenever CJ was in trouble, it's who we seem to connect with. Clearly, the start of the year, the first 4, it was him that they were doing. And I do agree with what someone on the text line said earlier. When's the last time the Texans made a big play? Like, had a big play in the passing game, right? Like, it feels like
the play Nico got hurt.
It feels like the play that Nico got hurt on, right? Like, they got a pass interference penalty for Xavier Hutchinson.
Yeah, the long tank down the sideline against, was that Green Bay?
No, he didn't have a catch in that game. So I'm trying to think.
I feel fairly positive the last big touchdown play was that Nico play.
Yeah, he got hurt. That was a 70-something yard play.
Mm-hmm.
The Jets is the game I'm talking about.
Was the Jets? Yeah, he had the long one down the long one.
That was a crossing route. He caught it at 4 yards past the line of scrimmage and went and took it.
Outside of that, that one outside. It's not a lot of big plays that they've had, and they've been able to get Nico down the field for huge plays. I believe he was leading the league in 20+ yard reception. So it's a big deal to have him back. Also, other news with the Texans, Clint, they've made some moves. They released cornerback Desmond King for the second consecutive year from the practice squad. Also tackle David Sharp from the practice squad. They had released D'Angelo Russell. We were up in the press box looking at the sheet like saying, hold on. They still had him actually on the 2 deep, but they had waived him, now since been signed back to the practice squad. If you remember D'Angelo Ross, he started and played 100% of the snaps against the Patriots and the Packers earlier this year. They bring him back in. They've also worked out a couple of other guys, cornerback Rashad Fenton, former player from Georgia, Sheldrick Redwine, a safety they've worked out, as well as Gary Brightwell, running back. So they have worked out some guys, but made some moves there in that secondary.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what they do with the secondary. And again, Jeff Okudah is the one for me. I mean, I've got myself good and excited about it when he comes back and when Lassiter's healthy. I mean, you've got some cover defenders that, have the chance to be really, really good. And so until then, we don't know what the hell's going on with Jeff, and we really don't know exactly the extent of what's going on with Lassiter. So until we find that out, they're obviously making some moves for a reason.
Yeah. So that is the latest there. Moves with the Texans. Great news with Nico. Looks like he's trending back to playing. We'll see what his practice status is tomorrow. And then, if you like, pour one out for Des King. One more time. We've lost Des.
Nico has got him on fire, baby.
5 o'clock fire.
Thought you might have a Des highlight you might throw in there. It'd be nice if you could make a
Cheryl?
I wish you could make a Des King montage. That would be a great one. Des had some moments. Remember that last year Des kept getting screwed out of big plays and officials were changing calls on him. Plays. All right, Cowboys, Dak Prescott to have season-ending surgery. Jerry Jones says the Cowboys will place Prescott on IR, creating a roster spot. And they've signed Will Greer. Is that West Virginia? He played for West Virginia. I think he played for a few people, but he played for West Virginia. The latest
started at Florida.
Started at Florida.
Tremendous high school career.
He is he's signed to the practice squad, and that they add him to their quarterback room, which includes Cooper Rush, who threw for 48 yards.
Don't tell me what I'm saying.
I would love to see over/under. I said at 9.5. How many drives do you think Dak Prescott has had this season where he's thrown for 48 yards or more? Like how many
drives?
How many drives do you think that?
Ooh.
And he did it in a full game.
4 quarters. Oh boy, that's rough.
4 quarters. He did that. Anyway, he throws for 48 yards. Cooper Rush, Trey Lance in there as well. But they add him. But Dak is done for the season, and I'm very, very happy for Dak. Who the hell wants to? You were spot on about this absolute. I mean the wheels, the doors, everything is falling off.
It isn't on my schedule.
After week, and now, they've got Cooper Rush here. I don't know why. Trey Lance just must be awful to not give him a shot, because it would make sense to at least give him a shot. I wouldn't be surprised, Clint, if the Texans, and we may talk about this, may have to at least Trey Lance packages with him using his legs or something. But they better use him at some point. But the big point is Dak is going to be out for the year.
Well, Dak's out for the year, and you're talking about the wheels coming off, man. Obviously, worst case scenario was Dak getting injured. But because you just can't handle adversity. These guys just handle adversity. I mean, just poorly. It's you look at and it starts at the top. Jerry doesn't handle it well with the way that he handles the media. Hell, he's trying to fire a radio host a couple weeks back, and now his quarterback's hurt. And now Micah Parsons, after they get embarrassed on TV, Micah Parsons is talking just to put a bow on it, I mean, he's ultimately disrespecting his head coach and, for no reason whatsoever and just causing more of a mess storm. And so he
tried to fix it on his podcast.
No, I'm sure he did. I'm sure he tried to fix it, but that's they can't get out of their own way, and it just the act, man, just gets old, man. It starts with Jerry. It ends up creating an environment where it's super difficult for the true, genuine alpha leaders like a Dak Prescott. It gets to a point where it's so difficult for those guys to lead and consistently win. You got all these I'd say external factors, but they're really more or less just they're internal. Well, working against you, it's just.
Are you surprised there's not consideration for Trey Lance?
I'm shocked. Yeah, I mean,
right? Wouldn't that make sense?
Didn't he trade a 4th-round pick for him?
I think he traded for multiple picks, I believe.
Well, I think the highest one was a 4th-round pick. Like I'm shocked that Jerry, just to save face, pick for him. So let the guy play. Even if he plays bad, you can say, "Hey, I'm just trying to find my next quarterback, and I'm trying to find." But
I think they think they still may dig out of this.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the hell the thought is with Cooper Rush, because Trey Lance is clearly the higher ceiling quarterback,
and you know what Cooper is, right?
You know exactly what Cooper is. Cooper's a guy that the less supporting cast you have around him, the much more difficult it is to even throw for 50 yards in a game.
God, the Texans ought to destroy them.
Should absolutely
destroy them.
Now I'm not talking to these guys who's on the end of this phone.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, the big story in the NFL, and I know there are many Texans fans who feel like, which I think is asinine, but feel like the Texans should be doing the same thing. Shane Waldron, in his first season with the Bears, is fired as coordinator there. He was with Seattle the last couple of years, thought he was impactful in kind of the turnaround with Geno Smith, but they've announced that they're going to let him go. The Bears announced firing him Tuesday, one day after head coach Matt Eberflus promised changes and adjustments for the struggling Bears and their passing game coordinator, Thomas Brown. Remember, he was with the Rams for years under Sean McVay. Then he was the OC for the Panthers, and then in the middle of the year got his play-calling duties revoked. And then I think he took him back once they fired Frank Reich. So he's been through it. He's been through it all, but damn, man, he don't even last. I'm not saying that there weren't struggles. It's still a bit surprising that, man, you got 9-10 games, man. That's it.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's when it's this bad, you might as well just move on. But the interesting thing about this is what's come to light, and I'm sure other people knew about this before, but I'm just catching wind of the story. But and it's being brought back to the surface, right? But this is the most recent of a defensive-minded head coach that can't get out of his own way. This is the most recent, example of a dysfunctional organization that just can't get it right, even when the writing is on the wall. Because Shane Waldron, the offensive coordinator, is being fired, they're bringing up the fact that the Bears, the brass, all the decision makers, they had an 8-hour meeting with Cliff Kingsbury, right? And could have hired Cliff Kingsbury and decided to go with Shane Waldron. Now, you think about this, Ron. This is overthinking. This is not comments like Cliff Kingsbury was his offensive coordinator at USC. So obviously you want to fast track this young guy to having a chance to survive, then bring in an offense that he already knows so he can be an extension of the coach, right? You look at the success. I mean, you call Cliff what you want to call him. He was a failed head coach at Arizona, obviously. But you look at the success that he had with Kyler Murray early on, MVP race and playoffs, and it was the same blueprint. Kyler Murray comes from Oklahoma, which is the same system that Cliff Kingsbury. Boom, you plug him in, immediate success at a really high level. And so, you literally, there's a blueprint. Literally, you're meeting with the guy, and you somehow decide, no, we're good. We're going to go with this Shane Waldron guy. Which Shane Waldron's great. I know he's had some success in his career, but it's just, good God, Ron, how can you?
But there was concern right off the bat if that what he does meshes to bring the best out of Caleb.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. And you had an option that you knew was all that Caleb knew. It was going to bring the best out of him. And you had a recent a recent blueprint of it working the exact same way that you want it to work in a place that's as difficult to win as Chicago when it happened in Arizona. So, this is just a perfect example of overthinking, not using common sense. The stars aligned for Chicago to hire Cliff Kingsbury, and you pass on it for some goofy-ass reason. And now he goes to
Washington.
He goes to Washington, and a rookie quarterback is tearing it up and is going to definitely win Rookie of the Year, and he's in the MVP or was in the MVP conversation.
I mean, and listen, right I'm a Caleb fan, and I want to see all these guys, do well.
Yeah, absolutely.
And he's rolling down that path we've seen. Like, he's going to have an entirely new coordinator now, but then he's going to have another entirely different coordinator next year and a new head coach next year. Like we're seeing like what Bryce went through, even though, it's certain young quarterbacks that have gone through. That's why it's a blessing for CJ to have come into time. But this is such a stable place that he is rolling it. I mean, he's going to have a third offensive coordinator by the time he rolls around in year 2 and a second head coach. Right? Like, I mean, that's rough for a guy that is as talented as he is. All right. Hey, speaking of young quarterbacks, what's going on with CJ? Because the play in the third quarter at the 9:05 mark has me concerned deeper than just a missed throw. Because that was something that was really, really odd and out of character from CJ. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, Clint Stoerner here for Twin Peaks, y'all. Look, if you love watching live sports, there ain't a better place in the city or around the city than Twin Peaks. That's right, baby. The scenic views, they're calling.
For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan Limited Edition Fan Fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com. For the fan who cranks up the energy with every game, 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan Limited Edition Fan Fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
Energy, it's the Sports Radio 610 video stream. A new way to experience Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Coming in from the 5 Hour Energy fan text line. I think CJ's starting to get this David Carr syndrome right now. Stroud is literally turning into with the old line and play calling. Dude is gun shy now. I am not ready to go David Carr. I'm not ready to go Derek Carr. So I'm not ready to go there yet. But Clint, I'm intrigued to have this conversation to get your thoughts on this, and the people can jump in as well, 713-572-4610, as well as those of you on YouTube and Twitch. I have not been in any point like, hey man, like CJ's really hitting this sophomore slump. They're showing him, or this is going to be a situation like has gone with Trevor, where he has taken, where he's appeared to have taken big steps back, or other players like that, Clint. But that play that we've talked about, the play that we look at, CJ spoke about it, the play in which obviously had Tank wide open, set the play up, drawn up perfectly. He was open for a long time. We've seen that highlight. We saw what he did there, and he waited forever to throw it and left it short. To me, that was a little deeper than just a missed throw for me, because that one to me was like, all right, man, he is truly being affected. There wasn't very much of a rush at all. I mean, to be honest, there was a defensive, but as you said earlier in the week, I mean, hell, I think Davis Mills makes that throw easy over there. I think lesser quarterbacks than CJ Stroud make that throw over there. But it was like he couldn't get it out of his hands. It was like he didn't know how to throw it, if he should throw it on a line, if he should throw it lofted up there. It was like, damn, this cat ain't just taking the ball, seeing it, and bam, throwing it with confidence, ripping it in there or putting it where, like, there was, I mean, you could have blindfolded CJ last year, he'd have made that throw. You could have blindfolded CJ, I think, 6 weeks ago, he would have made that throw.
He's wide open, CJ.
I mean, he was for a long time, Steve. And like I for the first time was like, whoa, what's going on here? What's going on? Because that to me, that missed throw, and I said this to you earlier, Tyler, that missed throw is like Steph Curry going to the free throw line and just airballing 2 in a row.
It's a good analogy.
Just like I mean,
what
I
the
heard,
hell?
I heard Chris Sims say it earlier today. Like, pick a player, Joe Burrow or CJ Stroud are probably the most accurate players in the game. That's like just Steph just going up, just bombing, I mean, no backboard, no rim, nothing, just airballing. It's in his head. Something's going on upstairs, and that to me, first time where I was like, yo. Well, all right, what's up? What's up? And to a point where, because I'm thinking to myself, hey, they need CJ to come and pull them out of this. Well, hell, I don't know. They right now feel like that they got that type of guy right now. So that's the first time I looked at CJ and was like, what's going on here?
Yeah, look, I think that play in particular really sticks out, obviously, because it was an interception that would have made it very difficult for the best team in football to come back. But there's. To me, that's just an example, kind of the impact, if you will, or the result, if you will, of all the pressure that he's taken. In that particular instance, it was less about pressure, and just now things are moving really fast, and things that he typically does really easy, he's making difficult. Things that are very simple for him, typically, are he's thinking about them. And he's babying the throw instead of just slightly moving right and just rip that thing over Tank Dell's outside shoulder. Let him catch it as he tiptoes the back of the end zone, and we keep this thing moving. There's a hint of doubt that creeps into his mind of like, I don't want to overthrow this. I don't want to miss it. He's so wide open. When in reality, you just got to rip that football. I think to your point, overall point of what you're talking about, like.
But where's that come from, though, Clint? Where does that start to – as you played in this game, you've been there. How's this come in your head? Now, how you move from – I guess, have you ever experienced that in your time at Arkansas? You were, like, instead of being the guy that's just throwing the thing that you're thinking, that you find yourself –
Oh, yeah, I overthought things a lot. I mean, I never got to a point in my career ever where I was as comfortable as CJ Stroud was last year.
Yeah.
And even as comfortable as he was in the first half this year. And that's why it was so remarkable what he was able to do last year and being so comfortable. He's showing some signs of being a young quarterback in this league right now. But look, where I was going with that, Ron, is I feel like this is the game, because there's been moments leading up to this game. I remember in the Jets game, there was 2 throws to John Mechie that were missed. I think the Indianapolis game before that here, there was 2 or 3 overthrows. One of them was Dalton Schultz, and Dalton couldn't even jump and hit it. And those are throws that CJ. So I think my point is, I think there were glimpses of throws that just weren't as, like, the accuracy started to struggle a little bit. What we saw this week was less pressure on the quarterback, but him still reacting in a way that the pressure still ratcheted up. His feet moving, Bell in the pocket early. There's on the drive after Kamari Lassiter's interception, they go run, pass, and the 2 passes. You can argue one of them bounces off the chest of Robert Woods, but the other one, and even though Robert Woods bounced off his chest, like, he's moving and there's no pressure. Like, there's a panic. He's feeling it in there, and this is the first time, and it's really because most time there is pressure, so it's hard to tell if he's feeling it or not, or it's easy to see that he is feeling it because it's real. This was a game where there was enough time to where it's there and he's still feeling it. So you didn't just see a couple of errant passes and poor decisions, but you also saw a fidgety quarterback, a guy that has happy feet, a guy that you can see the game's moving really fast for him by what his feet are doing. And so I think this past game, the takeaway is, boy, now it's obvious. Like I said earlier, like to me, I'm focused. I think the most important thing that the Texans do between now and Monday night is the 10 minutes they spend today where it's Gerard Johnson and it's CJ Stroud, and it's all about getting CJ comfortable in chaos again. We're going to throw routes on air, so I need all our receivers out here to my left. We're going to throw the comeback. We're going to throw a comeback. Whatever route you want, just call the route. I don't give a damn. And then we're gonna have 2 or 3 of the different staff members out there, and we're going to be beating the hell out of CJ as he drops and pushes up in the pocket with these pads. We're going to be screaming, making noise. We're going to make him throw over nets. All this at the same time. We're going to create as much chaos as we can to make him uncomfortable, and I want to see him settle his ass down and make the throw. And we're going to do it every day for 10 minutes to exhaustion, get you a drink of water, and we're going to go again. And that way you get reps fresh, you get reps like it's the fourth quarter and you're exhausted. You get all kind of different chaos thrown at you. You throw all these different reps, and we're going to get 250 to 300 reps by the time we get to the Monday night game this week. And hopefully he handles the pressure better. Because right now, like you said, it's habitual. It's just he's by habit, he's responding to something that's not there all the time now. Understand why it's happening, but the worst thing you can do is ignore it. You've got to attack it, address it. The lonely work, you got to spend that time. It's the most important thing the Texans do this week before they play the Cowboys.
T-Mill's best bets coming up, and hopefully for CJ and the Texans offense that the offensive line helps out a little bit more. Did we see some signs of growth from the game on Sunday? We will discuss that coming up next. But before we do that, guys,
fan who cranks up the energy with every game. 5 Hour Energy introduces the Stand the Fan limited edition fan fuel flavor. Be the ultimate fan your team needs. Fuel your fandom. Only at 5hourenergy.com.
We've all been there. Every bite is better with Pepsi.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That tape you watched on as the tape drop Tuesday occurred, did that make you feel any better in terms of the physicality up front?
Oh, no. You want to go there at 5:30 or 5:45? Cool. I'd love to. I'd love to.
Did it make you feel any better watching that?
No, it didn't. I mean, the tape drop Tuesday, I think, told me many things. Bobby Slowick this ain't the week to jack with Bobby Slowick. The John Mechie has got a real chance to fill a void that Diggs left when he got injured. Having issues that's a result of all the pressure that he's faced, and then the most disgusting one, the most to me, I'll be honest with you, the most concerning one.
You know, you're never going to get over this, right? Like, this is never. Well, no, because you're never going to accept.
It's not going anywhere, right? I mean, look. Here's the thing: the level of softness that is allowed on the offensive side of the football for the Houston Texans blows my mind.
We don't like that,
especially when you've got a defensive-minded head coach that when he talks defense, constantly talks about being physical, playing fast, swarming, straining. And by the way, straining to me means obviously when you're tired, you strain to be better, you strain to finish, you strain to be elite in the fourth quarter. But also when you don't have perfect position and you're blocking a guy and it's not ideal, you stay attached to that sucker and you drive him. If you're driving by the quarterback, keep fighting him. Don't think the play is over. Just keep fighting. Stay connected. Don't ever relax. Strain the whole time. Game. That's right, Vandy. You're damn right. Just stay locked in and strain, right? That's what it means to me. And the level of softness that's allowed on the offensive side of the football is mind-blowing. The level of quit that is allowed on the offensive side of the football is mind-blowing. And this isn't a boy generation, the old man get off my lawn. This is what ultimately gets you beat when you play good football team. That D'Amico Ryan sits around and watches this week in, week out. We heard him today. What happened on the play where it was 3rd and 10 and Laramie Tunsil got beat right off the ball and CJ had tried to move, and then all of a sudden Titus quit on the play and Titus tried to strip the ball from CJ and take off running with it, right? You see it. Instead of D'Amico Ryan saying, you know what, I'm less worried about what the hell Titus Howard was doing trying to steal the ball, and I'm more worried about the fact that his ass quit on the ball. I'm less worried about the crowd noise, which, by the way, I think the whole, we had a snap problem, I think that's because the Detroit Lions, we're being honest, the Detroit Lions fans were so loud that probably Laramie Tunsil couldn't hear the snap, and so he didn't get off, and the defense moved when the ball did. That's probably what you're covering up for right there, by the way, Coach. But that, like, the all signs point to that this is being allowed with this football team. And it is like Seth Payne said a month ago, it's contagious. It's like a disease. I'm watching this game, man. Daria Gumbawale is in a game. And it is, so I'm assuming it's a third down. Passing situation. He's to the right of the quarterback. Snap the football. There is a defensive end that's got shoulder, hip, ribs all exposed for Daria Gumbawale to just give him a little check. Just get an elbow in that rib cage, get a shoulder in that rib cage, do whatever you want. But give him a little something. Allow Titus Howard to catch his breath, get his feet set, and then just down. Instead, he just taps a D lineman, and almost like, hey, Titus, you good? All right, well, I'm going to get out of here. Instead of like
chipping, chipping.
Just something. Just some level of physicality. With Dalton Schultz, it is so bad with Dalton Schultz that when they want to run the football, they put in a guy that's a rookie, and they put in a guy that they picked up off the Chicago Bears practice squad. They take Dalton Schultz completely off the field, and I wholeheartedly believe, Ron, that it is 100% because of the level of softness that is on display every time Dalton Schultz is on the field. It's disgusting. It really is. It's disgusting. Titus Howard, I said this last week, the level of give, it's like he is just a cushion for whatever the defensive end wants to do, and he ends up in CJ's lap half the time, right? In the run game, he's blocking on the backside of a run game, and instead of like having some level of force and strain on a guy, he just kind of attaches and shuffles and bows his back and lets the guy almost dump him until he lets go of him. I mean, it is just, there's no way in hell that D'Amico Ryans watches that and goes, yeah, man, we're going to do some work against Baltimore's defense. We're going to do work against Detroit's defense. We're going to do work against. There's no way that you watch. Juice Scruggs and Laramie Tunsil double teaming up to a backer. The D tackle is in the gap between, Juice is playing left guard now, between Juice and Laramie Tunsil, right? A little bit more shaded towards Tunsil. The linebacker's outside, almost head up on Tunsil. And they're going to double up to that linebacker. And instead of with authority and some aggression, getting in the shoulder and getting in that side of that defensive lineman and shoving his ass out there so Laramie Tunsil can again take a little breath and get the result of what a double team should be. Right? You're either going to do that if you're Juice, or you tell Laramie, I'm out of here. I'm going to the second level right now.
They're all fixable.
Instead, he taps Laramie, like kind of just touches the defensive lineman on the shoulder as he kind of just stalls, and then he goes up there and he whiffs on the damn linebacker. Like nobody's even trying to move anybody. And then look, I know I talked to my boy Smitty, Wade Smith, 2 years ago. And Smitty said, Clint, these dudes are coached a little different nowadays. Yeah. If you're looking for a guard, if you're looking for a guard to play the position the way I played it, then you're going to be looking for a long time. And I respect Smitty, and I said, you know what, you're right. I'm gonna start viewing it a little different. This is even soft for those expectations.
Bro.
And you watch these other guys. There are guys in this league that play with a level of physicality. Call it old school, call it whatever you want. But they're the better players in this league. And I mean, you go to San Francisco and watch how George Kittle plays the tight end position. Go to San Francisco and watch how Trent Williams plays the left tackle position. And we can go down. You can go to Indy and watch a guard play that's nasty as hell. You can go to Denver and watch the Miners kid that's nasty as hell. Are they as talented as it? No, they're not as talented, but they're nasty. And I cannot believe, Ron, the level of softness that I watch up. And there is zero concern about whether you're embarrassed, whether your coach is going to call you out, or whether you're going to be on it on the damn field in the next drive. There's zero. Yeah. It just.
I think right now, until they can, and I do think this is an off season where they will try to change some of that. I am a bit surprised that they decided to go the route that they did to continue to roll with some of these guys that I don't I don't think fit the profile of the physicality that I believe DeMeco's looking for, but they've done it, and I do get the feeling that they may try to change that now, but now I think they're stuck.
It is very, very, very difficult for anybody to set a standard in that room other than Laramie Tunsil. And when Laramie Tunsil is taking days off, when you're the worst pass protecting team in the league, when Laramie Tunsil's a guy that there's not a level of physical, there's no nastiness there, then it just becomes acceptable throughout the offensive line. And that to me that's the biggest kind of concern here is that,
and it may just be the entire offensive side of the ball, right?
Well, when that's the standard and nobody holds him accountable and nobody points it out and nobody, like what I'm watching on film, DeMeco Ryans, and I don't ask that he do it publicly. A lot of people think every time I talk about DeMeco and I want to hear a different tone, he wants to do it publicly. I'm not saying DeMeco should do it publicly, but DeMeco Ryans should embarrass dudes in the film. Be down. It's at a point where it's criminal. It's at a point where it's a fireable offense. He should be just dismantling guys in the film room.
Yeah. Coming up, Texans All Access Players Edition. Henry To'oTo'o, he will join the guys tonight here, coming up right after we get done here, as well as Area 45, 8 to midnight. We are live and local as we are nightly here. So you'll be able to hear that right here on Sports Radio 610. All right, Tyler, let's get to T-Mill's best bets last night. It did not go well at all. It didn't. This is the first time we've seen this. You went 0 for 6. 0 for 6 on all 6 of those bets. You got a long way to get to 50% or better by the end of this week. But it's
when you lock me out. That's what happens.
It's a new day. Cannot believe that Tyreek Hill 5 receptions did hit. It's a new day though. It's a new day. What are you looking at tonight as your best bet?
Yeah, it is a new day, and as I and many like to say, scared money don't make money. So we're back on the horse, back in the saddle.
That's one way to look at it.
I got 5 best bets for you tonight, all NBA plays, so get your pens and pencils ready. As always, you can find it on my Twitter if you don't get some of these down. First off, I got the Raptors. They're facing off against the Bucks tonight. I got the Raptors with points, plus 8.5. Then I got the Knicks and the 76ers as they square off tonight. On this game, it is a low total at 212.5. And now I got 3 player props for you. First, Drew Holiday with the Celtics over 4.5 rebounds. Also with the Celtics.